Hogwarts, Bourne returns from Warhammer. Chapter 1 Bourne Slughorn. November 1, 1981, London, Harrods department store back street. An explosion here made many Londoners who were panicked by the frequent IRA attacks in the past decade unable to sleep all night. However, the next day, the Times refuted the rumor. Although the explosion caused 13 deaths, it was actually a secondary disaster caused by a gas leak. People are expected not to panic. There was no internet in this era, and people had limited channels to receive news information. Most British people still believed in the news endorsed by a long-established newspaper. Only a small number of British people knew that it was not a gas leak at all. After all, that was not what was written in the newspaper they read. They read the Daily Prophet. Merlin's beard. How dare that little guy, Horace Slughorn exclaimed while looking at the newspaper delivered by the owl in the morning. He sat on an oversized velvet Scottish sofa with tassels. Next to the sofa was Ahe looked at the round coffee table given to him by his colleague Professor Boobaji. On the coffee table were a cup of black tea, a basket of cauldron cakes, and a plate of his favorite pineapple preserves. However, after reading the front page headlines of today's newspapers and seeing the student who used to dress like a little ruffian but was actually a little handsome waving his wand like crazy, the former Hogwarts professor who had just resigned from the position of professor of potions with a sense of relief yesterday suddenly lost his appetite for anything else. Because of that damn guy, more than a dozen lives and the good lives of 2 young wizards were lost. Originally, all this. Bang! A slight explosion interrupted Horace, who was deeply remorseful. Momo, what's the matter? Momo is a house elf, wearing a bag-like dress, but the material is silk and looks very clean. She bent down and bowed to her master, and her long, pointed and flat nose on her face almost poked the carpet. Master, there are 2 guests outside, Professor Dumbledore and Professor McGonagall. The house elf said quickly in a shrill voice. Horace frowned when he heard the news. But considering the identity of the visitors, he quickly stood up and took out his wand and pointed it at himself. Suddenly, his cotton velvet pajamas turned into a decent wizard robe. Good morning, Horace. Good morning, Professor Slughorn. Good morning, Dumbledore and McGonagall. Please come in. Momo made a dragon milk cauldron cake. You must try it. Horace greeted the 2 visitors with a smile and warmly invited them into his home. However, his 2 former colleagues all shook their heads to refuse. Horace, my old friend. In the end, it was Dumbledore who spoke first to break the awkwardness. Please accept my condolences. By the way, Minerva and I came to you this time to convey a sad news to you. As he spoke, Dumbledore waved his hand gently, and a wicker basket flew over from behind the old man. In the basket lay a sleeping baby. Sirius was arrested yesterday. He destroyed a Muggle street with the Thunderbolt explosion curse, killing and injuring more than a dozen Muggles. Unfortunately, the child's parents are both on the list of victims. Their surname is Slughorn. This child is a deceased parent. Hearing this, Horace opened his mouth because of his emotional excitement. Dumbledore continued, unlike your brother and nephew, I have confirmed that this child is a wizard. Therefore, I decided to bring him to you instead of giving him to the Muggle Welfare Institution for raising. Merlin's beard. This is a tragedy. It is also a miracle. Horace Slughorn burst into tears. The old wizard, who was over 80 years old, was crying like a little baby at this time. The elf named Momo had already stood beside the old master's legs. Hearing this news, her 2 big eyes were immediately filled with tears, but a smile appeared on the corners of her mouth. The Slughorn family had a successor, which was actually great news for the house elves who were loyal to the family. Albus, what's the name of this child? After crying for a while, wiping his eyes with a brand new wizard robe, Horace quickly grabbed the basket that Dumbledore had fixed in the air with a levitation spell. His name is Bourne Slughorn. June 25, 1984. Early in the morning, after washing and dressing, Horace walked out of the house without having breakfast with Bourne, which was rare. He had a big belly and walked like a majestic male sea lion. Today, he will go to the Ministry of Magic to apply for a portrait to go abroad to attend the 3-day annual meeting of extraordinary pharmacists. He will also speak for his former student Damarix Belby at the meeting to prove the effectiveness of the second version of the Wolfsbane potion improved by the latter, and to promote the epoch-making significance of inventing this potion. For this purpose, he deliberately spent half a month to personally brew several bottles of the second version of the Wolfsbane potion. After that, he used his connections to send it to Nocturne Alley, half selling and half giving it to some werewolf volunteers who were on the edge of the wizarding world, and conducted human experiments on the potion and collected experimental data. However, because he was going to be away from home for 3 days, Horace specifically told Bourne to follow Momo's arrangements before leaving home and not to be naughty. He promised, "I will bring you a large gift bag of candy from the Duke of Bees when you go home." Bourne happily agreed. Bourne has no resistance to delicious candies. He likes sweets very much. It can be said that he can accept all sweet foods except tofu pudding. Eating sweets was a luxury for him in the past. Moreover, this once refers to a long period of war that spanned more than 300 years. At that time, the most common food he ate was a nutritional paste with ceramic powder and a large amount of additives. Not only was the taste of that thing hard to describe, but mortals would most likely die on the spot if they ate it. Only space marines can eat it as daily food. Bourne is a time traveler, and coming to the Harry Potter world is actually his second time traveling. His previous journey was in the Warhammer world. At that time, he first woke up in a survival capsule with a stasis field, and the one who opened the survival capsule for him was a space wolf, or to be more precise, he was a jackal in that legion. Big liar Lucas. As a newbie, he could only claim that he had lost his memory, and then he spent a few relatively happy years with Lucas, who rescued him while fighting against space pirates. At least, he did not suffer much in those years by eating and drinking with the wolf brothers of the founding chapters, especially the space wolves. However, because Bourne did not have Russ's gene seed, he could not join the space wolves. Finally, he could only embark on the family search journey alone, and experienced many things that were incredible even for space warriors. For example, he cursed the Weepers for being stubborn and unlucky, but he followed them to fight the terrible Tyranids to the end in order to protect a human planet. For example, he despised the White Scars for being full of non-mainstream racing gangs, but he followed that person to travel thousands of miles and sent a little girl who lost her parents to a human settlement. For example, he had arranged that the Dark Angels were all damn Riddlers, but in the end, in order to destroy a family of gene stealers, he chose to cooperate with a team of Dark Angels and drowned all the blasphemous aliens who worshipped the four-armed false god in the sewers of the Hive. He had confronted the bureaucrats of the Inquisition like Alpha Wolf Logan, and had also killed the demon cubs who had sneaked into the material world from the warp with the Grey Knights. He had disguised himself as a servitor and sneaked onto the ship of the rogue merchant to take a ticket-evading trip. He had also landed on the surface of the planet in an orbital landing capsule when the green tide was surging, and gave a 360-degree turn to the greenskin warlord who was making the Wadaic Declaration in person. He had crushed the perverted black bean sprouts to death with his bare hands more than once, and had also killed many unbearable aliens. In the long and short 300 years, he slowly grew into a legend in the galaxy. However, after such a long time, he still did not find his own regiment and did not officially return to the team. Until the end of that journey, he met a newly awakened star god. The guy used returning home as a temptation to let Bourne enter the warp instead of K to steal something for K. To be honest, Bourne could not remember whether he found that thing or not. He did not even remember how long he had been wandering in the warp. In that world that was very different from the material world, time had no meaning. The only suitable measurement method he could find was the number of demons he had killed. 133,754, half, this is the exact number of demons he killed in his warp journey. The reason for the concept of half is that he met a Primarch who had ascended to the devil at the end, eternal slave Angron. That guy was too strong, and Bourne was too tired at the time. His armor was broken, his bolter had run out of bullets, and his power sword became intermittent. As a result, he could only watch Angron smash his head with the spine breaker, while he used all his strength to stab the power sword into the heart of the demon Primarch. The last scene he saw was the fragments of the power sword flying everywhere, the blood of the demon prince that had no material meaning, and the psychic lightning mixed with fire bursting out of his hands. Chapter 2: The Ordinary Little Wizard. Momo, I'm going out for a while. Soon after breakfast, leaving a word, regardless of whether the house elf who was busy doing housework heard it, Bourne threw his 2 short legs and ran out of the door of Slughorn's house like a hot wheel. Unlike many wizards who like to live in seclusion, or live in villages where wizards gather, Slughorn's house is located in George Square next to Glasgow City Hall. Because of the addition of the Muggle-repelling charm and safeguarding charm spells, this Victorian 3-story building will not be accidentally encountered by Muggle travelers, nor will it be easily discovered by some dark wizards. Although he takes meticulous care of the family's only heir, Horace will not strictly confine little Bourne in the mansion like raising a magical animal. When he is free, he will take time to take little Bourne to stroll around the neighborhood and see the daily life of Muggles. Of course, this is mainly to prepare for Bourne's future schooling. Hogwarts has an elective course about Muggles. Horace heard that the Weasley family, which is also a pure-blood family, has a genius named Bill Weasley, who got a full 12 OS in this year's O.W.Ls exam, breaking the history of Hogwarts. However, like most parents in the world, Horace also holds the concept of it's better to have your own children. He thought that what the Weasley kid could do, Bourne could do as well, so he made arrangements for him early on. The main theme is an internal role. However, although he had seen through Grandpa Horace's tricks early on, Bourne had no objection to it. In fact, after a short period of infancy, Bourne soon found himself leaving the Warhammer world. Even after he saw the house elf Momo, Space Marines, especially the warriors of the Dark Angels, would most likely regard it as an alien that can be trusted and contacted with limited like the Black Watchers, he realized that he was not returning to the original quiet and peaceful Earth, but to the world of Harry Potter. However, he still felt very fortunate about it. The reason is simple: in the dark age of the Warhammer world, being born as a human being means that hardships will always accompany you. Darkness and oppression entangle every human after the 41st millennium. Even a space marine as strong as a demigod must use his faith in the Emperor and his sense of honor to resist the despair that may appear at any time. Compared with that kind of powerless despair, the hardship of learning is nothing. Bourne said that similar pain can be 10 times more. Today I will go to the Poundland to buy some things, and then go back to continue reading, plus exercise. Wearing a wrinkled blue striped t-shirt and ripped overalls, a single-shoulder cotton bag with a few Muggle newspapers on his shoulder, a newsboy cap on his head, and 2 bare feet. Little Bourne skipped all the way through George Square, feeling very excited and happy. His outfit was carefully matched for Bourne by Horace in combination with the Muggle children's fashion trends. This combination was popularized by a children's group called Baker Street Gorillas. They easily blended into the group of adult Muggles with such disguises. This is the original words that Horace saw in a monograph on Muggle studies. However, the old professor of Hogwarts did not notice that the monograph quoted documents from the 19th century. However, Bourne did not care about the men and women looking at him along the way. The place he was going to was very attractive to him. It was a second-hand store opened in the corner of George Square, which displayed second-hand goods such as daily necessities, office supplies, clothes and clothing, and hardware parts. Its name is also very down-to-earth, called 1 Pound, highlighting the main characteristics of the goods it sells. Ding-ling-ling. Pushing open the glass door of the 1 Pound second-hand store, Bourne walked into the store excitedly. The bald boss next to the cashier looked at the barefoot newsboy and couldn't help frowning. "Hey, kid, where are your parents? This is not a place for you to come alone. Also, listen to me, if you are hungry, you can go to the nearby Winston Street. There is a food bank there, where you can give food to your family." "I'm not hungry," Bourne replied, seemingly unaware that the other party was driving him away in disguise. Instead, he took out a stack of money from the front pocket of his overalls. The banknotes totaled about 15 or 16 pounds, and there were some coins mixed in. Although this made him look more like a little tramp who made a living by begging, it also proved that he did have a certain consumption capacity. After thinking for a while, the bald boss nodded and reminded him kindly, "You can go to the third row of shelves to find a pair of shoes. There should be 1 or 2 pairs that fit your size." "Thank you, but I want to buy something else." As he spoke, Bourne piled the change on the cash register, then he walked to the shelf where tools were placed and picked up a second-hand fire chainsaw hanging on the shelf. Horace had brought him to the £1 store before, and Bourne fell in love with this treasure at that time, and also remembered the selling price on its label. In order to make up the change, he helped Horace deal with a batch of potion materials and peeled several buckets of frog spines. Of course, this was also a disguised potion enlightenment class for Horace. And what Bourne gained was the currency of those muggles. In addition to the fire chainsaw, Bourne also picked out several tools and parts in one breath, all of which were things he liked when he visited here last time. After getting the goods he needed, Bourne turned around and ran out of the door of the £1 store without waiting for the owner to say anything. Although the bald owner followed him out, the chainsaw, parts and so on did not look like the goods that a child would buy, but when he ran out, he found that there was no trace of Bourne in the square. Strange? Why did the child suddenly disappear? The bald shopkeeper looked back at the change on the counter, and then looked at George Square outside the door. He fell into deep confusion. Bourne was also confused. After leaving the £1 shop, he should have walked through George Square to go home, but somehow, he turned and walked into a small alley next to the store, as if something was attracting him there. There was indeed something. To be more precise, there was a little thing, standing in the center of the alley at this time. However, even if it stood up straight, its body was only 3 feet long. It looked a bit like the gnome that Bourne had seen in the garden, with a large head that was out of proportion to its body and strong feet with protruding bones. However, this little thing is taller than the goblin, and its nose is more pointed. Its skin color is purple, not the soil-like brown color of the goblin. Seeing Bourne looking at it, it was nervous for a moment, but then it opened its mouth very strangely and laughed chuckle. This laughter seemed to have a kind of magic, and it was indeed so, because the scientific name of the purple-skinned elf that appeared in front of Bourne was Evil Spirit, a 4X level magical animal living in the Black Forest. The reason why this kind of elf, whose ability can only do some pranks at most, can be rated as 4X level like the Phoenix and the evil horned beast, is because their evil laughter has a special magic. Even adults wizards may fall into the trap of the golem if they are not careful, and fall into an inexplicable memory, and then forget what is happening in front of them. However, if an adult wizard is hit, the golem will most likely choose to take the opportunity to escape, but if it faces an underage wizard or a muggle child, the golem will most likely choose to eat the victim. It is precisely because of their cruel cannibalistic habits that the German Ministry of Magic has been hunting golems for centuries, greatly reducing the population size of this cannibalistic monster. The most recent reported golem attack on humans was a 6-year-old wizard named Bruno Schmidt in the late 19th century. As a result, Master Schmidt smashed the golem's head with his father's foldable crucible and killed it. Of course, this attack-counterattack case is actually just an individual case. Moreover, when golems have partners, they will become extremely dangerous. It's just to confuse a little wizard. Why are you taking so long to get it done? When the goblin was laughing and luring Bourne into the depths of the alley, a man in a leather jacket suddenly stood up from behind a metal trash can. Faced with the questioning of his accomplice, the goblin's eyes suddenly revealed a look of resentment, but it actually didn't have the courage to confront this sarcastic guy passionately. "Is this the boy from Slughorn's family?" The man pointed at Bourne, who was holding a bunch of second-hand tools in his hand, and asked the goblin. The latter nodded. "Hee, that's good, that's good." The man with unusually luxuriant hair stroked his beard, opened his specially polished, fang-filled mouth, and laughed morbidly. "I just need to take a bite. Slughorn, the so-called Sacred 28 will be extinct." The man smiled evilly, "Or worse. The worst situation is to become a werewolf. This man's name is Fenrir Greyback, he is a werewolf. Unlike many wizards who became werewolves after being bitten by werewolves, Greyback's parents are both werewolves. If werewolves are also divided into pure blood and half-blood, then Fenrir must be a pure blood, and he is also a werewolf born in summer. According to legend, werewolves born in summer will grow up to be the king of werewolves. What's the bloodline of the Holy 28 families? Isn't it easily confused by the evil spirits?" Fenrir looked at Bourne and sneered triumphantly, "It's just an ordinary little wizard." Chapter 3 There are no wolves in Fenris. Since his youth, Fenrir Greyback has been practicing his ideal of biting and infecting as many wizards as possible, so soon after he became an adult, he successfully sent himself to Azkaban. Originally, he would have spent the rest of his life under the eyes of the Dementors, and it was very likely that he would die suddenly in a cold cell one day in the future because of the Dementors' excessive kiss. However, taking advantage of the rise of Voldemort and the chaos in the wizarding world, Fenrir Greyback actually managed to escape from Azkaban. During the 11 years of Voldemort's chaos, he simply surrendered to him and became a loyal dog of the Dark Lord. During that time, Voldemort would bite whoever he asked him to bite, which made many wizards worried about this, fearing that their families, especially children, would be bitten by Fenrir and infected into werewolves. After Voldemort's fall, the Death Eaters who followed him soon scattered, and many of them were arrested by the Ministry of Magic and thrown into Azkaban after a quick interrogation. Compared with these unlucky guys, Fenrir was lucky enough to be a fish that slipped through the net and avoided the tragedy of revisiting the old place. However, he still had to hide from the Ministry of Magic Aurors. Even so, Fenrir, who was a wanted criminal, would sneak into the wizarding world from time to time, or kill one or two young wizards with his sharp teeth, and continue to spread his terrifying reputation in this way. He never gave up his crazy and dark ideal, to create a werewolf tribe and become the leader of this tribe. It was also because of this that when Fenrir heard the news that Damocles Belby invented the wolf poison potion and successfully optimized it into a second version, he was furious. If werewolves are no longer excluded by wizards, if they can live normally with that kind of shitty potion, how can those wolf cubs gather into a wolf pack, and which wolf cub will care about their leader? Fenrir stared at the confused Bourne and said in a vicious voice, "Little devil, don't blame me, blame your nosy grandfather. Who told him to personally endorse his students in order to show off? He attacked Bourne with a werewolf for a purpose." Although this guy didn't dare to make a scene at the annual meeting of the Extraordinary Pharmacist Association, he was very brave to steal the house while Horace was out. The wizard world is not a big circle. After some investigation, Fenrir soon learned that Horace had a nephew named Bourne. He wanted to bite Bourne and transform him into a werewolf to threaten the wizard who invented and promoted the wolfsbane potion. As he spoke, the guy twisted his neck, and the already dense hair on his face suddenly grew even more, almost covering his entire face. His mouth and nose also protruded forward a little bit. Unlike other transformed werewolves, the pure-blooded Fenrir Greyback would only transform passively when the full moon came. In addition, he can also actively transform into a werewolf at ordinary times. This is also one of his secrets. Many victims bitten by him and their relatives and friends are puzzled. Why are they attacked by werewolves when it is not a full moon? Some wizards once speculated that Fenrir might consciously retain some of his rationality during the full moon. He might use containers such as glass bottles to retain the saliva containing wolf poison secreted when he turned into a werewolf. But the actual situation is that this guy can actually transform into a werewolf anytime and anywhere, and then bite people to spread wolf poison. Fortunately, when wolf poison infects ordinary people, not wizards, it is likely to kill them instead of transforming them into werewolves. Otherwise, Fenrir can easily create a wolf pack. It's better to be confused. Little ghost, remember this great name. The king of the wolf pack is called Fenrir. After turning into a werewolf, Fenrir licked his mouth full of yellow teeth with his rough tongue, brewing his emotions and promoting more saliva secretion. Because he can transform into a werewolf at any time, Fenrir is more experienced than ordinary werewolves. He quickly took off his clothes while transforming. Then, he shook off the unsightly pace of at least 10 years, and walked towards the little boy who was still bewitched by the werewolf with red eyes. He did something wrong. In the Harry Potter world, wizards have integration of soul and body. To explain with an example, Avada's big melon clearly kills the soul, and the body of a person who is hit by the killing curse will die immediately, rather than becoming a vegetable or living dead without a soul. It is because his body is still a child that he is affected by the evil spirit's evil smile that is specifically for children in the Harry Potter world. Otherwise, with the tenacity that he had in his previous life, like the Drag King, to enter the subspace and face to face with the demons, how could he be affected by a thing that is almost the same as the werewolf? Originally, the werewolf's evil plan was about to succeed, but he had to be rude and bring up a key word. Fenrir. Because he heard a familiar word, the dazed Bourne couldn't help but be stunned for a moment, and then blinked again. Isn't it Fenris? Affected by the devilish laughter of the evil spirit, he was actually still immersed in the memories of the past. And when he heard the word Fenrir, the memory that seemed to be a little long ago was gently lifted like a veil, revealing something hidden deeper in his memory. Fenris, a planet of ice and fire. Every 3 to 4 Terra years, this planet can orbit the star of its galaxy. In the summer months, volcanoes on Fenris will erupt frequently, and the lava flows spewing from the craters will turn large areas into seas of fire and boil part of the ocean, which will then cause huge floods and tides. When the planet enters a long winter, the temperature drops so low that most of its surface is frozen. From the space orbit, Fenris looks like an ice ball. To be able to live on a planet with such a harsh environment, every creature in the world of Fenris is very tough, and one of them is particularly tough and strong. They are called Fenris wolves. Oh, by the way, there are actually no wolves on Fenris. Also, there is a group of rough men who like to drink mead, eat large chunks of meat, and shout for Russ and the All-Father. When these images flashed in his mind, Bourne suddenly woke up and saw the werewolf with its bloody mouth open and rushing towards him. Wolfen! Bourne was surprised. But he soon realized that he was now in the world of Harry Potter. No, this is a werewolf. He remembered the bedtime stories that Horace had told him for the purpose of educating and entertaining, Fog, and immediately realized the danger he was facing. With more than 300 years of combat experience, Bourne suddenly boosted his spirit and his adrenaline secretion accelerated. He instantly raised his leg and kicked the evil spirit away, using physical means to block the annoying demonic laughter. Little devil, are you awake? You are good. You didn't piss your pants when you saw me. Seeing that Bourne's accomplice was kicked unconscious, Fenrir Greyback was not angry, but laughed out loud. In his opinion, this was just the last highlight moment of the little devil in front of him, and there was nothing to worry about. And Bourne kept staring at Fenrir, turning around him little by little, and turned to lean against the wall of the alley. Because he had seen too many storms, Bourne was not afraid at this time, but was quite calm. However, the huge gap in strength between the enemy and us still made him feel a kind of expectation in his heart. I wish I was still an Astartes with a demigod body. But the reverie ended there. Because Fenrir had lost interest in playing with his prey, and considering that there were indeed many pedestrians and tourists on George Square, he really needed to make a quick decision. A low wheeze came from the werewolf's throat, like a bellows pumping air. All his 10 fingers grew sharp nails, scratching the ground. Fenrir opened his arms and pounced. However, he was not prepared to bite directly, because he was worried that he would bite the child to death, so he wanted to capture the little wizard first, and then take a bite. But Bourne still didn't care about this good intention. Not grateful. Facing the werewolf Fenrir flying towards him, Bourne made 3 moves in a flash. First, he quickly bent down and dodged to the side, taking advantage of his short stature to avoid the enemy's grab. Then, he immediately picked up the second-hand chainsaw bought from the £1 shop and raised it horizontally. Last but not least, after shouting "Praise O Messiah," Bourne pulled the pull rope. Even if it is a last-minute effort, it is better than doing nothing. Although there is no condition to light incense or recite a binary prayer, a correct declaration still plays a role in soothing the machine's soul. With a muffled hum, the remaining fuel in the fuel tank turned into power, supporting the piston movement of the stroke engine, and the saw chain speed instantly soared. Not only did Fenrir fail to bite Bourne, but the constantly rotating saw teeth also bite the werewolf's relatively thin fur-covered lower abdomen from the side. Swish! Ah! The second-hand chainsaw cut a I-shaped wound on the werewolf's lower abdomen. The sharp saw teeth shredded his fur, crushed his flesh and blood into pieces, and let the dirty wolf blood spurt everywhere. The intense and unexpected pain made Fenrir howl miserably. His eyes became redder, his pupils shrank to the size of a pinhole, and his canine teeth suddenly grew several inches. Damn little bastard! Fenrir cursed, and regardless of the wound being torn and enlarged, he swung his arm and smashed at Bourne. As a 5x level dangerous magical animal, werewolves have strong recovery abilities, and they can rely on this ability to withstand many physical injuries that are quite fatal to humans. Even though he was almost disemboweled, Fenrir did not retreat, but instead launched a fierce counterattack. This caught Bourne off guard. In addition, it was indeed a bit beyond the scope for a child to take on a monster that stood more than 2 meters tall and had sharp teeth and claws. Even with more than 300 years of combat experience, Bourne still had little chance of winning. Oops! Bourne thought to himself. Although he had drawn his sword to block the attack as usual, he was still knocked several meters away by Fenrir's hateful blow and hit the iron trash can in the alley. The chain of the loyal second-hand chainsaw was also torn apart by the werewolf's claws, and the guide rod and the main structure were deformed. Ahem! Bourne coughed up the blood in his chest and felt that several of his ribs seemed to be broken because of the collision just now. However, even so, he still stubbornly climbed up from the ground. After 300 years of wandering and fighting in the dark universe as an Astarte, Bourne had to stand up and fight to the last moment even if he knew he might die in battle. Giving up resistance is equivalent to giving up hope, which is the most tragic ending. At this moment, Fenrir had already rushed in front of him, stretched out a hand with sharp claws and grabbed Bourne off the ground. Boy! You succeeded in angering me. I changed my mind. I will not turn me into a great werewolf. I will tear you into pieces and then swallow you into my stomach bit by bit. Facing the threat of the werewolf, Bourne, who had already entered the previous combat mode, had no expression on his face. Similar threats, oh, no, threats that are 100 times more cruel than this, the Astartes have heard a lot. It's just that, hee. Fenrir, the appearance of the alien, the speech of the heretic, I stacked 2 layers of buff. What do you think? Chapter 4 Hybrid Giant Astarte. Many heretics and aliens, and even some mortals, have had such a wrong perception. Relying on strong physique, power armor, and powerful advanced weapons, the Astartes can become the sword of the Empire. But in fact, the real reason for the glorious achievements of the Astartes is their firm will and faith, as well as their unshakable fighting spirit against all kinds of enemies of the Emperor and mankind. Come! Face me! Damn alien! Bourne roared, ignoring Fenrir's death threat. He felt an uncontrollable anger suddenly rising in his chest, which not only burned his spirit, but also seemed to spread to his body. Damn it! Fenrir's eyes widened. He witnessed a scene that he would never forget for the rest of his life. The little boy who had just been lifted off the ground by his one hand broke free from his arms in an instant, and turned into a giant nearly 3 meters tall as if inflated. Fenrir quickly searched the limited magical knowledge in his mind. What is this kid? Did the Slughorn family have a half-blood giant? But didn't he look like a normal child before? Bourne, immersed in a certain emotion, seemed unaware of the changes that had taken place in himself at this time. After all, he had only been a young wizard for a few years, and he had adapted to this body for more than 300 years. Therefore, while Fenrir was confused, Bourne, who had transformed into a start, punched him in the head without hesitation, and then pounced on him and suppressed the werewolf with his own weight. Bourne held Fenrir's neck with both hands, making the werewolf completely unable to move. His furry head was pressed to the ground, and even opening his mouth became very difficult. As a magical creature with a threat level of 5x, a werewolf is extremely deadly to most wizards. Of course, a werewolf is not invincible. Whether using a powerful transfiguration spell or a powerful black magic, wizards can successfully kill a werewolf. However, after today, in a future edition of the Practical Handbook of Defense Against the Dark Arts, there will probably be more space to introduce how to strangle a werewolf with both hands. Bourne's 2 palms have crossed to pinch the back of Fenrir Greyback's neck, and his steel-like fingers are deeply embedded in the werewolf's muscles. As his wrists turn, there are constant cracking sounds. Just like twisting a towel, Bourne is reshaping the werewolf's spine bit by bit. However, even if the spine is twisted into a knot, Fenrir Greyback still did not die obediently. Although he was suppressed and unable to move, he still struggled to open his mouth and bite around, wanting to give Bourne a hard time. However, its dying resistance also brought back some memories for Bourne. Just like those warrior worms of the Tyranids, even if they were destined to be killed, they would often try their best to drag a brave Astartes to die together. Unrepentant alien. Bourne looked coldly at the struggling werewolf, and the anger in his heart was once again raised to a new height, and the strength in his hands also increased several times. Gah, gah, gah. Bourne no longer wanted to break Fenrir's neck, because that would be too easy for the alien. The biceps on his arm slowly bulged, and he pulled the werewolf's head out of the chest cavity bit by bit like pulling a carrot. The severe pain made Fenrir feel so painful that he wanted to howl. But because his vocal cords and trachea had been broken by Bourne, he could only make an unknown sound of burp, burp, burp. 1, 2, 3. This terrible carrot-pulling competition ended in the 4th second. Fenrir's head was finally unable to twist Bourne's arm, which was thicker than an ordinary person's thigh, and was pulled out of his body. Bourne stood up, grabbing a werewolf head with wide eyes and eyes wide open, as if he was grabbing a basketball with one hand. The head also brought out a section of the werewolf's spine that was slightly yellow and covered with grease. Because it was stained with black magic, the werewolf's blood was darker than that of normal creatures. They flowed out of Fenrir's body in large streams, forming a large pool of stains on the ground of the alley like an oil spill. Bourne frowned. It was only then that he realized that this place was an alley behind George Square. Although it didn't take much time to kill Fenrir just now and didn't make much noise, it was still possible that someone might hear it. If someone passes by here now, the blood and werewolf corpses on the ground may cause some unnecessary troubles. Just when Bourne wanted to leave here before anyone noticed, a slight gas explosion suddenly appeared next to the metal trash can not far from him. Hey! Bourne turned his head and looked there. I saw a house elf holding a flat pan hiding behind the metal trash can, looking over here. When she saw the blood and the wolf corpse, she was stunned for a moment, and then she screamed involuntarily. Ah! Bourne hurriedly stopped her. Momo. Master Bourne. Hearing the familiar name, the house elf Momo widened her watery eyes and looked at the giant who greeted her in confusion. Because there are things like polyjuice potion in the magic world, some long-standing families will specially train house elves to rely on the wizard's fingerprint, a unique magical aura that every wizard has, rather than appearance to identify who is the real owner. Although Bourne's voice has changed a little with the change of his body image, Momo still accurately recognized the familiar magical aura. "Master Bourne, how did you become like this? And, that werewolf, what's going on?" Momo asked questions like a machine gun. Her voice was much sharper than usual, and she was leaning on a frying pan as a cane when she spoke, as if she would faint at any time if she didn't do so. "It's a long story, can you?" Just when Bourne was about to say something, Momo suddenly raised her arm and released a spell without reciting the spell. Next to a garbage bag facing the wall of the alley, the evil spirit who had just woken up and immediately realized the situation and wanted to sneak away was hit instantly, and fell straight to the ground with his eyes wide open. "Master Bourne," Momo looked at Bourne seriously, "now is not the time to talk. I will go to notify the old master to come back immediately, you wait here and don't move." After that, the house elf operated again and disappeared without a trace in front of Bourne. Bourne. What he wanted to say just now was to let Momo go home and get him a piece of clothing, or a sheet or something. Because after transforming into Astartes, his Baker Street squad suit had been torn into dozens of pieces of rags. Of course, even if the clothes were still intact, he couldn't wear them with his current body. So, 1 minute later, when Horace operated from the Extraordinary Pharmacist's annual meeting to this alley at the speed of light, what he saw was a huge figure squatting in the corner, dazed, with some blood on his body. Horace was almost frightened to the ground by the scene in front of him, just like Momo's expression before. He took a deep breath and asked, "Bourne, where are you injured?" "Tell Grandpa." "I'm not injured." Bourne shook his head. He was telling the truth. The wounds caused by Fenrir had already healed quickly because of his body's Astarte transformation. So now the blood on Bourne's body is all werewolf blood, not a single drop of his. Of course, there is a situation called the author is not qualified to speak for himself, only professional therapists can have the final say. Dear book friends, I thought about it for a long time when writing this paragraph, but I still wrote it down with a thick face. As a writer who has failed for many years, after a long period of serious study and reflection, I decided to obey the market rules and write a novel with acceptable performance. After all, I am already a person in my 30s, and the contradiction between the pressure from my family and my personal ideals has become more and more acute. I dare not ask for any alliance leader or reward, but I just hope that the book friends who see this can move your little hands to make money, click on automatic reading, or brush to the latest chapter, to help me improve my follow-up reading. This data is very important, and it depends on it whether Diane Niang will give recommendations in the future. Chapter 5 Bourne Mags. To make a long story short, Albus, what do you think of the physical condition of my little Bourne? Horace Slughorn asked seriously. Although he was asking Albus Dumbledore, his eyes were always fixed on Bourne. After rushing to St. Mungo's Hospital for magical spells with Bourne, Horace asked Momo to go to Hogwarts and invite Albus Dumbledore. The healer of St. Mungo's, the greatest white wizard, plus him as the master of potions. Triple insurance, triple protection. Dumbledore walked around Bourne, carefully observed the little boy who looked like the current keeper of the key of Hogwarts Castle, and then pushed his half-moon glasses. Be patient, my old friend. It is obvious that little Bourne is not infected with wolfsbane. Although he was contaminated with Fenrir Greyback's blood, we all know that wolfsbane cannot pass through intact skin to infect victims. And when it comes to potions, as a master of potions, you have more say than me, and you must have ruled out this worst possibility. The healer also said that little Bourne was fed a teaspoon of wolfsbane potion, and he did not have any stress reaction to the potion. Horace Slughorn took out a handkerchief, wiped his eyes, and nodded, "Yes, I dare not imagine if little Bourne was really bitten by that villain werewolf, whether my old bones can still bear it. Although it is not the worst situation now, I can't be completely assured of his physical condition. He is the only future heir of the Slughorn family. Do you think his appearance change is due to some black magic? Horace said the first sentence normally, and the second sentence was communicated with Dumbledore through his mind. Silent communication is as easy as eating and drinking water for these two legilimency masters. Dumbledore shook his head and replied to his old friend with his mind, "Don't worry. It's not black magic, Severus also agrees with me. You know, Severus has done in-depth research in this area. But the solution that Snape gave was to let little Bourne drink the shrinking potion for a period of time? Listen, is this human language? I remember that when I taught them, I focused on what is the professional ethics of potions masters. Severus obviously didn't listen carefully in that class. On this point, he is much worse than Lily." Dumbledore smiled and didn't comment further. "In fact, I don't agree with his opinion either." He reached out and pounded the strong muscles on Bourne's thigh. Little Bourne almost subconsciously had a knee-jerk reflex, but fortunately he didn't do that. "You know, the magic I am best at is actually transfiguration. From the perspective of transfiguration, there may be another explanation for little Bourne's change." This immediately woke up Horace. Although he is famous as a potion master, it doesn't mean that Horace's knowledge in other magical fields is shallow. "Are you talking about mugs?" Dumbledore nodded. "There are currently two known forms of mags, namely Oni, animal, mags and metamorph mags. Mikucher, magical creature, mags only exist in theory. In history, all wizards who have recklessly tried this mag transformation have, without exception, all had serious accidents." Seeing Horace's nervous expression, Dumbledore hurriedly comforted him, "Don't worry, I think Bourne is not Mikucher mags, but a natural metamorph mag, but the form is a little special. He changed his entire body, not his face. A new wizard at Hogwarts this year is a natural metamorph mag. Minerva likes her like her own daughter. Not only can she change her face into anyone's face, she can even turn it into a cat's head, or a duck's head. So what you mean is that according to the method of mag's transformation, Bourne may be able to change back. My intuition tells me that this is the case. Magic is a kind of idealistic power. When brewing potions, a skilled wizard can know in advance whether he can succeed simply by intuition. The more powerful the wizard, the more accurate his intuition. For a powerful wizard like Dumbledore, his intuition is basically equivalent to the actual result, and his credibility is extremely high. So, after hearing what Dumbledore said, Horace felt relieved. "Momo, go get the pineapple candied fruit, no, bring the candy gift box of honeydukes. Little Bourne needs this now." Hearing this, Bourne, who was lying on the specially enlarged reinforced bed, couldn't help but feel speechless, so he retorted, "Grandpa Horace, I'm not a child." However, a few minutes later, drinking the sizzling honey fruit juice that could make him float a dozen centimeters above the bed, and eating the chocolate balls with dried strawberries, little Bourne felt that being a child was not bad. At least, he could eat delicious candy after being sick. Amino oatmeal porridge mixed with ceramic steel powder, clean and hygienic canned and cow food, snot-like nutritional paste. Dogs don't eat those things. While Bourne was enjoying the food, a feeling of happiness slowly grew in his heart. When it accumulated to a certain concentration, accompanied by a light bang sound, Bourne turned back into the original child. Oh! It happened in a split second. Bourne immediately spit out a candy called Pepper Little Urchin that had just been stuffed into his mouth. The things that a start could chew as a snack were not what normal children should eat. It was a pity that he was still half a beat late. 2 streams of steam had already sprayed out of his ears. He opened his mouth wide and stuck out his tongue to breathe heavily, and a few sparks burst out of his mouth. Spicy, 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 spicy. After drinking a large glass of sweet fruit juice, Bourne barely suppressed the urge to spit fire from his mouth. Horace and Dumbledore, 2 old men with a combined age of more than 200 years, standing next to the bed, all laughed heartily when they saw Bourne's reaction. "Little Bourne, you should try pineapple candied fruit." Horace took the opportunity to seducate him. "Horace, children should be exposed to more new things." Dumbledore shook his head and took out a glass jar from the candy gift bag. "I strongly recommend you to try Honeydooks's cockroach pile. Don't be fooled by its appearance, these candies are filled with peanut butter and taste like delicious nougat." After speaking, Dumbledore also winked at Bourne. Under Horace's horrified eyes, Bourne actually reached out and took out a cockroach-shaped candy from the glass jar, and its insect legs made of sugar silk were still swinging. Bourne threw the cockroach pile into his mouth, and the upper and lower jaws suddenly closed, and the sandwich candy burst between his teeth. Sure enough, it tasted like peanut butter. Bourne's eyes lit up, and then he reached out and grabbed a handful of cockroaches and started to whine. Instructions for consumption. Recently, some readers have said that the protagonist does not look like a veteran with 3 serving nails. This is what I think. First, he just crossed over, and the body of a child will definitely have some influence on his behavior. Second, I always feel that he behaves like an Astarte from the beginning. In terms of the danger level of an Astarte, my understanding, I am afraid that the Harry Potter world will be killed soon. By then, I will have to patch and add copies. If there is no foreshadowing in the front, it is easy to write it down, because wouldn't it be a big fight? Third, I will give you a rational reason later. When he is an Astarte Magus, he will definitely behave like an Astarte, and when he is in the form of a little wizard, he will take into account the fun. I didn't write those 300 years randomly, there is some story, but I won't spoil it for now. Finally, in the new book period, the reading data is the life of us little authors, so we rely on everyone's support. Chapter 6 Preschool Education in the Magical World. After being discharged from St. Mungo's, Bourne became busier and busier. His grandfather Horace, the old generation of Snake King, wanted to lay a good foundation for him to dominate Slytherin before he entered school. Happy education is not advisable. Whether it is the elite class among Muggles or the pure-blood family among wizards, parents will not believe the lie of happy education. Common potion material identification, basic magic theory, spell origin, magic history. Even considering Bourne's special Magus transformation, Horace also took out the skills of the potion master and compiled a special knowledge about the nutrition of magic food for his little nephew. Foods such as dragon ribs, tart dragon meatballs, and ream milk have almost become Bourne's regular daily snacks. As time goes by, seeing the daily changes of his own children, Horace always feels extremely gratified. It is worthy of being a Slughorn family. Of course, no one is perfect, and Bourne also has some minor problems, which often make the old Snake King feel upset. Ahaha! Bourne, you must be scared. Early in the morning, Horace pushed open the door of Bourne's room and smiled at his little nephew who was hiding the wrench behind his back. Listen, little brat, I know you are still playing with those things. I'm not, I absolutely can't. Bourne showed a well-behaved and sincere smile. He knew that Horace was going to the Ministry of Magic today to attend an important meeting. Don't worry, Grandpa Horace, I will be good. Listen to Momo and wait for you to come back obediently. Bang! A mechanical arm fell from the table behind Bourne, and the small chainsaw blade on it pierced into the floor, leaving the arm stuck straight on the floor. Horace's eyelids trembled. If you can see the real story, your words might be more convincing. It has been several years since the werewolf attack, and the young master of the Slughorn family has finally grown up to become a little wizard who is about to go to school. The incident of tearing the werewolf apart by hand did not affect his life. At least, without anyone in the know spreading the news, the werewolf Fenrir and the evil spirit were turned into ashes by a pot of potion. The Ministry of Magic finally did not send anyone to investigate the matter. In fact, after being able to switch between the Astarte Magus form and his own body freely, Bourne was only forcibly taken by Horace to St. Munger's Magic Hospital for several examinations and received some professional psychological counseling treatment. Every time he went to the hospital, Bourne felt that it was a double waste of time and galleons. After 300 years of Dark Universe battle experience, could he still suffer from psychological diseases such as PTSD? Just kidding, these diseases don't sound loyal enough. The reason why Bourne could patiently accept treatment was mainly because Horace, an old professor with decades of teaching experience, really had a set of methods to deal with children. He knew that if he wanted children to go to the hospital obediently, he had to use toys and candies as bait. Only however, other little wizards would pester their parents to take them to Zunko's joke shop or Honeydukes, but Bourne would beg Horace to take him to Muggle places such as hardware stores, machine shops, and black market gun shops. Hey? It seems like something strange has sneaked in, but it doesn't matter. For more than 2 years, in addition to receiving Horace's daily preschool education, Bourne's favorite thing to do is to tinker with the toys bought from Muggles, and he would make some noises at any time, and occasionally blow up some furniture. If it weren't for the house elves' proficiency in using household magic such as clean up, someone else would have to find a rope to hang himself to take care of a naughty child like Bourne, who is very good at doing things. For Bourne's performance, Horace couldn't understand the interest in this. Let's put aside whether it's dangerous for children to play with these things. Bourne, you are a slughorn at least. Crucibles, cauldrons, and all kinds of potion materials that outsiders can't buy are not the things you should play with at your age? How come your hands-on hobbies are so similar to what the Weasleys would do? For this reason, Horace even checked the family tree. However, you don't know until you check. Once you check, you will be shocked. The Slughorn family and the Weasley ancestors are actually related. So, Horace experienced the pain of being robbed that many young people will experience in the future. Besides, he couldn't say anything. After all, no matter how poor the Weasley family is, it is still one of the sacred 28 families, and their ancestral talents are also very good. So, Horace could only comfort himself: take a step back and the sky will be wide open, endure for a while and the sea will be calm. Bullshit, the more I think about it, the angrier I get. In line with the concept of saving children, Horace began to consciously carry out special treatment on Bourne a few years ago. Don't worry, the get out of class will end after this. Do you know the 4 ways to write aconitum? They are all the same thing: aconitum wolfsbane, aconitum naviculatum. There are 2 small tests today, don't worry, they are all of your interest. One is a potion, and the other is also a potion. This preschool magic education course with a lot of private goods, regardless of the effect, is definitely difficult for normal children to accept. But Bourne is different. He doesn't seem to be opposed to learning this knowledge, even if the learning process will squeeze out a lot of his time and energy. This makes Horace happy and worried. What makes him happy is that strength is respected, which is actually the most basic operating logic of the wizard world. Every powerful wizard was like Bourne when he was a child. They all have an insatiable interest in knowledge. What makes him worried is that because the class time is too long, Bourne can only devote the remaining time of the day to what he is interested in. Horace had discovered many times that little Bourne, who was supposed to be asleep, would secretly get up at night and tinker with the Muggle toys he bought home in his room. Originally, Horace planned to give this naughty child a good beating and let him experience the style of the old Snake King when he ruled the Slytherin Cubs. But when it came to the actual situation, he immediately found that he couldn't bear it at all. After all, Bourne is the cub of Slughorn, not the little snakes of other families, that is really, afraid of melting in the mouth, afraid of falling in the hand. Therefore, the poor old man could only choose to trouble himself and regularly carefully brew a batch of energy potions and tonics that could not be bought outside, and let the house elves add them to Bourne's daily meals. A few years have passed, and under the care of Horace, Bourne is growing rapidly every day. And the retired old man seemed to have opened his eyes, and seemed to have seen the wonderful scene of his own child leading Slytherin to step on the 3 houses of Eagle, Lion, and Badger after going to school, and making a name for himself in Hogwarts. So much so that he recently decided to start teaching Bourne another subject, teaching him how to rule snakes. Don't answer so quickly. I know you've saved a lot of Muggle currency during this period. Do you want to sneak out to shop while I'm at the meeting? Horace pursed his lips, meaning that you are too naive to deceive me. How could that be? I promise to stay with Momo. Bourne used his trump card and quoted out of context. He meant to go out with the house elves. The old ones are the wisest. Horace immediately heard the trick in Bourne's words. If I promise to stay with Momo, then isn't it the same if you trick the house elves to go out with you? When you are out, she can't stop you from doing anything. Besides, isn't Momo the one who dotes on you the most and always covers for you at home? Horace frowned and said, Listen, little Bourne, I will be away for 2 weeks this time. He was indeed a little worried about his little nephew being alone at home. Although Bourne is less than 10 years old, this child has not only awakened Magus, but also shown various characteristics of making trouble. If the Ministry of Magic and the American Magical Congress were not going to draft a bill on the common standards for the production of transnational traded potion products, and this new bill involved the core interests of the Slughorn family, the family's industry is related to potions, Horace actually didn't want to attend. He was gone for half a month, and he was worried about leaving Bourne alone at home. Even if Momo was very serious and responsible in taking care of the child, she couldn't restrain Bourne unless Horace gave her the authorization to use tough measures. So, Horace came up with an idea. During this period, I have signed you up for a summer camp. You have to be obedient. It is normal for children to take extracurricular interest classes during the winter and summer vacations. Besides, I tell you, if you perform well enough, Grandpa Horace will support you to go to school for 7 years in the future and get the highest level of academic diploma in the magic world. Hogwarts has a 7-year school system and free tuition. Faced with a parent who has already signed you up for an interest class and is also an education expert who is well versed in child psychology, what else can little Bourne do? He can only obediently wear decent clothes, bring his own small suitcase, and follow Horace and Momo to the fireplace at home. Chapter 7 Hot Man. Surrey County, Hermitage Manor. Led by Horace, Bourne walked out of the fireplace of the manor, but Momo disappeared without a trace. A well-mannered house elf will try to reduce its presence as much as possible, Horace explained to his nephew simply because he knew that his nephew had the habit of asking questions. You can call her when you need it, and Momo can hear it. It's a bit redundant. It's not so troublesome at home. Bourne said that he didn't like this kind of hypocritical social activities. You have to get used to socializing. This is a new course. Just as Horace was clearing up Bourne's doubts, social behavior also came to them. A man with platinum hair, cold grey-blue eyes and a slightly pale face strode in from outside the reception room. He was holding a cane with snake-shaped decorations in his hand, walking very fast, and the hem of his black robe seemed to be floating. Dean Slughorn. The man walked in front of Horace and greeted with a smile on his face. Hello, Lucius. Horace responded to his former student with a smile. Where's Narcissa? She's not here with us. No, Dean. Narcissa is here too, but she's accompanying our son Draco, who's playing indoor Quidditch with his friends using children's brooms. Then, Lucius Malfoy's eyes shifted to Bourne. Dean, this must be your little nephew, what's the name of this little gentleman? Bourne. Without letting Horace answer for him, Bourne gave his name. My name is Bourne Slughorn. Another excellent Mr. Slughorn, you look older than Draco. You must take care of my little dragon when Draco goes to school. Lucius blinked at Bourne, just like your grandfather, our favorite Dean Slughorn, who took care of us and every Slytherin back then. Horace laughed, and seemed to be very satisfied with Lucius Malfoy's words. However, this greeting did not last long. After all, the real participants of this summer camp are the young wizards from pure-blood families, not their parents. Horace and Malfoy just chatted for a while, and then left the hermitage like other parents. Bourne's suitcase had been taken to the dormitory by Momo, so he could only wander around the hermitage with Slughorn's limited snacks Ryam beef spicy jerky. "Hello, my name is Draco Malfoy." A voice sounded beside him. A little boy, even if he didn't introduce himself, he could tell that he was a Malfoy just from his inherited appearance. Surrounded by two chubby little boys, he walked to Bourne. "My father is Lucius Malfoy. He is one of the sponsors of this summer camp, and he is also a director of Hogwarts," Draco said complacently, playing the role of being very familiar. "My father just told me that you are the grandson of their dean, and we can be friends. Don't worry, I am here. You can stay in the summer camp in the final exam, the evaluation will never be lower than A." While speaking, he also extended his hand to Bourne. Bourne shook hands with him. Having read Harry Potter, he was not like some people who had a special aversion to this little boy who often gave speeches on the theme of my father. However, he finally rejected Draco's invitation to play indoor Quidditch on a children's flying broom. In his opinion, the game that looked like a child's play was extremely boring. Riding a flying broom, and a children's version, obviously had no appeal to him who had raced a flying motorcycle with White Scar. "Let's talk about games later. I want to ask you a question." Bourne asked Draco, "Did your father tell you who the teachers of this summer camp are? Do you know the one standing behind you now?" "Ah." Draco and his two little followers turned their heads in unison. They saw a ghost wearing a bowler hat, a grey tweed English suit, a regimental striped tie with a gemstone tie clip on it, and a cane of betel nut under his arm, floating behind them. "Ah!" The three little ghosts moved in unison again, screaming shrilly. The children sent by their parents to the summer camp were instantly attracted and looked over here. Although a few of them turned into the atmosphere group under the stimulation of Draco and the other two, most of them remained calm. In the wizard world, ghosts are not extremely rare spirits. Several older little wizards from pure-blood families who are about to enter school this year and are said to have participated in a summer camp activity, all performed a proper wizard salute to the ghost. "Dr. Watson!" They greeted the ghost. In response, the ghost smiled and responded to the little wizards who greeted him, and then introduced himself to the other little wizards present. "Hello everyone!" Only then did Bourne know that this Dr. Watson was named John, and his full name was John Watson. He was a close friend of the organizer of this summer camp, and also the tutor of the little wizards during the summer camp. The reason why he was still working for that old friend after his death was to have some fun in his ghost life that he could not see the end of for the time being. "I don't know if I was fooled, or if I am really a fun person," Bourne pondered in his heart. "Dear little wizards, your summer camp is about to begin. In the next 2 weeks, you will learn some knowledge about grammar and writing under the guidance of me and my good friend, Mr. Sherlock Holmes, the organizer of the summer camp. This knowledge will be of great help to you in your future study at Hogwarts. With this knowledge, you will be able to complete the several-inch-long homework assigned by the teachers of various subjects faster and better." Oh my god! It was a hot man. Although Bourne had some guesses when the ghost teacher introduced himself as John Watson, he was still surprised when he said the man's name. He didn't even listen to Dr. Watson's grammar and writing course schedule. Just kidding, Sherlock Holmes came out to give a lecture, who would care about what he was talking about? Even if it was telling a story, it was better to tell a story. Bourne felt that he was definitely making a fortune by participating in this summer camp. Chapter 8 Watson, what do you think? Hermitage, the master bedroom. A terrible long table, which looked like it had been through countless terrible chemical experiments, was placed in the middle of the room. It was corroded by acid. The table was full of various instruments, some of which contained various terrible substances that had not been fully used. They were mainly organic liquids, leaving indelible marks on the instruments. Persian slippers filled with tobacco were placed on the mantelpiece in the room, with a pipe on each side, one made of clay and one made of cherry wood, and a cigar box placed between them at both ends of the mantelpiece to maintain humidity. Books with labels on the spines, encyclopedias, dictionaries, place names, and other reference books are neatly arranged in rows on a bookcase with a half-missing glass door near the wall. A Stradivarius violin, which has been enchanted, is in good condition and is placed on the table by the front window. The music stand is pressed with loose pages of Mendelssohn's selected lyric songs, and it is playing music by itself. The furniture in this room is a bit old, but very comfortable. The carpet in front of the fireplace is bearskin. And there is a tall wine cabinet filled with glass bottles and oak barrels, from alcoholic beverages with various strange names in the wizarding world to various famous wines loved by muggles. Everything is available. Watson, what do you think? A person in a portrait asked Dr. Watson, who was floating beside the portrait. The person in the painting was only 26 years old, with smooth and moist skin and a square and firm chin. The only problem with his appearance was the high hairline that often troubled British men. In addition, although he also had an unpleasant hooked nose and a broad forehead, his grey eyes flashed with cold wisdom, and every move of his face was full of confidence. The 20,000th asked for the 7,776th time, Watson, what do you think, Sherlock? You seem to have developed some bad habits again. Dr. Watson frowned and criticized the question of the person in the painting in a bad tone. His expression was very much like the face of an old man on the subway. Besides, what is the problem? How can I see it? How can I see it? I can only see with my eyes. The two-way mirror is hidden in your portrait, not in this room, and I can't use it. Sherlock was stunned for a moment, and he shrugged his shoulders in the portrait, and then laughed. This is also something that can't be helped. Watson, I am just a portrait. In addition to the memories before my death, I can't remember the new memories after my death so clearly all the time. I can only rely on the magic painters to add them when they maintain the portrait every year. Dr. Watson felt helpless about this. If this old friend had not needed to hire a magic painter every year to perform the extremely expensive maintenance, how could he, a ghost who did not need to eat or drink, have to work to make money after his death? Originally, he and his friend in the painting each had a completely different life. Sherlock Holmes, the famous consulting detective and the well-known protagonist, is actually a wizard from a pure-blood family, and he, John Watson, is Sherlock's assistant, a well-known supporting character, and a muggle who can't use any magic. However, after meeting Sherlock, the latter not only revealed to him the exciting detective's daily life, but also introduced him to a more colorful magical world. Even after obtaining his consent, he died. Afterwards, Sherlock also found a way to turn him into a ghost. After Sherlock died, he left behind a magic portrait. So the two of them, a portrait and a ghost, continued their friendship in a special way. However, there is still a difference between ghosts and magic portraits. Magic portraits retain all the memories of the characters before death, but things after death will be forgotten from time to time. Ghosts are exactly the opposite of the former. Dr. Watson can remember everything that happened after death, but things before death will be slowly forgotten by him. The day when he forgets everything is the day when he starts his real death adventure. Sherlock, who has preserved his keen insight in his life, seems to have noticed the mentality of his old friend and hurriedly comforted him. My old friend, be happy. At least you have recorded the story of you and me completely, and you can recall your memory at any time by reading. Not to mention, the cigars on the fireplace, the fine tobacco, and even the bottles of cute little ones in the wine cabinet. You can taste their flavor after they are lit, but I can only watch and quench my thirst. Humph, cigars, tobacco, alcohol, you remember these very clearly. Dr. Watson sneered, with a satisfied smile on his face, but you are right, you are more miserable. No, it's really miserable. Then, Sherlock in the portrait laughed wildly like a neurotic. His friends don't know that the fees he pays to the magic painter every year are not only used to maintain the state of the portrait. He also asked those guys to secretly add a lot of good things in the layers of the corners of the portrait: cigarettes, fine wine, and delicious food. He has nothing missing. Of course, this is his little secret. After talking about small things for a while, Sherlock immediately returned to the topic. I tell you, this year's summer camp of Little Wizards is definitely the worst one I have ever led. Why, don't look at me like that, you still don't believe my judgment? If I were alive, I might still be fooled by your rhetoric. Dr. Watson curled his lips and retorted, but I already know that you didn't rely on deduction to solve the case. Magic also helped a lot. You don't want to continue to fool the ghost. Do you still want to hear my judgment? Even though his secret was exposed, Sherlock was not angry, but continued to ask with a smile. When it comes to the thickness of his face, Sherlock has never lost. When he was alive, he relied on his extraordinary talent, and after his death, he relied on the magic canvas. The thickness of the oil piled up year by year has exceeded 2 inches. Because his interest was aroused, Dr. Watson finally listened to Sherlock's vivid description obediently. Honest people are always easily manipulated by bad friends. They are all busy fooling around, venting their excess energy, and they don't realize the problems they are facing now. Sherlock in the portrait added, except for a little wizard who seems to have a little alertness and discovered the abnormality of his environment. Aren't all children like this? They are easily addicted to games and happy things. This situation is exactly the same as the little wizard who participated in the summer camp before. You may have forgotten, but I still remember it. Watson didn't seem to be impressed by this answer. No. Sherlock in the portrait danced a waltz, and he became bigger as he turned, as if he had moved from a distance to a nearby place. After standing still again, he stretched out his palm and shook his index finger. Wizards are not the same as muggles. Wizards are actually intuitive creatures. All potential wizards actually have superhuman intuition. Don't have any prejudice against it. Using muggle science to explain, intuition is a manifestation of the judgment of the human brain that exceeds the speed limit of thinking and understanding. In fact, many intelligent people among muggles even have far more than ordinary people. The powerful intuition of wizards. I think the first lesson every little wizard needs to learn is to discover the flash of inspiration in his mind, and learn to believe it, chase it, and even completely let intuition become a self-instinct. You left the hall, leaving them alone there. If a child has a strong intuition, he will always notice something unusual after such a long time. Intuition will make them find a way out instead of waiting in the same place. You are right, Drive. Watson thought about it, and he really couldn't refute his old friend's theory. This theory is supported by facts. If there is no experimental data, it is generally difficult to disprove it, and so on. He suddenly had a flash of inspiration and found a blind spot that he had not realized before. Sir Holmes. Dr. Watson's tone suddenly became serious. He rarely used this title to call his old friend. You didn't secretly set up a control group and a comparison group, and then used the little wizards in this summer camp as guinea pigs for experiments, right? Hey, John, you understand me? I know you, big-headed ghost. After hearing Sherlock's personal admission, Dr. Watson was still scared out of his wits even though he had turned into a ghost. Chapter 9: The Scheming Child. Merlin's stainless steel dentures. Dr. Watson is a decent man. Although he likes adventure, he doesn't like to bet on his reputation. Besides, using young wizards from pure-blood families to conduct experiments, my God, if this matter gets out, their summer camp, which has been held for dozens of consecutive sessions, may end this year. He and Sherlock, 2 special life forms, will most likely end up in Azkaban. You lunatic! Watson used his beetle nut cane to poke at the painting in front of him. Seeing his gnashing teeth, he was definitely trying to open up his old friend's imagination sincerely. Unfortunately, Ghosts have no physical entity. So his cane penetrated the canvas, but the canvas remained intact without any holes. Sherlock laughed awkwardly. "Don't be angry, Watson. There is no experimental group and control group. I just prepared some extra parameters for those little guys." "Oh, no, it should be said that they are just some small games." Bourne, who was far away on the other side of the manor, could not hear the quarrel between the ghost and the painting. He was concentrating on finding clues in this room. Because his intuition told him that someone seemed to be doing something behind his back. Although his well-tested and extremely sharp combat intuition did not issue a warning of danger, Bourne still habitually wanted to take the initiative. Just mentioning the course content and not even issuing the course schedule, Dr. Watson left the room, leaving the little wizards playing in the room by themselves. This is not right. While thinking, he carefully checked the surrounding environment according to the Astartes reconnaissance method. Sherlock Holmes. Bourne was very familiar with the name. In fact, he actually understood the meaning of the name better than those seniors who had already participated in a summer camp. If the organizer of the summer camp was really this great god, he felt that the other party would definitely not take grammar and writing as the main course. It was probably just a gimmick. Who doesn't know that Sherlock Holmes's real specialty is deduction? Horace's grandfather also said that the course content of the summer camp is related to social interaction. Grammar and writing has nothing to do with social interaction. What's more, it is impossible for a child from a pure-blood family to become a reporter for the Daily Prophet in the future. So, after excluding all impossible explanations, no matter how incredible the remaining explanation is, it is the truth. Mr. Sherlock should have designed a test that requires us little wizards to cooperate with each other to deal with it smoothly. Based on his career as a great detective, this test can only be triggered by a sudden case. Sure enough, I am a scheming kid. Ha ha ha. Bourne suddenly felt that this summer camp seemed to be becoming interesting. To be honest, he didn't want to come at first. And now, after making some inferences into the air, he even pretended to push his non-existent glasses and touched his belly. He was just about to say there is only one truth and then ask the house elf to take a photo for him to record it. Just like the devil comes from the subspace, the devil is hidden in the details. Bourne showed a confident smile. He was quite familiar with this theory, so he began to carefully search for various details in the hall. Unnoticeable filaments, fishing lines, no. Ice cubes or other things that can disappear, no. Candy or other snacks, except for the spicy beef jerky in his hand, there are no other snacks. Knives or other tools for committing crimes, nothing similar was seen at all. Suspects with strange behavior, except for Bourne, other pure-blood wizards were laughing and playing, very normal. Just when Bourne was persevering in fighting wits and courage with the air, the tapestry on the west wall of the hall suddenly rose slowly under the traction of the rope, revealing a huge oil painting. Why is it huge? Because the canvas of this painting almost occupies the entire wall and has nothing to do with the details. Bourne just glanced at it and ignored it. The clown is actually me. Bourne looked around a little guilty and found that the other little wizards did not notice him. Then he walked towards the painting calmly like others. The content of the picture depicts a bar. It looks a bit similar to the leaky cauldron that Horace had taken Bourne to. It is hard not to make Bourne wonder if the decoration of the bars in the wizarding world is the work of the same person or the same company. They all have the kind of shabby retro style, but the difference is that the bar in the painting is even more shabby than the leaky cauldron. In the lower right corner of the painting, a small wooden board is hung on a small grey wall tile, on which the name of the bar is engraved, Blind Pig Tavern. The picture is full of men and women in strange clothes, but they don't look like decent people. Some people gathered in the bar hall to play dice, dominoes, or other kinds of card games. In the back room in the upper right corner of the picture, several people gathered to bet on cockfighting. In the lower left corner, there was a staircase leading to the basement, where bare-knuckle boxing was being performed. From time to time, a few songs and tunes would be heard from this magic portrait, but they were all the most vulgar. This strange portrait immediately attracted the attention of all the young wizards, and almost everyone was attracted to stop and observe. I have many magic oil paintings at home. Draco Malfoy stood in front of the young wizards and pointed at the oil painting proudly. The biggest painting in my house is twice as big as this one. It depicts an adult Norwegian Spinosaurus that can not only breathe fire, but also scare everyone who passes by it with its roar. What's the big deal? I also have a portrait at home. It's just that it's usually hidden from me. As a result, I secretly saw it one time. It was a life-size portrait of my stepfather and my mother that was painted by someone. The people in the picture can even take off their clothes by themselves. A child named Blaise seemed to be very dissatisfied with the arrogant Malfoy, and immediately retorted. His response caused Draco to stare at him with death, and Draco's two little followers, Crabbe and Goyle, also gestured to him with their fleshy fists. However, Blaise's interruption also aroused the desire of other little wizards to show off. One by one, they all opened their chatterboxes and began to show off how many magic portraits they had in their homes, or how magical those portraits were. They are all rich people. After listening to the Versailles speeches of the little wizards, Bourne couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Horace had told him some knowledge about magic portraits. Because in order to draw magic portraits, the painter needs to use special activated developer pigments. That thing is essentially a more niche potion, which is not sold in ordinary potion finished products stores, and the price on the market has always been high. Not only that, the canvas of the magic portrait is not an ordinary canvas. Although it is not high-end, that kind of canvas is actually an alchemical product, and its longitude and latitude must be added with several to more than a dozen magical animal hairs in sequence. Chapter 10 Fairies Fire Crabbe's Magic Awakening. Hey, you little brats, keep your voice down. Just as the little wizards were chattering about whose magic portrait was the largest, most expensive, and most unique, a scolding suddenly came from the portrait. Moreover, with this shout, all the characters in the portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern seemed to have their mute buttons pressed at the same time, and all turned their heads to look at the group of young wizards in tacit understanding. A shriveled and short guy took a square step, used his hands to separate the crowd in the portrait, and walked close to the young wizards. He had a cigar in his mouth, dragged his feet, his jacket was open, there was a tar stain on the sleeve, he was wearing a lead grey vertical striped shirt, coarse cotton overalls, and the leather surface of the boots on his feet had been worn out. This guy had a broad and dark face, a hooked nose, a cigar in his mouth, and a row of crooked yellow teeth. Although his wrinkled hands were half curled, the 10 fingers that were forcibly bent to the back of his hands were hard to ignore. This is a goblin. However, this guy is very different from the kind of people that the young wizards have seen and heard of before. He is not the well-dressed goblin in Gringotts, but more like a villain wandering in the grey or even black area. My name is Naruk. The goblin in the portrait came closer, used his curled fingers to adjust his hair, which was almost zero after rounding, and smiled at the little wizards in a self-proclaimed friendly way. I am the owner of this Blind Pig Tavern. These 2 sentences were normal. But then the goblin suddenly bit off the cigar with his teeth, and spat out a ball of cigar stem with sticky phlegm, revealing a ferocious face like a ferocious monster. You bunch of hateful brats! Didn't the adults at home teach you not to disturb others casually? Just because of, I guessed 3 pharaoh cards wrong in a row, and lost 20 galleons in a row. According to the rules, you must double my losses. Otherwise, he. The ugly goblin grinned, and all the monsters in the portrait began to make a fuss, echoing the tavern owner. Regardless of whether it is true or not, the fairy Naruk does look a bit intimidating, and the phrase hey also has the feeling of a big boss. At least, some little wizards were really scared by him. A little red-haired girl named Hannah Abbott with 2 pigtails even burst into tears. Why are you crying? The goblin in the portrait roared again, and like a magic trick, a deck of playing cards appeared out of thin air in his twisted palm. "Don't say I didn't give you a chance. As long as you little brats guess the pharaoh cards correctly, I will let you go. Of course, if you don't guess correctly, I will sell you to Nocturne Alley. There are many dark wizards there who like little wizards. They like to drink with the hearts and livers of little wizards the most. That is a famous dish in Nocturne Alley." These little wizards were frightened by Neric's words. Even Draco Malfoy, who was so arrogant just now, was like a frightened quail at this time. He was trembling and shouting, "I'm going to tell my dad. Also, my family is rich." These little wizards from pure-blood families were too young to be frightened by the evil goblins in the portraits. Even those who had participated in a summer camp were caught off guard by this sudden situation. At most, they clamored to find Dr. Watson and teacher Sherlock to let them do justice. Only Bourne was the calmest, and even had a little excitement, because he felt that things were starting to get interesting. He walked to the side of the portrait, with his hands behind his back and his head tilted, and asked in a teasing tone, "Is your melon ripe?" "Neric. What are you talking about, little brat?" The goblin said evilly, "I warn you, don't play tricks. Either guess what the cards in my hand are, or get out of my way and don't stop me from working." "Work?" Bourne seemed to have caught something. "Watson, what do you think?" After telling Watson about the overall idea of his game, Sherlock asked his assistant a little embarrassedly. He, who was always known for his calmness, rarely showed a trace of anxiety. "What do I think?" Watson repeated. He didn't answer, but turned his head and floated away. "You bastard! I have to check the deposit slip at Gringotts to see how much of our deposit is left, and then I will choose to run away overnight or lose all my assets." Seeing this, Sherlock hurriedly urged his mount to catch up with his old friend. In order to maintain the ability to move like a living person, he deliberately asked the house elf to erect his portrait on the back of a fire crab. Although it is called a fire crab, this magical animal actually looks more like a tortoise, but it has 8 legs. Because of the gem-like protrusions on their carapaces, and because some shameless wizards like to use their shells as crucibles, fire crabs were overhunted in the 18th and 19th centuries and were once on the verge of extinction. In order to protect them, the International Confederation of Wizards once passed a resolution that only people with adoption licenses can keep this magical animal in other places, except for fire crabs that breed in their native habitats. This summer camp for children of pure-blood families has many high-quality sponsors like Lucius Malfoy, so Sherlock can legally own a fire crab as a teaching tool. Its function is to carry Sherlock's magic portrait around. The fire crab's movement speed is not slow, and Sherlock riding it quickly caught up with his old friend. "Watson, listen to me," he began to pester again. "My attempt is definitely meaningful. This may be an epoch-making educational reform. Before entering the magic school, young wizards must show their talents, which is the so-called magic awakening process of Magic Riot. Magic Riot can be roughly divided into 2 types, either when under certain pressure or when the heart is full of certain hopes, the young wizard's body unconsciously casts magic. However, in the long history of the wizard world, these 2 types of magic riots of young wizards basically occurred under various coincidences. Even the children of these pure-blooded nobles still lack systematic guidance in magic awakening. That's why I designed such a game. I want to use external pressure and a little bit of games to try to find a way to make it easier and smoother for young wizards to start their magic awakening process." Of course, Sherlock didn't say it, the process of doing experiments and exploring the truth does make him very happy. Note, when a child first shows his magical talent, a feather pen called the Pen of Acceptance will fly out of the ink bottle and try to record the child's name in the admission book. Chapter 11 Helpless NPC Drive. Watson is a kind man, but he is also a little soft-hearted. Therefore, after Holmes's new theory was dressed in the cloak of "for the good of little wizards" education reform, he finally barely convinced him. "Forget it this time. If you want to make any new teaching plans, you must communicate with me in advance. Next time," Sherlock said happily. After speaking, he immediately took off his wide-brimmed hat in the portrait, bent down slightly, and saluted his old friend. Seeing this familiar action, Dr. Watson couldn't help but hold his forehead with his palm. "What do you want me to do for you? But let me tell you in advance that I will never do anything that is detrimental to the personality and harmful to the physical and mental health of those little wizards." Sherlock showed an expression of "I miss you so much." Watson said, "You're not surprised by this?" He finally said helplessly, "Go ahead." Sherlock immediately took advantage of the situation without any hesitation. "Hey, you just need to do this, and then that." In the lobby on the first floor of the Hermit Manor, the young wizards had no idea about the conversation between the two old men. Their attention was focused on Bourne standing in front of the magical portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern. "What is he doing?" The chubby crab, with his short hair like a pot bottom, asked Draco beside him in confusion. As for his other partner Goyle, whenever he encountered such things that required thinking, he would usually automatically ignore them. Similarly, the chubby Goyle would also forget about him when he encountered similar things. In terms of IQ, the two were like brothers. Leaving the thinking to the Malfoys is a habit that has been developed by the Crabbe and Goyle families for generations. However, Draco did not answer Crabbe directly, but said to this partner and bodyguard, "Shut up." Because the young master of the Malfoy family actually didn't know what Bourne was doing. But he knew how to maintain his authority in front of his companions. When he encountered questions that he didn't understand, he would shut up the questioner. This was the secret taught to him by Lucius. Bourne didn't care about the curious eyes of the little wizards at the moment. He was now fully devoted to the motto prayer. This was one of his habits. Just now, Bourne summoned his own house elf Momo and asked her to bring her suitcase from the dormitory. From the suitcase, he took out the incense burner, frankincense, and some other important ritual items. Then he lit the incense in front of all the little wizards and Narek in the portrait and began to recite some words. From torch the Emperor's wool, and destroy the monsters, to burn the treacherous, and the clan destroy the ugly. The young wizards may just feel strange when they hear it, but Narlik in the magic portrait has been so angry that his eyes are straight. Who is he scolding? Gods and villains can be tolerated. Ugly. Who is he scolding? He is particularly concerned about the last evaluation. Everyone knows that when he was young, Narlik was a famous handsome boy in 59 counties of Great Britain. Ugly, your whole family is ugly. Just when this goblin was about to go crazy, Bourne just finished the motto prayer, put down the incense burner and took out another important ritual item, the youth version of the chainsaw sword that he personally reinforced and stamped with the mark of purity. Praise O.M. Messiah. After saying this crucial prayer, Bourne hooked his finger and turned on the switch. Buzz. With the operation of the built-in 4-stroke engine, this chainsaw sword that looks like a strange toy for children in the wizarding world finally revealed its loyal face. The middle guide tooth and the guide rod are perfectly meshed under the action of lubricating oil, and the blade teeth embedded in the saw chain are driven to rotate rapidly. Its fairy iron material reflects a unique blue cold light under the illumination of the light. Even if Narek had thousands of words before, after seeing this thing, all of them were regurgitated. In the end, he just said to Bourne in a hoarse voice, "Don't come over here. Don't let me go over." Bourne tilted his head and said with a smile, "Then how can I play a game of Pharaoh with you?" "Just play cards, what are you doing with that thing?" Narek was a little exasperated. "There are so many guys behind you who are helping you, maybe they will help you secretly look at the cards." Bourne pouted to indicate to the goblin that he was not the only one in the magical portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern. "Is it okay for me to play some background music?" "Background music? Yet. Haven't you heard the phrase 'no one can beat me in my BGM'? No way. Are you sure you don't want to destroy this painting? I tell you, this Blind Pig Tavern is worth more than 2,000 galleons. If you destroy this painting, your parents will have to pay a large sum of money. Parents are a question that Bourne doesn't want to think about. Whether it's this life, the previous life, or even the first life. The threat from Narek in the magic portrait was a perfect hit. He raised his wrist involuntarily, and the tip of the youth version of the chainsaw sword slightly tilted up, as if it could strike a thunderbolt at any time. He took a step forward. In response, Narek in the portrait immediately made a tactical retreat. "Don't come over. I'll tell you my trump card," Narek shouted loudly. Although he is a person in a painting, he still inherits the characteristics of his prototype, bullying the weak and fearing the strong, and greedy for money. Of course, these 2 points are also the nature of all fairies. The reason why Narek wanted to participate in Sherlock's game was just because the latter promised him that he would make an appointment for a free aftercare for the painting Blind Pig Tavern. It's just a few dozen galleons, this little money is not worth risking his life for. However, he really didn't expect that the little wizard nowadays would be so brave. He would actually use a knife with him if he disagreed with him. Therefore, Narek chose to follow his heart. "Look at this." Narek decisively threw away the poker cards in his hand and stretched out a broken finger pointed to a brick pillar beside him. As he pointed, the perspective of the magic portrait changed. And the brick pillar occupied the center of the portrait. There were many parchments hanging on the mottled bricks, each of which was headed with "Wanted," and there were basically moving photos made of developing ink on them. Except one. "Sherlock asked me to play a Pharaoh card game with you. In fact, no matter whether you win or lose, you will see this wanted poster. He just wants to give you a..." Narek chose to confess. However, halfway through his words, he seemed to be under a spell and his upper and lower lips were tightly closed together. In the portrait, a wizard holding a wand was pushing open the bat door of the Blind Pig Tavern and walked in. Chapter 12 Lesson. The wizard was over 6 feet tall and looked particularly tall. A pair of grey eyes grew on his angular diamond face, and his long hooked nose made him look particularly alert, while his square and protruding jaw revealed that he was a very determined person. He was wearing a proper hunting suit, a tall felt hat on his head, and a civilized stick in the arm without the wand. "Hello," he smiled at the little wizards who gradually gathered in front of the portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern, and then said in a gentle and magnetic voice, "My name is Sherlock Holmes, some of you already know me. It doesn't matter if you don't know me, Dr. Watson should have introduced me before, I am the main lecturer of your grammar and writing course." Including Bourne, all the little wizards present saw this paper man teacher, and they all widened their eyes because of the novelty. Well done! In the first on-the-spot reaction test, the students were very smart and all got O marks. This is what I said, even if Merlin comes, it can't be changed. The voice in the portrait seemed particularly excited. Mr. Slughorn showed enough decisiveness and courage, Miss Abbott sacrificed herself for the benefit of others, and cried to show weakness to the enemy, which lowered the enemy's vigilance. Mr. Malfoy is worthy of his academic background, and he knows the nature of the goblin race very well. With one sentence, he attracted more than 90% of the guy's attention and disrupted his subsequent evil plan. Although most of the young wizards had some psychological traumas about the magic portrait in front of them because of the intimidation, they quickly forgot the unhappiness after hearing Sherlock's praise. Of course, while Sherlock was speaking, Dr. Watson also helped a little. A house elf followed the ghost doctor and walked into the hall with a pile of parchment rolls with the score stamps. These rolls of paper will be sent to the nearest owl post office, and then delivered to the homes of the little wizards one by the owls. What is language art? What is crisis public relations? What is a happy ending? This is it. At this moment, if it weren't for maintaining his own personality, Sherlock would have wanted to put his hands on his waist and be proud for a while. When he saw the little wizards cheering, Sherlock even smacked his lips. At this moment, he really wanted to ask a question. "Watson, what do you think?" However, he suddenly felt someone touching his stomach. Looking down, he saw a little boy poking himself with his fingertips, and this boy was none other than Bourne. "Well, dear Mr. Slughorn," Sherlock said, "what do you want?" Bourne nodded and said, "Yes, Teacher Sherlock. The goblin Narlock hasn't finished speaking just now." The helpless NPC has sat back at the table and poured himself a glass of fire whiskey, but he couldn't drink it. "Oh, sorry, I almost forgot." Sherlock, who noticed this, apologized, waved his wand, and unblocked the goblin's mouth. Although it was only in the portrait, the look in Narrock's eyes when he looked at him, the look that wanted to stab him, could not be hidden. But Sherlock didn't care much. Ahem! He coughed twice, and then tapped his neck with the wand in his hand. Loud voice. As this spell was read out, Sherlock's voice in the portrait was suddenly amplified, suppressing the chattering of the little wizards. "Classmates," Sherlock said, "although the evil plan of the goblin Narrock failed, do you want to listen to his original plan? If you want to listen, find a seat and sit down obediently, I will start talking soon." At the same time, some small stools and cushions also appeared in front of the portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern, and each little wizard could choose a seat according to his own preferences. Bourne also found a seat and sat down. Draco and his two friends sat next to him very coincidentally. "Classmates, have you heard of the Statute of Secrecy?" Sherlock Holmes asked a question before telling the story. "It is a decree specially issued by wizards to protect the weak muggles. It was signed and took effect in 1689. Draco Malfoy answered first without raising his hand. Another little wizard, Blaise Zabinai, sneered softly. No doubt, this laughter attracted the stares of Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe. Since ancient times it turns out that the Malfoys don't like people who contradict them. That's just an excuse. In fact, it was because the Muggles launched a witch hunt at the time, and the wizards united to abide by the Statute of Secrecy in order to protect themselves and took the initiative to fade out of the Muggles' sight. Blaise Zabinai has high cheekbones, dark skin, and narrow, slightly tilted brown eyes. When he speaks, he likes to deny others first, and then express his own opinions. This makes him look very self-centered and arrogant. With the tit-for-tat between the two, the other little wizards seemed to be aroused, and they began to talk about their understanding of the Statute of Secrecy. After the 17th century, with the geographical discoveries of the Muggles, more and more magical animals and plants were exposed to the Muggles, which aroused the vigilance of many wizards. Because they are all valuable resources in the wizarding world, in order to hide them, we wizards formulated the Statute of Secrecy. This is the speech of a little wizard named Scamander. He is related to Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. Because of his family background, his answer is based on protecting magical animals and plants. Is it possible that the Statute of Secrecy was enacted to isolate the connection with Muggles in order to avoid being involved in the 100-year war between Britain and France? The little wizard who gave this answer is a little girl. She is the niece of the current Minister of Magic, Millicent Barnold, so her answer is a bit high-level, and she even cited the 100 Years' War between England and France, a knowledge point that many adult wizards today do not know very well. It's like putting together a puzzle, and each little wizard's speech is like adding a piece to the puzzle. Bourne listened with great interest. Although he had watched Harry Potter's movies and novels in his previous life, his understanding of the wizarding world is still quite limited. At least, in those movies and novels, it has never been shown that these pure-blooded little wizards have such knowledge. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart, no wonder I remember seeing it somewhere. Although some pure-blood families discriminate against Muggles, the pure-blooded little wizards who take the Muggle Studies course at Hogwarts are not only more numerous than the little wizards from mixed blood and Muggle families, but also have better grades. This is almost the same as the Muggles' education model for the next generation. Children from the elite class are forced to accept more stressful elite education from an early age, while children from the middle and lower classes will enjoy the so-called happy childhood. Of course, the sigh was only for a moment, and he was more concerned about the next plan of Mr. Sherlock. He had roughly guessed that Narek in the portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern was a character similar to an NPC, and the significance of his appearance was mostly to guide the little wizards to perform some tasks. However, because he failed to control some small habits he had developed over the years, he continued to use the Astartes-style negotiation skills to have a friendly conversation with the NPC, which caused Narek's personality to collapse. Therefore, Sherlock had to come to the rescue temporarily. Grammar and writing class is like a tactical operation code. Questions about the Secrecy Act are like tracer bullets fired to attract fire. In the end, Teacher Sherlock will show his true colors. Well, this is very much like a typical boarding battle. After understanding this, Bourne was no longer sleepy. He was looking forward to what was going to happen next. After all, which Astartes could resist the temptation of a clean boarding battle? Sherlock, GKD. Bourne thought to himself. He even wanted to stretch out his arms and wave the flag loudly. Chapter 13. What does the Secrecy Act protect? Okay. Sherlock interrupted the young wizard's chatter with a smile, and looked at the ghost Watson floating behind them with pride. Everyone's understanding of the Statute of Secrecy is very good, and from your own perspective, it is actually correct. However, those are all about the causes and historical background of the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy. Have you ever thought about how our lives have changed after the Statute of Secrecy was strictly enforced by the Ministry of Magic of various countries? Here's a hint for you, this change is not only related to magic, but there are more things to consider. Faced with the second question, the young wizards wanted to speak freely, but they were collectively stuck after just a few words. Because it seems that they can't really give a decent example. Food, thanks to magic. Even the poorest wizard families don't need to worry about food. The small population of wizards makes them completely self-sufficient, and they don't need to trade food with muggles at all. Tools, the various tools, mechanical products, used by wizards in their daily lives, except for those made by themselves, the remaining tools that need to be purchased are basically alchemical props, and muggle factories cannot produce such things. Medical, although St. Mungo's Hospital is also a hospital. The healers who can use magic are completely different from muggle doctors. The former generally think of the latter as crazy people who cut people with knives. There are many similar cases, but because wizards can use magic, this group does not seem to need to communicate with muggles, they can exist independently. But if you think about it this way, whether before or after the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy, wizards can use magic, how can their lives be so different before and after the establishment of the Statute of Secrecy? At most, after the Statute of Secrecy was implemented, wizards could no longer expose the existence of magic in front of muggles at will. Information. Just as other young wizards were thinking hard, Bourne suddenly said, the Statute of Secrecy essentially isolates the information exchange between wizards and muggles, so the changes should also occur in this regard. Well said. Sherlock praised and clapped his hands, but he immediately continued to ask, then the information is still relatively general, Mr. Slughorn, can you give me a more intuitive example? More intuitive example? Bourne thought about it, and he seemed to guess what Sherlock wanted to say next. It's language and words. They are not only the carriers of information, but also the actual information. That's right. Sherlock was really surprised this time. He didn't expect that there was actually a little wizard who could think of this. When thinking of language and words, the more powerful the wizard is, the easier it is to think of ancient magic. This is the magic secret language that only wizards can master, and muggles cannot understand its meaning. However, at least 9.5 out of 10 wizards today actually don't know how to use ancient magic. Even if any magic school has opened courses related to ancient magic, the little wizards in the school can only learn the basics. Today, the language, words, and even spells used by wizards in daily life are actually the same as those used by muggles. Compared to speaking, it is actually more common for a wizard to reveal the existence of the magic world and violate the statute of secrecy because of his written words. If you have been to a magic school, you may argue that wizards can rely on casting confusion charm or muggle repelling charm to prevent muggles from reading his written words. But the reality is that not all wizards can master and use these two spells. Moreover, even wizards who are proficient in using confusion charm and muggle repelling charm cannot guarantee that they will cast spells on all the words they have written in their lifetime. Unless they have no contact with muggles at all. Otherwise, there is always a possibility that a wizard will inadvertently cast a spell with magic on his body. The text of the information of the magic world accidentally fell into the hands of the muggles who had contact with it. Maybe you think this situation is nothing, just some words, it won't cause much harm. But there is always a chance. What's more, there is another possibility: sometimes wizards do need to take the initiative to exchange information with muggles, because we need to convey some information deliberately, so we can't cast a spell on this information. At this time, how to use words and sentences within the framework of the statute of secrecy will test our writing skills. For example, the next example. After saying that, Sherlock moved his body away from the middle of the portrait, revealing the brick pillar that he had deliberately blocked before. Bourne just glanced at it, and there were some wanted posters hanging on these pillars. If the Blind Pig Tavern is a realistic portrait, then the Blind Pig Tavern, as its prototype, should be a place similar to the Leaky Cauldron. In addition to providing basic services such as catering and accommodation, it also serves as a place for wizards to exchange information. The tavern is the starting point and the end point of each adventure. To be honest, this setting is actually quite magical. The only thing that is inconsistent is that among the many wanted posters posted on the stone pillar, there is one that is not actually from the magical world. Not only does the wanted poster not have moving illustrations like the Daily Prophet, it can't even be considered a wanted poster, but more like a newspaper clipping. Moreover, it was cut from a Muggle newspaper. Its title is a typical shocking format. Shock. There are actually such shameless people. What does the case committed by Spring-Heeled Jack have to do with me, Naruk? Naruk said after being arrested. The following is a report cut directly from a Muggle newspaper. According to this newspaper, the source of my first-hand information is Inspector Lestrade of Scotland Yard. If you have read my previous articles, you should remember this gentleman who is as strong and sturdy as a bulldog. There is no doubt that Mr. Lestrade is a gentleman of status and usually observes etiquette. The fact that he could chew on a breakfast of eggs, scallion beans, rice and toast in a four-wheeled carriage with wheels that made a G-tune trill sharper than the high C is enough to show how hungry he was. As he said, there is no way around it. Anyone who chases a fugitive with spring feet in the countryside of Surrey for 3 days and 2 nights will lower his standard for food. I personally maintain a cautious attitude towards his words. After all, looking up at the stars, haggis, cherry shortbread box and fish and chips are all very popular. Traditional snacks should be the bottom line of deliciousness. However, I can actually understand the emotions expressed in his words. Sitting in the carriage, my partner and I expressed sympathy to this gentleman. In order to hunt down a villain, Inspector Lestrade and his colleagues have indeed made unremitting efforts. The villain has a nickname, Spring-Heeled Jack. Many people should have read the introduction of Spring-Heeled Jack in newspapers, whether it is a serious media like this newspaper or some tabloids that record strange stories. Some people praise him as the contemporary Robin Hood. Some people fear him, call him a jumping living devil. However, after my partner, the first and only consulting detective Mr. Holmes, peeled off the mysterious veil of Spring-Heeled Jack, we finally found out what this person's true face is. He is neither a devil nor a thief, but a complete villain, thief, and fraudster. His real name is Naruk. Chapter 14: Naruk's Rise. This report is written in the voice of Dr. Watson to describe how Sherlock skillfully used deduction to track down the entire process of Spring-Heeled Jack Naruk. However, just looking at the words, it really makes people feel that Dr. Watson is actually telling a story. You see, it's like this. Sherlock in the portrait first blinked at Dr. Watson, who was floating behind the little wizards, and then fiddled with his beard. As long as we can follow one principle, cater to the prejudices of Muggles. Dr. Watson uses the deductive method that Muggles can accept more, to explain and replace the spells such as tracing and legitimate that I used when I was investigating cases. Muggles will automatically ignore the real information related to the magical world and pay more attention to a part of the real information we want to convey to them. That is, Spring-Heeled Jack Narek has been arrested, which is very important news for both Muggles and Wizards. In other words, this report is actually an announcement issued by the Ministry of Magic to Muggles. However, those Muggles at that time only regarded it as a novel story. But in any case, without violating the statute of secrecy, Dr. Watson and I have completed a feat of transmitting a large amount of information to the Muggle world. There should be applause here. Bourne was the first little wizard to clap his hands. He was the leader of the Atmosphere group. Under his leadership, other little wizards responded with warm applause regardless of whether they understood or not. Just like an actor on stage thanking the audience. Sherlock took off his hat, crossed his legs, squatted down, and saluted the little wizards gracefully. Seeing that the atmosphere was right, Bourne immediately asked from the audience, "What did that Narek do? Why did the wizards also tell the Muggles that he had been arrested?" To be honest, Bourne was not very interested in the first lesson of the grammar and writing course, how to write fooling literature to deal with Muggles. Besides, he estimated that Sherlock did not tell these little wizards these things for the purpose of simply teaching. That would be so boring. If Sherlock and Dr. Watson were really the prototypes of the famous Muggle detective novels as they introduced, Sherlock would definitely be a person who hated boredom far more than others. Sure enough, when Bourne asked this question, Sherlock in the portrait immediately gave him a thumbs up. Sue's eyes. You have a future. Narek really wanted to kill Sherlock. If he hadn't been defeated, he would have rushed over to tear this guy's stinky mouth. He didn't hit people in the face, and didn't expose people's shortcomings when scolding them. Narek really felt a little disgusted with this guy's bad taste. The NPC task that Sherlock arranged for Narek before was just to intercept and tell a few fragments of his own stories. But now, because someone, Bourne, was supporting him, Sherlock simply told a lot and brought out all his black history for public execution. This made the goblin Narek break the big defense. His life was like a roller coaster. Being pulled out and forced to recall it was definitely not a good experience. When he was young, like many smart goblin boys, Narek also went to Gringotts as an apprentice. Unfortunately, because he was found to have opened the door of a customer's vault without permission, he was punished by the manager and his 10 fingers were permanently bent. The broken finger mark on a goblin is actually equivalent to him being expelled from the tribe. No goblin would believe him. Helplessly, Narek could only stay in the tribe. They wandered alone outside the world, and soon made a decision that no goblin dared to think about, to seek a living in the Muggle society. From the early 17th century to the 18th century, goblins launched a series of rebellious movements against the discrimination and prejudice of wizards against them, especially against the rule that wizards did not allow other humanoid creatures to hold wands. Although the Daily Prophet still publishes a few eye-catching news about goblin subversion groups attempting to oppose the rule of the Ministry of Magic, Ms. Bathilda Bazak has already made a final conclusion on this period of history in her book History of Magic. This bloody and thrilling past has completely become a history with the complete suppression of the goblin community by wizards. Modern goblins have become completely accustomed to abiding by the statute of secrecy formulated by wizards, and they will even take the initiative to maintain the implementation of this law. This situation is the best proof of the above view. The modern goblin community needs to rely on wizards to survive, whether it is Gringotts, which is responsible for coinage and finance, or the goblin factory that produces various magical equipment. The objects of their service are actually wizards. Although a small number of goblins do enjoy some wealth privileges and are richer than ordinary wizards. In fact, their assets have always been controlled by the Ministry of Magic and pure-blood wizard families of various countries. Through various layers of contracts, and then put on the cloak of the Statute of Secrecy, wizards have firmly controlled the goblin community. In addition, after more than 200 years of subtle influence, even most goblins have adapted to this kind of rule. If any goblin dares to do something out of the ordinary, even without the intervention of wizards, the vested interests and elites among the goblins will punish him for racial interests and traditional customs. In fact, except for Naruk, the goblins who made similar attempts to him either failed or suffered capital punishment because their actions violated the Statute of Secrecy. Cases of both are not uncommon. And Naruk's cleverness lies in his deep understanding of the law of ancestors cannot be changed from the beginning. He never thought of violating the Statute of Secrecy, and he would not be like those losers before, who only wanted to make money by selling goods between the magic world and the Muggle society. He knew that doing so would violate the interests of some pure-blood wizard families, so he would inevitably be targeted. After reviewing the experience of previous peers, he realized value transformation through simple reuse of potential energy accumulation, found the vertical field he was good at through unique graspers, realized industry CO construction and carrier connection, and found the refined detonation point of the red ocean industry through point-line combination of focus and dispatch. In short, he found a loophole in the secrecy law. This law only stipulates that wizards and muggles cannot exchange what they have, but it does not stipulate that wizards cannot sell muggle supplies to muggles for profit. This goblin customized a batch of high-quality and low-cost safes without using any magic, purely relying on pure handwork. In the magic world, goblins are famous for their ability to process various metal materials, and every goblin has this talent. Although Narluk is a heretic, his craftsmanship is indeed similar. He not only improved the locks with spring steel, replaced the ordinary key locks with complex mechanical locks, but also put a thick iron shell on those safes. Although this modification will make the safe much heavier, it is just right to use it as a publicity gimmick. Instead of buying a fake one that can be carried away by a thief alone, it is better to buy a heavy one like this that is difficult for several people to move. It is really effective. In addition, Naruk priced his safe very cheaply, so the dozens of weighted safes made by him were quickly bought by some wealthy muggles and moved back to their homes. Then, those people's troubles came. For management considerations, the traditional attitude of wizards towards the goblin community is to hit them with a stick, but also give them a sweet date. Although wizards have designed harsh punishments for goblins, they also tacitly accept some of their traditions. For example, the values of goblins are very different from those of humans, whether muggles or wizards. In terms of property rights certification, they believe that only the maker of the item has the ownership of the item, and the person who buys the item actually just pays to rent the right to use it. In the eyes of the goblin management of Gringotts, the gold galleons, silver sickles, and copper nuts issued by Gringotts are actually their own things. Wizards hold them only as an equivalent. Therefore, wizards have to pay a custody fee when opening an account with Gringotts to deposit money, instead of Gringotts paying interest to the wizards who deposit money. In addition, wizards buy daily alchemical products produced in goblin factories and use them at home. After a certain number of years, if they are damaged or discarded, there will be special goblins to pick them up from the trash and take them back to the factory for scrapping, or recycle some raw materials for reuse. Many wizards just think that this is the nature of goblins to be greedy for money, and they want to make a little money by purchasing waste. But in fact, goblins think that their job is to take back the right to use those items. Also, Gryffindor, one of the 4 giants of Hogwarts, once asked the Goblin King to make a magic sword for him. After Gryffindor's death, the descendants of the Goblin King who made the sword proposed to take back the sword more than once. However, because the goblins didn't know where the sword was, and all the former headmasters of Hogwarts were powerful wizards who were not easy to mess with, the sword of Gryffindor had not been successfully recovered by the descendants of the Goblin King after 1,000 years. However, the rich muggles who bought the safe did not have the skills of the former headmasters of Hogwarts, and naturally could not resist Narek, who came to recover the safe. Every time, the goblin would step on stilts made of spring steel and put on a deer hunting cloak, strictly following the statute of secrecy requires that makeup must be worn when contacting muggles when necessary, then sneak into the homes of those rich muggles at night and take away the safes directly. Except for the safes and the things in the safes, which are assumed to be rent, he will not touch any other valuable things in the homes of those rich people. In this set of business processes, Narek neither leaked information about the magic world to muggles nor sold items that might cause information leakage to muggles. Moreover, when exercising the right to recycle items, he also paid special attention to disguise, disguised as Spring-Heeled Jack, and chose a time point that was not easy to meet muggles, midnight. Not only did Narek's series of actions not violate the statute of secrecy, but according to the interpretation of the law by the magic world, he was even a typical law-abiding good goblin. It's outrageous. Chapter 15. If nothing unexpected happens. More outrageous things are still to come. After all, unlike those professional stealth raven guards, Narek would inevitably reveal some small accidents in the process of recovering safes no matter how careful he was. Several times, he even ran into Muggle Night Patrol police officers head-on. However, when he was about to be caught, he could always use stilts made of spring steel to flip over the wall and shake off the pursuers. That's how the nickname Spring-Footed Jack came about. What's amazing is that as the name of Spring-Footed Jack became more and more popular, his safe business was not affected, but became more and more prosperous. Until he met a wizard who had the title of consulting detective, but actually used magic to solve cases. Sherlock Holmes, a wizard. Narek, a goblin. In the 19th century, when the Goblin Rebellion had become a thing of the past, goblins faced wizards, and the result was undoubtedly a miserable defeat. Sherlock and Dr. Watson, as well as a group of aggressive police officers from Scotland Yard, not only successfully cracked the legend of Spring-Heeled Jack, but also caught Narek, who was recovering the safe on the spot. Originally, when dealing with a goblin who committed a crime, wizards usually have only one way to deal with it: punish him as much as possible. But unfortunately, Narek, the goblin, not only has the blessing of money power, but also gave two self-defenses that made the wizards feel helpless. Muggles only know that it is Spring-Heeled Jack. What he did has nothing to do with me, Narek. I did not violate the statute of secrecy, and the act of recovering the safe is also in line with the goblin customs recognized by the Ministry of Magic. Generally speaking, when it comes to legal interpretation issues, the British Ministry of Magic's method is to convene a sages' meeting through the Wisengamot, so that all participating wizards can discuss and vote together to give a definite result. However, saving face is a common spiritual trait of the British, whether they are muggles or wizards. If the news of holding a meeting of wise men for a goblin thief got out, the British Ministry of Magic would be like a naked millstone, going around in circles and being embarrassed. In addition, Narek's lavish spending made some powerful people sympathize with his unfair treatment, so the Ministry of Magic could not simply choose the simple and crude way of getting rid of the troublemaker to solve the problem. Faced with this dilemma, the then incumbent Minister of Magic, Ferris Nozzle Spaven, who was known as the most nagging, rarely cut the Gordian knot. He directly sentenced Narek to exile and let him go to the American continent, which was still a remote and poor country in the eyes of many Europeans at that time, so that he would not stay in Britain and continue to disgust people. At the same time, in order to calm the impact of this incident on the Muggle society, Ferris also asked Sherlock, who had captured Narek, to find a way, together with Dr. Watson, to publish a misleading literature in the Muggle newspaper to put an end to the whole thing. As expected of the tradition of Dying, the old appeaser. After listening to Sherlock's story about the dark history of Narek, Bourne thought of this sentence for no reason. In addition, seeing that teacher Sherlock had finished telling the story, Bourne hurriedly asked, "What happened next?" "What happened next?" Sherlock was about to continue talking, and Dr. Watson, who had been acting as a background board for ghosts, suddenly coughed lightly. "It's time to eat. You little wizards are all in the period of growth, and nutrition cannot be neglected." After Dr. Watson finished speaking, the house elf who had returned from the owl post office to deliver letters appeared in the hall. "Mr. Sherlock and Dr. Watson, the restaurant has prepared food for the little wizards." The house elf bowed and reported to his two masters. The restaurant of the Hermit Manor. Although the magic portraits and ghosts do not need to eat, because they have to receive some little wizards who come to summer camp every year, the restaurant here is not only large in area, but also very neatly tidied by the house elves. In addition to the house elf serving Sherlock and Watson, there are several young wizards like Bourne who bring their house elves to the summer camp. Several house elves can easily use their unique elf magic to prepare 3 meals a day for more than 20 young wizards. There is a long table in the restaurant with a circle of chairs around the table. The young wizards are all filled with their favorite food. Draco Malfoy used a spoon to dig the filling of Yorkshire pudding while the cold beef and broccoli were pushed to the side of the plate. Then, he looked up and said to Bourne, "Don't worry, my dad. This child has a talent. He can start with my dad at any time and make up a 200-word essay." Bourne listened to his essay while eating the exploding dragon meatballs wrapped in flour and cheese. This was a special nutritious meal made by Momo for him. Draco just tasted a small bite and lost interest in this dish that was a bit difficult to chew. Although Crabbe and Goyle, the two fat guys, had no taboos on eating. These dragon meatballs were each the size of an adult's fist. After eating a few, they couldn't eat them at all. Only Bourne ate with relish. As long as lunchtime was not over, he seemed to be able to eat all the time. In the eyes of his grandfather Horace, this was a special talent that Bourne had mastered after mastering Astarte Magus. However, for Bourne, this was actually his normal state in his previous life. For a space warrior in the Dark Ages, it is not easy to eat a proper meal. It took a whole hour to finish lunch, and several house elves brought the food to the table one by one. Only Bourne successfully played the whole game, and the other little wizards all patted their bellies and called off the game early. Sherlock's living room. With the help of a house elf to control the chess pieces, Dr. Watson and Sherlock in the portrait were fighting on a wizard chessboard. Seeing that his Black Queen was about to be chopped off by the White Knight on the opposite side, Sherlock once again used his trump card. "Watson, what do you think?" Dr. Watson had just figured out a strategy to win the game within 5 moves, but was suddenly interrupted and messed up his thoughts. "Old dog of the puzzle apple." Seeing Sherlock use the king's rook to complete the counterattack, Dr. Watson cursed angrily, and then asked the house elf to put away the chessboard. After the chess game, Dr. Watson and Sherlock talked again. The two people who continued their life in 2 different ways have the most time. They have to fight the enemy called boredom in this way every day. However, Dr. Watson seemed a little worried when chatting today. If he didn't have full trust in Sherlock's ability, Watson was actually unwilling to help him experiment with the little wizard. Although Sherlock emphasized that this was an educational experiment on magic awakening, who of them didn't know each other? The little wizards in the restaurant are almost finished eating. Watson said, "Are you sure those things have been arranged?" Unlike in the portrait of the Blind Pig Tavern before, when Sherlock was in his living room portrait, he always wore silk pajamas and slippers. He was holding a glass of brandy in his hand, and he took a sip before nodding to his old friend. "Of course, I added a separate letter to the report cards sent to the Owl Post Office this morning." The tortoise-like fire crab carried Sherlock's portrait and swayed back and forth in the living room, just like a living person. Sherlock said rather proudly, "I have already sent it to the Aura office of the Ministry of Magic. If nothing unexpected happens, the Aura office has probably sent someone here now." "Owl? You use an owl to send a letter to the Ministry of Magic?" Watson suddenly widened his eyes. "What's wrong?" Dr. Watson covered his head. "After becoming a person in the painting, you will always forget some things that happened after death. A few years ago, the Daily Prophet published a news that in order not to attract the attention of the surrounding Muggles, the Ministry of Magic not only changed the way of communication between departments to magic paper airplanes, but also suspended the various businesses of the Owl Post Office directly delivering to the Ministry of Magic. This time it was Sherlock's turn to widen his eyes. As expected, no accidents cannot be said casually. Because, if no accidents happen, accidents will always happen. Chapter 16 Uninvited Guests. Port of Southampton. The whistle sounded throughout the largest passenger port in the UK, located at the confluence of the River Test and the River Itchen, announcing that the Queen Mary cruise ship entered her berth on time. People on the cruise ship disembarked one after another, and one group of people walked at the front of the crowd. 6 black men in black suits, carrying a magnificent sedan chair modified from a 4-poster bed, walked with a step of not recognizing relatives and squeezed out all the people in front of them, and quickly walked towards the exit of Southampton Port. The velvet curtains around the sedan chair were rolled up halfway, revealing a short figure. The guy sitting in the sedan chair looked exactly the opposite of those carrying the sedan chair. However, although the man sitting in the sedan chair was short, he had a huge head that matched his body. He leaned on the soft cushions, holding a glass of wine decorated with salted cherries in his hand. While sipping, they smoked hookahs as if no one was around, and from time to time, they blew out strings of smoke rings outside the sedan. There is no doubt that this group of people looked very strange. It stands to reason that they would get a high rate of turning heads wherever they go. However, the fact is that it seems that no one, including tourists and tourists of port staff, noticed them. "Hurry up, you lazy guys." When the guy sitting in the sedan blew out smoke rings for the 7th time, he seemed to be very dissatisfied that he had not yet left the port, so he drank the champagne in the glass viciously, and then put the champagne glass shit the head of a sedan bearer. He eats a lot, but he's always slow to work. Next time, if anyone recommends me to buy this kind of voodoo labor, I'll smash his head. Even though he was already very old, Narek became more and more brutal when he got angry. "No one thinks I can come back. No one." Sitting in the sedan, feeling the gentle sea breeze, Narek smoked a hookah and thought leisurely. Due to his urging, the 4 voodoo laborers gathered their strength, carried the sedan, squeezed through the crowd and ran out of the port. Outside the port, a truck with a capital N painted on the carriage had been waiting there for a long time. As soon as Narek's 4-poster sedan got on, the engine of the car started and drove out of the port's parking lot. "Boss, I've already done it." A house elf appeared next to the sedan with a bang. If any British wizard saw this scene, he would be so surprised that he would ask 3 questions in a row. Who am I? Where am I? What am I doing? A house elf not only serves a goblin, but also calls the goblin boss? Even in this situation, the Ministry of Magic doesn't care? However, this is indeed the reality on the American continent. The Ministry of Magic in the United States, that is, the organization called the Magical Congress, has to spend a lot of energy on dealing with the relationship with the Muggle government and solving a series of troubles caused by the descendants of the Scourers, a group hostile to wizards, so it neglects the management of humanoid magical creatures such as goblins and house elves. Therefore, the entire America is not only the area where the Statute of Secrecy is most strictly enforced, but also the area where the Statute of Secrecy is enforced the worst, no one else. It is precisely because of this that more than 80 years ago, Narek, who was exiled, not only did not die in this wild land, but finally successfully made it to the Big Apple and took root. He opened an underground tavern called Blind Pig, which was located in an alley just a few blocks away from the Woolworth Building, the location of the Magical Congress of the United States. In addition to selling fake wine to all kinds of scum, the Blind Pig Tavern sold all kinds of intelligence and became a famous underground intelligence distribution center in the American magic world. After successfully starting a business again and making a comeback, Narek learned to be smart and kept many subordinates around him. Among them, most were goblins like him who were exiled to America by the Ministry of Magic of various countries. The rest were ownerless house elves, wild wizards who had never attended a formal magic school, and some other marginal people in the magic world. If it weren't for the fact that when the first-generation Dark Lord Grindelwald rose, Narek didn't see the situation clearly for a while and acted too greedy when facing Newt's commander, so he was implicated when Grindelwald fell. His career today might be even bigger. Take this as a warning, you must take this as a warning, and never provoke anyone related to the White Devil. To this day, he still reflects on himself with this sentence every day. So this time when he returned to Britain, he specially picked some people who had nothing to do with Dumbledore to solve the debt problem. This will not happen again, right? In the Hermit Manor, Dr. Watson reminded Sherlock that the owl could not send a letter to the Auror's office, and Sherlock suddenly had a headache. However, Sherlock is indeed Sherlock, and he quickly came up with a plan B. Let's quickly organize the little wizards and seal off the restaurant in the manor. There is a cellar for storing wine in the restaurant. Then, Raoul, you go and notify all the other house elves in the manor and let them all go to find their masters. Raoul is the name of the house elf who usually takes care of him and Dr. Watson. Just now, the two of them played chess and Raoul helped them to complete the chess game with chess pieces in hand. The portrait of Sherlock was carried on the back of the fire crab, and Dr. Watson floated beside him. Are you sure that Narek will come to the Hermitage? The painting has been hanging in the manor for several years. Why did Meng Fan come here recently? First, the average lifespan of a goblin is about 200 years old. Narek is 173 years old this year, which is equivalent to a human in his 60s or 70s. He has definitely entered his twilight years. If he doesn't come back for revenge or do something else, he probably won't have a chance in his life. Second, I noticed a secret before. The portrait of that guy simulates the real-time scene in the Blind Pig Tavern. The magic painter used a connection spell to connect the Blind Pig Tavern thousands of miles away with every person in the portrait. The pens are all connected. 2 days ago, I saw a recruitment notice in that painting. The guy wanted to hire several voodoo servants as sedan bearers. Although he has been cast a spell, once he sets foot in the area under the jurisdiction of the British Ministry of Magic, he will be discovered by the Ministry of Magic immediately. But he can choose not to set foot on British soil. For example, taking a carriage, taxi, or container truck, as long as his feet do not touch the land, then he will not trigger the spell even if he walks past the entrance of the Ministry of Magic. Moreover, when I was young, Zia Hongsha Publishing House published a family magic book called 99 Interesting Ways to Fooling Muggles, which talked about sedan bearers. Zia has told about it. Whether in ancient Europe, Persia, Central Asia, or East Asia, many Muggle countries have had sedan chairs as a means of transportation in their history. Hiring sedan bearers to carry sedan chairs modified from 4-poster beds and walk through the streets and alleys of Muggles was a popular entertainment activity for many pure-blood wizards in the 16th century. For this reason, a sedan-repelling spell was born. As long as this spell is cast and the sedan bearers can carry the sedan chair with a certain rhythm of dance steps, the wizard can make the surrounding Muggles ignore the sedan chair. Third, and most importantly, earlier today I gave that guy an irresistible temptation. Chapter 17 Warning from the Cup. After lunch, the house elves prepared a special dessert for the little wizards, ice cream hot pot. Lemon, vanilla, strawberry, cherry. Ice creams of various flavors were piled on a huge plate, and each little wizard could choose his favorite ice cream according to his preferences. Bourne was no exception. He scooped a large cup of raspberry-flavored ice cream for himself and ate his favorite sweets happily. When the little wizards get together, there will never be a lack of play. After eating and drinking, these energetic kids started to find fun on their own. Woof, woof. A child with freckles on his face secretly opened the door of the restaurant and put his pet into the restaurant. Many little wizards were attracted by this big dog that looked like a Scottish terrier and surrounded it. It's just a Krupp, Glancing at the little wizard who was showing off his pet to other classmates, Draco Malfoy curled his lips in disdain. Besides, this dog is of average appearance. It can't be sold at a high price without the painless cutting curse to cut off its tail. The Krupp is native to southeast England and is very similar to the Russell Terrier, except that it has a forked tail. This dog is extremely loyal to wizards, but very cruel to muggles, so it is a 3x magical creature. Any wizard who wants to apply to keep a Krupp must first undergo a set of complex ability tests to prove that he has the ability to control a Krupp in a muggle-inhabited area, and then he can get a breeding license from the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures of the Ministry of Magic. The owner of this Krupp is a little wizard with freckles on his face, named Theseus Scamander, who has the same name as his grandfather. And his grandfather is the elder brother of Newt Scamander, the author of Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them. With such a relative relationship, Theseus kept a Krupp that had not been cut by the painless cutting curse at a young age. Everything makes sense. Although he belittled the Krupp, Draco Malfoy was actually a man of integrity. He soon had a lot of fun playing with the Krupp named Peek. After all, he was a child and had no resistance to interesting and cute things. The same applies to Bourne. Although Horace had told him about this magical animal in class, it was the first time he saw it in person, so he couldn't help but come over to touch it. It feels good. Under the continuous massage of the little wizards, the Krupp Peek lay comfortably on the floor, happily shaking his forked tail. However, Bourne felt something was wrong. After entering the restaurant, "Why isn't it hungry?" Bourne asked. Unlike the dogs raised by muggles, Kruppies are still essentially magical animals. They have very strong digestive abilities. From goblins to old tires, there is almost nothing they dare not put in their mouths. It is precisely because of this that, although they are not particularly large in size, Kruppies are actually big eaters among magical animals. Weak, pitiful, helpless, but thieves can eat. Usually, they are either eating or on the way to find food. A Krupp brought into a restaurant is like a sniffer brought into a vault, it is impossible to stay there honestly. After hearing what Bourne said, little Theseus was stunned at first, then hurriedly picked up Peek and sniffed its butt. It smells like a strong smell of grass. Peek must have been running for a long time and peeing many times. He raised his head and looked at Bourne in surprise. "Have you also raised a Krupp?" Bourne certainly had never raised a Krupp. However, when Horace told him about the potion material dog treasure, he specifically explained in detail some of the habits of Kruppies. Of course, talking about this in front of people who keep pet dogs is definitely asking for trouble. So, Bourne changed to a high EQ way of expression. "My grandfather Horace told me that the 45th edition of the book Fantastic Creatures and Where to Find Them specifically talked about the habits of Kruppies and a series of precautions for taming them." Hearing this, little Theseus immediately showed a proud expression of proud of it. "That's the book written by my grandfather Newt, and it has now been published to the 47th edition. He said proudly, "The latest edition of the book has added a lot of content. For example, in a case like Peek, he must have run around the hermitage for a long time and used a lot of urine to mark the new territory. It will take another half a day for it to be full of energy again. Before that, it's best to give it plenty of water and prepare some high-protein food." Before Theseus finished speaking, another little wizard standing nearby opened his mouth and exclaimed. The little wizards watching the Krupp immediately turned their heads to look at the person who made the sound. Because of the attention of his peers, the little boy with a round face and a slightly fat body immediately blushed. Bourne noticed this and asked in a friendly manner, "Hello, my name is Bourne, what's your name?" My name is Neville. Neville Longbottom." The round-faced little wizard seemed very shy and stuttered in his answer. "It's like this, my grandmother also has a Krupp at home. She said that this magical animal is very smart and will not destroy the environment near the wizard's residence at will. Unless they sense the danger from muggles, Kruppies were originally bred by wizards to prevent family members from being harmed by muggles, then they will mark around the wizard's residence with urine. And once a bad guy approaches, the Krupp can sense those fresh marks and warn the owner in advance. After listening to what Neville said, some of the little wizards present immediately began to chirp and talk about it. Others, such as Draco Malfoy, showed no belief at all. Tisk he first sneered disdainfully, then suddenly raised his hands above his head, showing his teeth and claws, which scared the honest child Neville. Mr. Longbottom, you can even regard the gnomes in the garden as dangerous even if they are just badgers. Ha ha ha! Draco laughed wantonly. Goyle and Crabbe also echoed him, laughing together, and several other young wizards were also infected. Enough! Bourne's voice directly overwhelmed their laughter. Bourne never liked it when honest people were bullied. Draco frowned immediately. He wanted to say something, but when he saw Bourne's eyes, although there was actually no overly strong emotion in his eyes, he still felt a little guilty for no reason. He immediately and wisely chose to shut up. Bourne patted Neville on the shoulder. You are right. I remember Mr. Scamander's Fantastic Beasts and Where to Find Them also has some content about this. After saying that, he looked at Theseus, who had more say. At this time, Neville, perhaps because he was affirmed by his peers for the first time, this honest child was so excited that his face turned red. Well, it is true, but... Theseus Scamander scratched his head in confusion. I mean, although Neville is right, it was actually a long time ago. In fact, after the Muggle-repelling charm was invented, wizards basically no longer need Kruppies to guard against Muggles. And the Muggle-repelling charm must have been cast near the Hermitage. Logically, Muggles should not be able to find this place, right? This makes sense and is very logical. But it is not very magical. If Theseus's grandfather Newt was here, he would definitely rely on his intuition and believe in the instincts of magical creatures such as Kruppies. And that's why only Newt in the Scamander family could write the epic Fantastic Creatures and Where to Find Them. Bourne thought for a moment and gave his own idea. It's probably useless to just guess here. Mr. Watson said before that we have an hour of free time after dinner. We might find the answer to the question by walking around the manor. Besides, Bourne was actually thinking, this might be the triggering event of the task arranged by Mr. Sherlock. Because it sounded interesting, everyone else agreed with his idea, even Draco, the little wizard who always liked to compete with others, did not sing a different tune. In the afternoon, except for the bright sunshine shining through the leaves, everything else seemed quiet. Passing through the Elizabethan hall at the door, the little wizards walked to the middle of a corridor guarded by privet trees. In the bushes on both sides of the road, golden gorse flowers and newly sprouted heather bloomed. The little wizards wandered in the manor garden as if they were on a picnic, and everyone seemed to be in high spirits. Looking here and touching there. Plucking a leaf here. Picking a flower there. They called it looking for suspicious things, but in fact they were destroying the various plants planted in the manor. The trio of Draco, Goyle, and Crabbe even found a wooden stick each and played and fought while walking. Even the Kruppy, Pick, looked at these little wizards with some disgust, and even people hated dogs. Until a light bang sound, a house elf appeared beside them, and the little wizards stopped playing and became honest. They thought it was Sherlock and Dr. Watson who discovered their nonsense in the garden. The elf who suddenly appeared was really scared when he saw the little wizards holding wooden sticks in their hands, because that thing really looked a bit like a wand. However, when he realized that it was not a wand, he immediately said, "Put down the sticks in your hands, and follow me. Sherlock and Watson are waiting for you in the manor. Also, whoever holds the stick later will be considered as failing the exam later." Draco and others who were having the most fun just now immediately threw away their sticks and acted like good kids after hearing this. The little wizard who was playing other games before did the same. Only Bourne was an exception. "Momo, are you there?" He called out loudly on the spot, but got no response. Chapter 18 Paw Patrol, Great Merit. Bourne's eyes suddenly changed color, and the whole person seemed to be activated, and his vigilance was raised to the extreme. You are not right. Before Bourne finished speaking, the elf stretched out a long finger at him. However, a powerful fist hit him in the face first, and gave him a physical magic ban before he cast a spell. The house elf was like a ball, being hit and flying, and bounced on the ground a few times before getting up. My nose! He covered his bleeding nose and let out a miserable wail. In fact, he had not completely lost his fighting power at this time. However, when he caught a glimpse of the figure of the little wizard rushing towards him not far away, the house elf's natural fear of wizards regained the upper hand. Bang! Accompanied by a slight sound, the house elf decisively moved and used apparition to escape from the garden. A small conflict ended in a flash. However, the other little wizards were also confused and just stood there in a mess. Just then, the crouching dog Pick, who had been hiding beside the little wizard, suddenly rushed over and blocked the little master behind him, and began to bark at the gate of the Hermit Manor garden. Someone is coming. Looking at the van that rushed to the gate without slowing down, and seeing that the front of the car seemed to be specially installed with a bumper to break the door, Bourne made a quick decision and said, "Run." A group of children turned around and ran into the manor house. Hearing a loud bang behind them and the clang sound of the iron fence door that was knocked away and colliding with the ground, many little wizards couldn't help but scream in fear. "Children, hurry up and follow me." At the corner of the hall, the ghost Dr. Watson suddenly came through the wall. He called the panicked little wizards and asked them to follow him to retreat to the dining room. "Mr. Watson, what happened?" Draco's face turned pale with fear, and he asked while running. "There is no time to explain. Everyone follow me. The house elves are waiting for you in the kitchen." Dr. Watson spoke quickly and was extremely anxious. The little wizards definitely can't apparate, and they have naturally never touched the accompanying development that comes with it. If the house elves force the little wizards to apparate, there may be accidents such as splitting. Therefore, there is only one way to evacuate: drill into the fireplace. After sending the little wizards to the kitchen, he immediately said to them, "Listen to me, kids, what you are going to do next is..." But before he could finish, with the sound of suede cloth rubbing against frosted glass, Dr. Watson was fixed in mid-air. The house elf that was just scared away by Bourne came back again, with a sly smile on his face and a roll of paper stuffed in his nose. He first shamelessly sucked Dr. Watson, and then slammed the thick door of the kitchen hard, and clicked it locked. The little wizards screamed in fear. Only Bourne, who had seen a real big scene, remained calm. After searching in the kitchen, he soon found what he guessed in the cupboard: several house elves who were knocked unconscious. Each of them had a big swollen bump on their heads, as if they were hit by a club. "I'm going to tell my dad." Draco wiped his tears and spoke with a crying tone. However, the little wizard was really scared, and just kept repeating the same sentence, like a repeater. Most of the other little wizards were the same. Bourne was still doing things in an orderly manner. He first found his own Momo among the loyal house elves who looked similar. Looking at the big swelling on the back of Momo's head and some brown unknown liquid flowing from the corner of her mouth, he smelled it, and thanks to Horace's potion education, he distinguished that this was probably the water of life and death. However, the brewing method and ingredients are somewhat different from the common water of life and death. The magic power in the body of the house elf is actually more than that of the average wizard. Under the nourishment of magic, they are much stronger than they look, and their average lifespan is even comparable to that of wizards. If they are not given some powerful sleeping pills, they may wake up on their own after being knocked out physically. It's confirmed. This can't be a drill or a game. It's not cruel to knock out the house elves. The potion they were given shouldn't be in the hermitage according to common sense. It's useless to the people in the painting and the ghosts, and it's too dangerous for the little wizards who participated in the summer camp. So, Mr. Sherlock probably got carried away. He confirmed his previous speculation. Although there was no actual evidence, when the weird-looking house elf appeared in the garden, his combat instinct, which was worth at least 3 service nails, immediately gave him a warning. We have to wake up these elves first. There is a high probability that a battle will break out. These little wizards will definitely not be able to help at that time. Thanks to the Slughorn family heritage again, even though he has not yet systematically learned how to prepare potions and antidotes, Bourne knows some emergency tricks that ordinary people don't know. Theseus, bring Peek over here. What are you doing? The little wizard asked in a crying voice. The house elf in his house was very old. With such a serious injury, I don't know if it can wake up again. I just wanted to help. After pulling the lapdog over, Bourne immediately pressed its head next to Momo. Pike was somewhat reluctant about this operation, but Bourne whispered something in its ear, and the dog had to lick the potion that flowed from the corner of the elf's mouth reluctantly. Suddenly, its 2 eyes turned into mosquito coils, spinning around, and its 4 legs began to shake slightly. Woof, woof, woof. The lapdog twisted its neck and glanced at Bourne with resentment, as if to say, I may not be a real dog, but you are real. However, due to Bourne's whispered threat just now and the instinct of the lapdog, a magical animal, it still staggered to the spice rack in the kitchen. Kale and mushrooms, rosemary, laurel bark, potted ream milk, ginger, and most importantly, coriander. It ate these 6 things in turn. Then the dog on the spot, vomited out the potion accumulated in its stomach, and gradually regained its vitality. Because the diet is quite wide, it is inevitable that the lapwing will occasionally eat some poisonous substances. In addition to relying on strong digestive ability, they can also use some things in the kitchen to roughly prepare some antidotes. Seeing the surprise on the faces of the little wizards, Bourne could only briefly explain the principle to them. He had one more sentence to say, this is why the lapwing's dog treasure, like the fecal stones of several other magical animals, can be used as a universal antidote for emergency use. Let's take all the food that Pick just ate and feed it to these house elves. They should wake up soon. Hearing this, the little wizards were immediately excited. The speed of children's conversion between fear and hope is indeed faster than that of adults. So, Bourne could only remind them again, don't be happy too soon. House elves are not swallowtail dogs. It takes a while for them to recover after taking the medicine. We have to keep quiet and wait for them to wake up quietly. After that, he first fed Momo the youth version antidote that he crushed with a spoon. Perhaps because of the addition of coriander, the effect seemed to be a bit immediate. Not long after being fed the antidote, Momo sat up from the ground, then ran to the side and started vomiting while holding the wall. Soon, the house elves who were fed the potion woke up one after another. Without exception, they all repeated the previous operations of Peek and Momo. Fortunately, there were a few house elves who recovered well. They vomited for a while and gradually returned to normal. Although there was still a big bump on their heads, they could at least cast some small spells again. With a few snaps of his fingers, the vomit in the kitchen, along with the disgusting smell, was discharged along the chimney of the fireplace. Momo was one of the elves who recovered well. She even tried to apparate to find the old Master Horace to report the news. However, after trying it, Momo gave up. She pulled Bourne's sleeve in frustration, something is wrong. This manor has been cast with the safeguard and loyalty spells. I just took a step and almost couldn't come back. Momo spoke very quietly, and the other little wizards didn't hear it. Bourne just nodded when he heard it. The people who attacked the manor must have a more complete plan. He just searched the entire kitchen, and the flow powder can that was originally placed above the fireplace had been taken away. And Momo's discovery proved another thing. From what you said, there should be dark wizards among them. Whether it is safeguard or loyalty spell, it is generally a spell that wizards can only release with a wand. Humanoid creatures such as house elves and goblins are not capable of casting these two spells. It's not necessarily a dark wizard, maybe just a wild wizard. Momo thought for a while and answered. The so-called wild wizard is a wild wizard, generally referring to a wizard who has not received education in a magic school. They may be stronger than squibs, but not much stronger. Because of their lack of talent, they did not experience a complete magic riot when they were young. It is also because of this that wild wizards have no way to learn the various courses taught in magic schools. Their talents can only allow them to master one or two specific spells. Because of their narrow knowledge, wild wizards usually find it difficult to find a decent job in the magic world. However, there are also some wild wizards who, by chance, can be hired to do some dirty work for certain people or forces with one or two spells that do have specific uses. However, wild wizards are wizards after all. As long as they hold a wand, wizards are much more dangerous than ordinary people. A good fighter never underestimates his opponent, and Bourne is like that, so he immediately gave Momo two tasks. First, help me find my chainsaw sword, it's in my suitcase. Second, there is a large book Modern Practical Legal Cases in the suitcase. The pages of this book have been emptied by me. Please help me bring the things inside. Chapter 19 The child is quiet. Faced with the request of the little master, and the current emergency, Momo naturally couldn't say no to Bourne. With a bang, Momo disappeared on the spot. At this time, there were more than a dozen little wizards and 6 or 7 house elves in the kitchen. The latter have basically no self-defense ability now. Among the latter, 1 or 2 are still very old, so even if they regain consciousness, their bodies are still very weak, and they even have difficulty in apparition. So, in theory, the burden of protecting the young wizards falls on the shoulders of relatively young house elves such as Momo. Fortunately, they have a backbone born. House elves who can still cast spells smoothly, stand up. As soon as Bourne finished speaking, 3 relatively strong young house elves, one of whom is from the Malfoy family, named Dobby. Now, I need you to help me try your best to reinforce this kitchen and the kitchen doors so that they will not be easily broken through by the traitorous house elf or anyone else. Based on their natural obedience to wizards and indeed to protect the young wizards of their respective families, the 3 house elves immediately took action after hearing this. They stretched out their slender fingers and swiped across the walls, doors, and windows of the kitchen in turn. After one house elf cast a spell, another one immediately took over. The 3 house elves cooperated very well. In just a few minutes, this ordinary kitchen was reinforced 3 times by them using the unique magic of house elves. Its walls became able to resist damage such as fire, explosion, and impact. The door and door frame became like a whole piece of iron embedded in the wall, and even the windows became as good as the bulletproof glass produced by a certain eastern country. More importantly, because it was cast by 3 house elves with the sealing spell, unless an equal number of house elves can be found to cast a counter spell together, or the 3 house elves inside agree unanimously, if other house elves or wizards forcibly try to apparate, they will be bounced out by the spell immediately. Well done! After checking the results of the reinforcement, Bourne immediately praised the 3 house elves with words. The completion of the offensive and defensive, so that they gained some tactical advantages. This is a real advantage, not the kind of advantage that can only be talked about. Bang! A slight explosion sounded again, and with the authorization of the 3 loyal elves, Momo returned to the kitchen. 2 things floated around her that Bourne had asked her to bring. Master Bourne, everything you want is here. As he spoke, they floated steadily in front of Bourne under Momo's control. After opening the Modern Practical Legal Cases, Bourne got the practical law he had been looking forward to, a well-maintained large revolver and a box of unopened magnum bullets. In fact, although guns are also a very dangerous thing in the UK, Momo is not too worried about it. Even worse than wizards, generally speaking, house elves' understanding of muggles is basically 0 after rounding off. Instead, she was more worried about Bourne using the chainsaw sword that he had modified and combined with some simple alchemy principles. The old master certainly doesn't want you to do this. This thing is too much like what the Weasleys made, mechanical parts with barbs, and an appearance design that is not round at all. How dangerous, Master Bourne? There is enough white fresh essential oil at home, and you can't find the top-grade potion brewed by Master Horace in this manner. Momo muttered beside Bourne, trying to dispel the idea of her master using dangerous alchemical items. Bourne couldn't directly rebuke her for her concern. Therefore, he could only ignore it and comforted her, "Don't worry, if it is not necessary, I promise not to use the bolt gun and chainsaw sword first. What's more, I will pray again before using them." As he said, he also raised the antique gun that had just been loaded with bullets and adjusted the poundage of the trigger and the tightness of the hammer. This gun is unusually large. Even for an adult, it is basically impossible to hold it with one hand. Moreover, Bourne deliberately cut off its trigger guard with a file. Obviously, it is not a weapon that Bourne normally uses. It should be safer to have it. Although it is not as easy to use as a bolt gun, it usually does not overheat, right? After saying a witty remark that no one understood, Bourne immediately looked at the group of little wizards seriously. Although they were sure that no one could understand what he was going to say next, the habit retained from getting along with the Battle Brothers in the past still allowed Bourne to state his tactical goals. As long as we conduct a beautiful boarding battle and kill the enemy's leaders, their chain of command will most likely be paralyzed. At that time, we will have the power to decide the course of the battle, whether it is an extremely loyal annihilation battle or a short and fast rout, we will have the priority to choose. I will be the one to carry out the boarding mission, and the honor of being the first to board will also belong to me. Who objects? Very good, none of the little wizards objected. They didn't understand what Bourne said at all, even if they knew the meaning of every word, but when they heard it together, they were all confused. Very good, very energetic. Bourne habitually gave his fighting brothers a wave of chicken blood, and then continued to give orders to the house elf Momo. "Momo, you leave the Hermit Manor directly to find Grandpa Horace, and tell him what happened." After giving the last order before the attack, Bourne dived into the chimney of the fireplace. Fortunately, he was just a child and could climb all the way to the roof along the narrow flue. Then, he quickly ran across the ceiling of the Hermitage Manor and ran all the way to an open balcony on the 4th floor. Momo told him that the room connected to this balcony was the living room shared by teachers Sherlock and Watson. The intruders were obviously relaxed. After confirming that they had controlled every living and dead person in the Hermitage Manor, they did not arrange for anyone to patrol the mansion. Therefore, Bourne easily slipped out of Sherlock and Watson's living room and walked along the carpeted corridor to the manor building. The Hermitage is a typical Victorian building. This spiral staircase is the only way to an asymmetrical tower attached to the mansion, and this wide-eaved tower is located diagonally above the foyer. Open the window of the spiral staircase and look down, and you can clearly see the foyer of the manor through the pyramid-shaped glass spire. At this time, the lights are on. Bourne has very good eyesight. He can see the goblin sitting in the 4-poster bed sedan in the foyer from the window of the tower, and what he looks like. Judging from the performance of other invaders, the goblin is not the leader of the invaders, but at least the commander of this action. Narag. Bourne was surprised. Although he had guessed that Sherlock had gone too far, he had never thought that the attacker would be the goblin that appeared in the Blind Pig Tavern. Because in his subjective impression, the people drawn into the magic portraits should be some deceased people. He really didn't expect that a living guy would actually be in a moving portrait. Well, it seems not entirely right. Dumbledore is in the picture of the chocolate frog. Chapter 20 Dangerous Speech. Narek spoke loudly. Unlike the image of the previous portraits that was a little fierce but weak, the real Narek was very old, but still full of energy. Even Bourne, who was peeping at them through the glass dome in the lobby, could hear what the goblin was saying. "Old friend, you don't look surprised." Narek looked at Sherlock, showing a wise and victorious smile, holding the same cigar as in his self-portrait, and asked leisurely. "You'd better not talk," Sherlock retorted disdainfully. His face looked like he stepped on a pile of dog shit and was eager to find something to wipe it off. Every word you say lowers the grade of the past, present and future users of this room. Narek was so angry that he stood up from the sedan chair, threw the cigar aside viciously, pointed his finger at Sherlock's nose and threatened viciously, "Believe it or not, I will burn you to ashes now." "I don't believe it, what can you do?" Sherlock seemed to be arguing with the goblin. Although he was also an experienced criminal, his skills in using language were indeed mediocre. Narek was furious. He was so angry that he asked his goblin employee to take Sherlock's portrait off the knocked-out fire crab and was about to burn it. At this time, a hooded man immediately stood up and stopped him. "Boss, don't be angry. He just wants to irritate you. Now the manor has been blocked by us, but if you burn the magic portrait left here, you will really fall into the trap. He may run outside and run to the magic portrait he hung in other places to inform other wizards." Narek glanced at the subordinate who advised him. The latter was a wild wizard he hired in the United States and usually behaved quite knowledgeably. "Good reminder," the goblin nodded affirmatively, "I will give you a few more Jinswo pots afterwards." "Thank you, boss." The wizard flattered him again with a smile, as expected of Mr. Narek, "You are so generous." After receiving the reminder, Narek simply turned the page and threatened in another way, "All the little wizards in this manor are in my hands. If you don't want to see them get hurt, just hand over what I want." After saying this, he pointed to several humans standing next to the four-poster bed with weapons. In addition to the wizard, a house elf, and 2 goblins, Narek also brought several ordinary people dressed like mercenaries. It was because of these people that the foresight talent of Pixcrup was triggered, and he ran to the yard of the Hermit Manor in advance to mark the territory with urine. Has he heard of the Purger? These people are all descendants of the Purger. So, guess what will happen to those little wizards if they fall into their hands? Said Narek. The so-called Purgers were a group of wizard bounty hunters from different countries that first existed in American history. Initially, there was no magical government in the New World, and it was the Purgers that filled this loophole. Wizards who committed crimes would become their targets as long as they could be exchanged for a bounty. Due to the lack of constraints, the Purgers became more and more corrupt over time, and their actions became more and more brutal. In the end, they even started to engage in the business of trafficking little wizards, and even arrested innocent people. Chickens are treated as wizards and handed over to anyone who can afford the bounty in exchange for rewards. In 1693, when the American Magical Congress was established, the Scourers were immediately banned, arrested, and punished. Some Scourers escaped punishment by hiding in the No-Maj Society because they had formed families with No-Maj people, but their descendants gradually became squibs. Unlike ordinary No-Maj people, the descendants of the Scourers know the existence of the magic world and wizards. At the same time, these people will naturally be hostile to all other wizards. Since the establishment of the American Magical Congress, these people have not only been trying to undermine the statute of secrecy, but also promote the wizard threat theory to the No-Maj government. Among them, the most famous case is, by chance, a witch named Dorcas 12trees fell in love with a No-Maj man named Bartholomew Bourne. Bourne's true identity is actually a descendant of the Scourers, and he naturally agrees with the extreme idea that wizards are all evil. During their relationship, Ben managed to get a lot of information about magic from Dorcas and made it public, causing the international statute of secrecy to be seriously damaged. The consequences of this incident led directly to the enactment of the Rappaport Law by the Magical Congress of the United States. The person who proposed and passed this legal provision was Emily Rappaport, the then Speaker of the Magical Congress of the United States, forcing the strict separation of No-Maj and the magical world, using strict punishment to prevent people from the two worlds from contacting and marrying each other, to prevent such incidents from happening again. The entire 12trees incident ended with Ben being arrested by Aurors. It is worth mentioning that when he was arrested, Ben had gathered a group of people and tried to murder a wizard family living in a small village. The witch Dorcas was later nicknamed Innocent 12trees. and this nickname later became a synonym for stupidity in the mouths of American wizards. Even more tragically, Dorcas later suffered from depression due to this mental trauma and finally died of depression. The various grievances between the Scourers and wizards have accumulated for hundreds of years, and they are so thick that there is no way to mediate. To this day, the descendants of the Purgers are still trying to overthrow the entire magic world and secretly hunt down wizards for revenge. In a sense, if the descendants of the Purgers had not all become ordinary people who could not cast magic, they would definitely become the top stars in the magic world who could stop children crying at night more than Grindelwald and Voldemort. The Purgers in the past liked to burn wizards to death. However, my employees resume say that they went to Brazil for further studies, so maybe they prefer water torture. The threat of the goblin Narlock made Sherlock in the portrait frown. He and Watson, a person in the painting and a ghost, do meet the conditions of how to scare them with death, but the little wizard in the manor does not. He showed the treasure that was extremely tempting to him in front of Narlock's Blind Pig Tavern painting before, just to give this old goblin who fled to the United States a reason to escape back and set a trap for him. He had calculated the time and notified the Auror office, just waiting for the big fish to take the bait. He just wanted to give the little wizards a little stimulation, let them see how the Aurors fight, and then see if this little stimulation would help them awaken their magic. But who would have thought that after becoming the person in the painting, although his intelligence was not affected, his memory had shortcomings. It's not just him. The Narek in the painting of the Blind Pig Tavern actually doesn't remember what happened after it was painted on the canvas. Although it is Narek's spy, it is unknown that Narek has gathered people like Purgers and Wild Wizards in recent years. So even if Sherlock had tried the Narek in the portrait in advance, he didn't find out what the other party had. The information is not equal. It is very passive. And Narek has the initiative. Hand over the golden crown made by the Goblin King Ragnaki. It is a treasure belonging to us goblins. It is just a piece of gold for you wizards, but it means orthodoxy for us goblins. Wear it, and I will be the emperor. After shouting this, Narek stood up straight from the four-poster sedan chair and raised his arms high as if he had been injected with chicken blood. He was very excited. He was very excited. He was so excited that he even felt that the afternoon sun had become a little shadowy. Hey? The goblin suddenly realized that something was wrong and quickly fell on the cushion of the four-poster sedan chair. At the same time, the glass dome of the entrance hall of the hidden manor suddenly shattered, and a huge figure fell heavily from the air with glass shards flying everywhere. Bang! Bang! Maybe he is just a wild wizard, but he is holding a more dangerous weapon, so he deserves more concentrated fire. After becoming a Start Magus, Bourne looks more like Hagrid than Hagrid. He stands still, and ordinary goblins may not be able to hit his knees even if they stand on tiptoe. Therefore, standing in front of Narek, Bourne looks very oppressive. Ugly alien, I just heard you say that you want to become the emperor? Answer me. Because of anger, Bourne even forgot to pray to Om Messiah, and activated the chainsaw sword. However, this weapon still works quite smoothly and is still very loyal, perhaps because of the fierce words that just came out of the goblin's mouth, so that the god of all machines no longer cares about details and still gives blessings. What nonsense! What treason! What usurpation! What unforgivable! When Bourne made the last rebuke, his roar shattered the glass dome above his head, and the broken glass fell to the ground. Narek ran out of the four-poster sedan in a hurry, not caring whether he stepped on the land of Great Britain. Sherlock, are you crazy? And you hit a crazy half-blood giant in the manor. Narek cursed while running away, and at the same time shouted orders to other men who heard the sound and rushed over from other parts of the manor. He was very scared now. Chapter 21 Fidelius's Charm. In the Tower Hamlets area of London's Isle of Dogs, between the ancient West India docks and the Docklands, the semi-abandoned Canary Wharf is under construction in full swing. Near the dock, on the top floor of a 5-story building with an inconspicuous appearance, the conference room was filled with wizards from more than 30 countries wearing different styles of wizard robes. With a walnut table as a partition, these people sat on 3 layers of green leather terraced sofas on both sides of the long table. At the end of the long table, there was a miniature statue of the Magic Brothers fountain in the lobby of the British Ministry of Magic, and 2 oath boxes guarded the statue on both sides. In view of the precedent of some countries' representatives throwing boots or corn cobs, all conference speakers must sign a contract before speaking and then put it into the magic-protected oath box to ensure that they will abide by the conference rules. In the middle of the long table, there is also a magic typewriter that keeps tapping, recording every word of the conference speakers at any time. Standing behind the speaker's desk at the head of the long table, the person in charge of presiding over this meeting is the current British Minister of Magic, Millicent Barnold. Unlike the Muggle Temple, which has fully proved that it has changed from the sun never sets to the sun never passes, through a series of events such as the Cod War and the Suez Canal dispute, the British Ministry of Magic still sits on the throne of the Big Brother of the magic world. Therefore, Millicent Barnold was undoubtedly elected as the host of this international conference. She asked the wizard representatives from various countries sitting on the 3-tier sofas on both sides to stand up and speak one by one, and firmly controlled the speaking time of the representatives of various countries. Okay, Mr. Eisenberg. I think everyone has fully understood the spirit of the 23 points proposed by Mr. Samuel Cohog of the Magical Congress of the United States of America. You can sit down and listen to the explanation provided by our consultant. As she spoke, the lady in the purple London-style wizard robe pushed the monocle on her nose, and then waved her pearly white poplar wand. Dozens of parchment reports with the same content were summoned from the filing cabinet by her and flew accurately to all the participants present. Professor Slughorn, you can speak. As a potion master, you must have unique opinions on the standardization of cross-border potion transactions. I look forward to you answering our questions like you did in Hogwarts. Horace Slughorn immediately stood up, took off his bowler hat, and took off his hat to greet the people around him before starting to explain. He first praised the host of the meeting, Ms. Barnold. Your levitation spell is still impressive. I remember that you alone added a lot of points to Ravenclaw College by using this spell in a variety of flexible ways. While Millicent smiled, Horace continued, just like what Minister Barnold did back then, using a spell for different purposes, the effects it showed looked like many different spells. Many of the finished potions currently circulating between countries have similar situations. For example, raw bone in the UK, this medicine is generally used to treat human bone diseases. On the Rue Pierre in Paris, the store that sells the most bone spirit is a tool store that supplies magical animal farms. Most of those who buy bone spirit are operators of unicorn farms. They can generally harvest 2 or 3 times a year, instead of just collecting it once a year from unicorns according to traditional techniques like we do here. You are slandering us. The horns of our French unicorns are as good as those of our sisters. No, ours are better. A French representative wearing red high heels and white stockings stood up and protested loudly. When he spoke, the wig on his head trembled and almost fell off. There is no overnight hatred between Britain and France. Usually, they will roll up their sleeves on the spot if they disagree. Horace raised his hand and made a standard French military salute. Millicent Barnold, who presided over the meeting, received the signal and immediately waved his wand to let several aurors enter the venue. He took the somewhat emotional French representative out for a cup of English afternoon tea. Sorry. I am just discussing the matter at hand and have no intention of discussing the issue of the origin of potion materials and their quality. As one of the 28 pure-blood families, each family has its own base and interests that it does not want others to interfere with. The head is determined by the butt. No matter how fair-minded Horace is, he has to drag down his colleagues when he speaks, not to mention that the other party is French. Of course, this is what Millicent Barnold expected to see, because it is also in the interests of the British Ministry of Magic. French potion manufacturers will not contribute taxes to the British Ministry of Magic. However, what I want to say is, as a stable potion that has been invented for hundreds of years, the ingredients and brewing methods are almost impossible to optimize or change, just because of different uses. The bone spirits in Britain and France will be labeled differently, and the prices of the two potions will also be different. This is the problem we must face now, and the bone spirit is not an isolated case, similar to. Just as Horace wanted to further state his point of view, a snowflake suddenly flew from a distance to the window of the 5-story building and wanted to fly into the conference room. On the windowsill next to it, a house elf with an anxious look on his face was also anxiously patting the glass. The Aurors in charge of the security of the venue immediately took action. They took the owls and house elves over, and after confirming that there was no trace of black magic, they sent them all into the conference room. The captain of the Aurors, wearing a fake eyeball, a cloak, and a thick cane, limped to Horace. "What's wrong?" "Alastair. Professor Slughorn, your house elf Momo brought a message. She is now outside for inspection and verification. The content of the message is..." Mad-Eye Moody had just said a few words when a roar that was almost a scream rang out from the meeting seat. "How dare that villain do this? This is a massacre of wizards, a rebellion of goblins, and a serious dereliction of duty by the Ministry of Magic." Just as Moody personally informed Slughorn, an Auror also informed Lucius Malfoy, who was also attending the meeting. As an antique in some magic potion shops, he was also qualified to attend this multinational meeting. However, at this time, Lucius stood up and jumped and yelled as if he had lost his mind, without any regard for the so-called aristocratic etiquette that the Malfoy family always valued the most. "Silence! Mr. Malfoy! You have to remember where you are and be responsible for what you say." Millicent Barnold pointed her wand at her neck with displeasure and cast a loud voice spell, restoring order on the scene with tough means. Just when Mad-Eye Moody was about to rush over and cast a powerful spell on the Death Eater who had escaped the punishment due to the golden bullet trick, and then give him a one-way ticket to Azkaban, Horace walked towards the speaker's podium with a frost on his face. Because he took into account the face of the minister and the British Ministry of Magic, he reminded in a very small voice, but gritted his teeth, "Millicent, now is not the time to pursue Mr. Malfoy. I suggest you adjourn the meeting temporarily." More than a dozen young wizards from pure-blood families were kidnapped, and most of them were the only heirs of their respective families. If they really had an accident, it would not only be a shocking case, but it might also shake the foundation of the British Ministry of Magic. Therefore, when she learned the general situation of the whole incident, Millicent Barnold immediately announced, "The meeting is temporarily adjourned. All representatives please go to the lounge next to you to rest. However, before getting my permission, everyone must stay here and is not allowed to contact the outside world. Once anyone is found to leave secretly, or use any means to communicate with the outside world, you will be regarded as provoking the authority of the British Ministry of Magic and will be arrested and imprisoned by the Aurors." Without knowing whether there are any accomplices of Narek present, Millicent Barnold has even made the worst plan. Although the incident happened very suddenly, the Minister of Magic has led the Ministry of Magic through the rise of Voldemort after all, and his ability to deal with problems is indeed trustworthy. "Alastair, notify your Director Scrimgeour that all Aurors and Strikers should go to the Auror office within 10 minutes. I have an urgent task to issue. Also, you go and notify Headmaster Dumbledore in person. I hope he can also rush to the Ministry of Magic as soon as possible." The news brought by Momo has already explained the situation. The Hermitage Manor was cast under the Fidelius charm. If the secret keeper cannot be found, even if all the Aurors are dispatched, it may not be effective. Therefore, it is necessary to find a white wizard who is smart enough and powerful enough to bypass the restrictions of this spell. "Don't worry." Moody immediately walked out of the meeting room with a cane, limping but very quickly. A few minutes later, accompanied by the loud cry of the Phoenix with a shout, Dumbledore appeared in front of everyone. Millicent Barnold glanced at Moody obscurely. Although he had never admitted to being a member of the Order of the Phoenix, he was able to contact Dumbledore so quickly, and his identity as the Ministry of Magic Little Minister must be confirmed. However, even so, Millicent Barnold did not want to do anything to Moody. Firstly, Millicent Barnold's term of office was about to end, and she did not need to purge the team for the next minister. Secondly, it was already the norm for each little minister to be in office, and these little ministers were usually more capable than others, and leaders were quite handy to use. Look, Moody had done everything she had just told him to do in less than a few minutes. His execution ability was so terrifying, much better than those loyal salary thieves in the Ministry of Magic. At this time, Horace had told Dumbledore the whole story again, and the house elf Momo also supplemented it. The usually peaceful Hogwarts headmaster frowned after listening. The situation is indeed not good. There is no conventional way to crack the address protected by the Fidelius charm except to find the secret keeper. Hearing him say this, everyone in the conference room was in a gloomy mood. After all, Dumbledore's words are authoritative. Lucius, who was concerned about the situation of his only son, questioned Dumbledore's judgment loudly. Impossible, absolutely impossible. The Fidelius charm I know was originally an ancient ritual magic. Its modern casting method was improved by you. You must know a way to break the curse that others don't know. Dumbledore shook his head, took out his half-moon reading glasses from his pocket, and then pointed his wand at the walnut table in the conference room. If possible. Please go ahead. Millicent Barnold replied. Dumbledore didn't chant a spell or wave his wand, but with a light gesture, the green tablecloth on the long table began to deform, some places began to bulge, and some places changed color, turning into a map sand table. Surrey is here, Dumbledore said, and the area representing Surrey in the sand table began to grow, squeezing the surrounding terrain to the edge of the sand table. My only advantage over everyone here in terms of breaking the Fidelius charm is that I have lived longer, visited many places, and have a general impression of their locations. As Dumbledore performed the transfiguration according to his memory, many changes occurred on the magic sand table. A certain place in Surrey was enlarged again, and other terrain in the county was gradually squeezed to the edge of the sand table. When the sand table was fixed again, the terrain finally displayed on it was an area of about 10x10 square miles. There are several Muggle villages and towns scattered in this area. We can use the process of elimination. Dumbledore gave his final opinion. This may be the most effective way at present. Chapter 22 Add Money. Add money. Add money. 2 flowers bloom, each showing its own beauty. While the Aurors and Strikers of the Ministry of Magic were out in full force, the people in the Hermitage Manor were not idle either. Facing the goblin who dared to call himself Emperor, Bourne decided to communicate with him directly with the chainsaw sword. Narek was terrified. He kept asking Sherlock and questioning why he kept a crazy half-blood giant at home. Sherlock was also confused. However, curiosity finally prevailed, and Sherlock in the painting couldn't help but ask Bourne, "Who are you?" "Me." Bourne answered without looking back, "I am just an ordinary angel of death under the throne." While speaking, he passed through the lobby of the manor like the wind, and tore up the sofas, tables, chairs, benches, and several voodoo sedan bearers who rushed towards him under the order of Narek with his chainsaw sword. Their bodies, as hard as dry wood, were cut by the chainsaw sword as easily as wallpaper cutters cutting paper. Moreover, Bourne's swordsmanship was to behead with one sword, without any dragging. "Come on! Whoever kills this half-blood giant, I will reward him with 300 Zwokuo, note 1, plus 20,000 Muggle dollars." While running, Narek shouted to the goblin subordinates who had just arrived here, as well as several Purger mercenaries. The exchange between Zwokuo and Muggle currency is managed much more strictly by the MACUSA than by the Ministry of Magic in the UK, and wizards basically have no need to exchange Zwokuo for US dollars. For the descendants of the Purgers who actually live in Muggle society most of the time, US dollars are more useful and practical than Zwokuo. The reason why these descendants of the purgers are willing to work for Narek is simply because this goblin pays them a lot of money. If they are willing to pay more, they are willing to work hard. Therefore, when Narek calls out a good price, the enthusiasm of these people is all mobilized. They ignore their companions who were killed by headshots and the voodoo sedan bearers who were beheaded by chainsaw swords, raise the Glock in their hands, aim at the dangerous half-blood giant and pull the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. Adhering to the habits brought from the US, and because these descendants of the purgers were in a hurry to arrive in the UK, they only got some handguns from the black market. Guns are weapons, so they all choose to empty the magazines at once, in order to make up for the lack of power with the number of bullets. Normally, when facing the hot weapons of Muggles, the most reliable way for wizards to protect themselves is to cast an armor charm on themselves. However, Bourne has never learned the armor charm. Besides, you can't ask a little wizard who has not yet been to school to master the silent and wandless spell-casting skills of this spell, right? That is a requirement for elite warriors. So, facing the bullets fired by the enemy, Bourne can only use his old method to deal with it. Just like catching a chicken, he reached out and grabbed a voodoo sedan bearer who had just been beheaded, and used it as a shield to cover the vital parts of the front of his body. Then, while approaching the enemy at a high speed, he kept kicking things like green plants and sofas placed in the hallway to provide himself with some extra cover. As for those bullets that were not blocked, as long as the position aimed at was not the vital part of the body, Bourne simply ignored them. The bullets of a backward kinetic weapon like a pistol, even if they could penetrate the skin of an Astartes, would be directly bounced out by the black carapace implanted under the skin, and could not touch their muscle fibers that were comparable to steel cables. Even those broken skin places would heal quickly and form imperceptible scars under the action of Laminra cells. Seeing Bourne rushing over like a running rhinoceros, the wise people in the group of purger mercenaries immediately warned their companions, "Find cover. Change bullets. Prepare to fight." However, he still underestimated the terrifying degree of an Astartes. With just one punch, Bourne punched through a red brick pillar in the lobby of the Hermit Manor, and caught the smart man who had found a shelter one step ahead and was quickly changing magazines. 5 fingers as powerful as hydraulic pliers squeezed hard and crushed his neck. At the same time, Bourne's chainsaw sword flew out of his hand, like a javelin, directly piercing the chests of the remaining 4 descendants of the purgers who were standing relatively close and had not had time to find shelter. And finally inserted into the wall of the hallway. Reloading, fighting. The Astartes who launched a close-range attack almost gave the enemy no chance to do so. Up to this point, all the mercenaries who followed Narek back to Britain had been slaughtered by Bourne. Although so much has been said, in fact, from the time Bourne smashed the glass dome of the hallway and fell from the sky into the hallway, only 2 or 3 minutes had passed. This is the combat efficiency of the Astartes even in the chaotic and disordered Dark Millennium. The heretics and aliens that ravaged the galaxy did not dare to underestimate any Astartes. It's a pity that in the long peaceful world of Harry Potter, people have not heard of the legend of the Astartes. So much so that even though Bourne had killed a whole team of purger mercenaries as easily as cutting melons and vegetables, some guys still had the illusion of "I can do it" in their hearts. For example, the 2 fairies who came with Narek. It's a bit far-fetched to call them fairies. They are actually Pucky from North America, a distant relative of European fairies. They are also small, have pointed ears, and don't like humans, especially wizards. Compared to European fairies, North American fairies such as Pucky are more barbaric, but also more heroic. In particular, they are particularly good at using toxins. The poisoned weapons used by Pucky are amazingly lethal. When they saw that Bourne had dealt with the purger mercenaries and had no weapons in his hands, the 2 American fairies immediately became energetic, took out the knives in their pockets and rushed over. The advantage is mine. ×2. Both Pucky thought so in their hearts. Because in their opinion, as long as they can make a small wound, the toxin alone can knock down this hybrid giant. But the actual situation is that these two ignorant Pucky completely underestimated the danger level of Bourne. Even with bare hands and without armor, Astartes is still a terrible killer. Faced with two guys who rushed up to a force delivery, Bourne just opened his mouth and spit at them twice. Of course, this is not a mockery. A pair of Beckeler glands will be implanted next to the salivary glands on the lower lip or in the hard palate of the Space Marines who have undergone surgical modification. The working method of this gland is very similar to that of many poisonous insects, synthesizing and storing deadly venom. Because of the implantation of Beckeler glands, Space Marines are immune to the toxins they secrete. At the same time, the toxins they secrete are also extremely corrosive. The Space Marines who are imprisoned and placed in iron cages can bite through the iron bars and escape in just a few minutes. Bourne, who had been wandering in the dark universe for many years, had also learned another technique to use this venom. He pooed saliva out of his mouth, and with the strong airflow pumped out by multiple lungs, he hit the faces of two Pucky at a speed comparable to that of a subsonic bullet. They were knocked unconscious immediately. This was not a bad thing. Although the final result was also poisoned to death, at least they did not need to feel the pain of their faces gradually melting while awake. At this time, Narek was about to run out of the lobby of the Hermit Manor, and a van was parked in the garden of the manor. Just as the goblin was jumping anxiously and stretching his hand to open the car door, Bourne had taken down the still roaring chainsaw sword from the wall and danced a sword flower, shaking off the blood and flesh residue caught between the teeth. "Heretic, accept your judgment," Bourne roared, shaking the broken glass ceiling of the hallway. But just as he was about to take a step to chase and kill Narek, something strange happened suddenly. The hooded wizard who had been shot 3 times by him with magnum bullets suddenly sat up from the ground. "Imperio, soul out of the body!" Accompanied by a high-pitched chanting, a dark green light instantly passed through the messy hallway and hit Bourne, who was several meters away from the wizard. While he continued to cast spells with his wand, he took off his hood and used it to cover the bullet hole on his torso that was still bleeding. Bourne, who was attacked by him, stood in place. His expression gradually became ferocious, as if he was fighting against something. "Narlag!" The wizard called out to the goblin with difficulty. "This time, you have to pay more." Hearing the shout and seeing Bourne being hit by the spell, the goblin Narlag was stunned for a moment, then burst into laughter. "More! More! More! Important things should be said 3 times. Note 1, Drogo, equivalent to the gold galleons used by British wizards, but the Magical Congress of the United States has a position of treasure and Drogo manager, instead of being completely managed by Gringotts like in the UK. Chapter 23 The villain died because of talking too much. The sudden change between great sorrow and great joy almost caused the old goblin to have a myocardial infarction. After taking a bottle of potion from his pocket and taking a sip, Narlag finally breathed a sigh of relief. At the same time, he also felt that his decision to hire this wild wizard at a high price was extremely wise. Sure enough, you get what you pay for. Instead of hiring the descendants of the Purgers, it is better to simply hire a wizard at a high price. Even if he is a wild wizard, he is more capable than the descendants of Muggles and Squibs. He didn't say this thought out loud. Otherwise, the wizards he always regarded as wild wizards would definitely greet his whole family. "You are the wild wizard. Your whole family is wild wizards. You should know that he is a genuine graduate of Hogwarts and almost got the opportunity to study in Azkaban. He is a senior Death Eater. If the Ministry of Magic had not arrested Death Eaters after the fall of the Dark Lord, how could he run to the other side of the sea, a wild land in the eyes of the 3 flags of old Europe, and disguise himself as a wild wizard? At the same time, if he didn't have to verify his identity to withdraw money from Gringotts' vault, how could he hold his nose and let a lowly goblin order him around for a few gold pots? "Avery, ask where this half-blood giant came from." The wizard had an impressive hooked nose and some terrible black magic spells tattooed all over his face. The key point was that he had a shiny bald head. After hearing Narek's order, He glanced at the cheap boss without leaving a trace, and then climbed up from the ground with difficulty. Thanks to the years of serving the Dark Lord, he learned a trick from him, so he was able to add a simplified version of the armor curse to himself in time when Bourne drew his gun and shot him. Otherwise, he would have died just now. However, the armor curse was only a simplified version after all. Even though it saved him from death by headshot and torso explosion, the magnum bullet still hit his chest and stomach. After finishing this job, he would need a lot of money during the recovery period after returning to the United States. Damn goblin! Avery cursed in his heart. However, on the surface, he still obeyed the boss's order, and with a slight flick of his wrist, he strengthened some of the imperious curse that was continuously output. "Who are you?" Avery asked. "I am the Emperor's Angel of Death," Bourne answered. Avery was confused, so he continued to ask, "Angel? What kind of a god is it? Is it a false god worshipped by giants?" Because he didn't study the history of magic well in school, or to be more precise, there were not many young wizards who studied the history of magic well in Hogwarts, so Avery thought that the Emperor mentioned by Bourne was a superstition of giants. False god. Although he was temporarily controlled by the imperious curse, a serious Astartes, how could he listen to someone use this word to describe the All-Father? Whether the Emperor is a god or not is a question of whether he is willing to do so. But no matter what his choice is, false is a taboo word. The violent fluctuations in emotions made Bourne, who was trying to break free from the imperious curse, regain some of his self-judgment in his brain, but he didn't fully recover. At this time, his eyes had turned red. As luck would have it, after taking off his hood, Avery revealed his true face, hooked nose, bald head, and spell tattoos on his face. It must be said that this coincidence is too coincidental. Therefore, in Bourne's eyes, the image of Wizard Avery gradually overlapped with that of a scumbag. False god. The first guy who dared to slander the Emperor in this way was not even the demons under the command of the four peddlers in the K, but the one who instigated the Horus heresy, cut off mankind's great conquest of the Sea of Stars, and caused tens of billions of innocent humans to lose their lives. He was a scumbag among scumbags, a villain among villains, and a bastard among bastards, Erebus. In the Warhammer universe, find a loyalist Astartes at random and ask him a question: if a bolt gun has only 2 bullets, and you have Fulgrim, Horus and Erebus in front of you, what would you choose to do? Your standard answer is likely to be, shoot both bullets at Erebus, and then smash the bolter in his face. To put it in a broader sense, Erebus is despised by almost every Astartes chapter. Although this guy looks decent, he perfectly avoids all human morality. To put it in a smaller sense, Erebus is more than half responsible for Bourne's 300 years of hard days. If there is a chance to avenge Erebus, 99 out of 100 Space Marines will be willing to touch the blade, risk the arrows, and not look back, just to kill this bastard. Bourne is no exception. The anger is like boiling magma, instantly igniting every nerve in his body, and the strong discharge stimulates every synapse in his body. Heretical bastard! Die! He roared, like a gust of wind, raised his weapon and rushed towards Avery. The loyal chainsaw sword seemed to sense the anger of its master, and then it burst out with a louder roar. The wizard was so scared that he quickly used the unforgivable curse again. Because the imperious curse failed, he only had 2 choices left: Crucio and Killing Curse. Comparing the two, the avatar has more syllables after all, and the current situation is extremely urgent. So, he can only use the one with shorter syllables. Crucio. Accompanied by a sharp and piercing cry, a green electric light emerged from his wand, like a weird whip, whipping Bourne. The pain caused by the Crucio curse is at the soul level. Generally speaking, a Crucio is enough to cause pain beyond the threshold of human tolerance for pain. In his opinion, even if this middle school half-blood giant in front of him had a good resistance to spells, he would still be in excruciating pain immediately after being hit by the Cruciatus curse, equivalent to interrupting a skill. At that time, he had enough time to use other black magic means to deal with this opponent. However, the fact is that although he was hit by the Cruciatus curse, Bourne only frowned and did not stop. Just kidding, the pain that exceeds the threshold of mortal's tolerance, can it be compared with the pain experienced by Astartes? Not to mention that during the transformation surgery, because the anesthetic cannot take effect, he must be awake and endure the flesh and blood transformation process of more than 10 days or even a month. Even after becoming an Astarte, every Astarte will always be injured on the battlefield, right? After being injured, there will always be a chance to get treatment from the pharmacist, right? Look at the equipment carried by the pharmacists of the chapter: micro drills that can drill through power armor and the black shells of space marines, hydraulic power pliers, plasma cauterization suturing equipment. Every treatment, from a certain perspective, is actually equivalent to experiencing a physical level of cruciatus. With more than 300 years of combat experience, Bourne has come into contact with many pharmacist brothers of the chapter and is familiar with too many different styles and characteristics of treatment methods. Physical cruciatus is just a small scene, he has long been used to it. Even if the cruciatus spell acts on the soul level, it can only make him frown at most. Therefore, the Black Wizard Avery undoubtedly miscalculated. The cruciatus curse not only did not make Bourne suffer from pain, but also had the opposite effect. Not only did he not surrender, but he dared to resist. He was definitely a diehard among the heretics. For such stubborn diehards, the Astartes' usual persuasion method is to let them try it themselves. Which is harder, the head or the chainsaw sword? Seeing the teeth of the chainsaw sword approaching his forehead, Avery, with a look of horror on his face, wanted to cast a silent spell again, and add the simplified version of the armor spell he had used before. But how could his little tricks be hidden from the Astartes who had full combat talents? Space Marines never make the same mistake twice in battle. Before Avery shook his wrist, Bourne reached out and grabbed the wrist holding the magic wand in advance. With a strong squeeze, the Dark Wizard's wrist, palm, and broken magic wand became a mud ball that could not be distinguished from each other. He didn't even have time to scream. Because the next second the chainsaw sword cut Avery from top to bottom, starting from his forehead, neatly split him into two. Then it was divided into four. Then, it was a series of continuous output like cutting melons and vegetables. As a result, even the ground was chopped by Bourne with great force, creating a shallow pit. The teeth of the loyal but somewhat beggar's chainsaw sword were broken. However, there was no lightning, no instant transfer, no energy explosion. Bourne's brain, which was already able to function normally, suddenly felt something was wrong. He woke up and looked at Avery's body at his feet. Hooked nose, bald head, spell tattoo. He exhaled heavily. What's the point of playing cosplay? After saying that, his eyes turned to Narek who was standing there. The goblin was almost scared silly. Just like there is a limit to the tolerance of pain, there is also a limit to the tolerance of violence for highly intelligent creatures. The violence displayed by an Astartes is undoubtedly a shock to the minds of mortals. A dimensionality reduction attack. Ah! When he saw Bourne looking at him, Narek immediately let out a shrill scream. He couldn't run away. In order to save himself, he quickly talked to Bourne about the conditions. Don't kill me. I swear in the name of the Narek family that I can give you a quarter of the property in my vault. No, half is fine. Also, the crown of the Goblin King is in Sherlock's Manor. I am willing to give it to you. Also, I have collected a batch of valuable magical animals, all of which can be given to you as pets, snacks, whatever you want. Under the pressure of life and death, his lips moved as fast as a rapper, and he reported the conditions one by one like a dish. I don't know if it was because he was short of oxygen because he spoke too fast, or because he felt distressed when he said those conditions. The old goblin suddenly twitched while speaking, and then he covered his chest with force and fell backwards to the floor. Bourne walked up to him and found that Narek's face had turned purple, his eyes were wide open, and he had no breath or pulse. It's quite a coincidence. Moreover, it really fits the saying the villain dies because he talks too much. This is the real villain dies because he talks too much. Chapter 24 Pie in the Sky and Gambling. In the Hermitage Manor, because of a imperious curse, the young wizard Bourne briefly started a crazy-like mincing and killing. And outside the Hermitage Manor, a large group of adult wizards were almost going crazy because they were working overtime. England? Overtime? Listen, does it make sense? In a country with the tradition of drinking tea first, the emergence of overtime, to be honest, is actually quite sudden. But the reality is that in order to use the elimination method proposed by Dumbledore to find the manor hidden by the Fidelius curse, not only the Auror office of the Department of Magical Law Enforcement was almost dispatched, but also many people from other departments were drawn to help. For example, in the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, many salary thieves who usually only need to drink tea, read newspapers, and occasionally go out to clean up some Muggle memories were also assigned to participate in the operation. However, no matter how much they objected, these people could only hold back. Because their immediate superior, the director of the Department of Magical Accidents and Catastrophes, was also working overtime with them. Besides, this man has many golden sentences. Young people working overtime is nothing. If you don't suffer now, you will have to eat dirt when you are old. It is good to have many skills. Master Dumbledore is involved in this operation. This is a precious learning opportunity for you. I see your efforts. Believe in yourself. You will definitely be able to overcome the difficulties and complete the task. Workers' souls. Workers will definitely become superior people. Even the well-informed Dumbledore, looking at this wizard bureaucrat who is about 50 years old, wearing a brown pinstripe suit, a bright red tie, and a pair of pointed boots on his feet, can't help but sigh, there are still capable people in the Ministry of Magic. This director named Cornelius Fudge left a deep impression on the White Wizard Dumbledore in a special way. But no matter what, Cornelius Fudge's PUA for the employees did play a certain positive role in motivation. After nearly 100 wizards searched the net, someone finally found a key clue. An Auror named Kingsley Shacklebolt found a house elf that shouldn't be there near a Muggle village. When Kingsley found the house elf, he was driving a Muggle van and running wildly. There must be something wrong when things are abnormal. Kingsley decisively subdued him with a spell, and then searched the car again. With the help of the tracking and developing spell, Kingsley saw the image fragments of the passengers in the car not long ago, and recognized the extremely conspicuous suspect goblin at a glance. For the house elf suspected of participating in criminal activities and endangering the safety of more than a dozen young wizards, the wizards will obviously not show mercy. Many parents of pure-blood wizards suggested that the Ministry of Magic should immediately authorize the torture spell to be cast on it in order to obtain information as soon as possible. In the end, it was Dumbledore, who had a higher moral standard, who overcame all the opposition and used the gentler method of veritaserum and legilimency to pry open the elf's brain. What is the master? I have no master, only a boss. Who is your boss? Naruk, a stingy goblin. After confirming the basic information, Dumbledore used his magic wand to pick out a ball of silver silk from the temple of the house elf. Because there was no prop such as a pensieve at hand, he had no way to show the image in the elf's memory to other people present, and could only interpret it himself. The ball of silver-white silk, under the stimulation of the magic wand, drilled into Dumbledore's temple like an earthworm. The old wizard closed his eyes. Sheffield Village, Ash Forest, Gorse Bush, Cobblestone Path. He quickly reported some of the scenes he saw, which were the house elf's memory of the location of the Hermitage Manor. A few seconds later, the old headmaster opened his eyes again. Map. Someone immediately brought a local map over, and Dumbledore pointed to a location on it with his wand. The manor hidden by the Fidelius curse is here. After saying that, without waiting for everyone to react, Dumbledore! Immediately he shouted, "Fox!" A pillar of fire rose from the spot, and the old wizard disappeared immediately, leaving only a small patch of grass on the ground that had become bald due to the flames. Kingsley Shacklebolt, a tall black wizard with a golden earring on his ear, turned his head and whispered to the Mad-Eye beside him, "It may not be appropriate to say this now, but I must admit that Dumbledore is indeed very stylish when casting spells." Moody did not turn his head, but just turned his fake magic eyeball half a circle and glanced at this junior. "Maybe," he replied. However, there were some words that Moody did not say on the spot. "But why do I feel that Dumbledore is a little anxious? What happened?" At dusk, the Hermitage Manor seemed quiet, and Dumbledore appeared in the middle of a corridor guarded by a row of privet trees. In the bushes on both sides of the road, golden gorse flowers and some newly sprouted heather bloomed. However, in this peaceful atmosphere, Dumbledore felt a little uneasy. He smelled a slightly pungent smell of gunpowder and a subtle smell of blood in the air. He gently tapped the wizard robe with his wand, and the spell covered his body silently but quickly like ripples on the water. Walking through the corridor in the garden, Dumbledore saw the typical Elizabethan entrance hall composed of several straight white marble columns and glass, and then the old wizard walked in quickly. While walking, Dumbledore said in a gentle tone, "Little Bourne, don't be afraid. I'm coming in. You know me. I'm a good friend of your grandfather Horace." "I am. Hello, Grandpa Albus." Sitting on a rare carved chest of drawers in the room, Bourne shook his feet that couldn't reach the ground, and waved his arms to greet Dumbledore enthusiastically. After that, he introduced Sherlock in the Rubik's Cube portrait standing on the backrest of the sofa in front of him. "Mr. Holmes, this old man is a friend of my grandfather, his name is Albus Dumbledore." Not far from them, there were corpses lying on the ground, one of which had been smashed by Bourne in his trance and was basically unrecognizable. Just now we bet on who will find this place first. You guess it's either the aura of the Ministry of Magic or my grandfather Horace. Now it seems that your reasoning is not as good as my intuition," Bourne said to Sherlock with a smile. Sherlock in the portrait suddenly had a well character on his forehead, and there were a few black lines next to it. "Mr. Slughorn, now I am just a magic portrait. If I were still alive, my deduction method would definitely be able to compete with your wizard intuition." Even after a thrilling experience, Sherlock's mouth cannon skills have not diminished. Besides, unlike ordinary people, he was not so afraid of Bourne, who showed the terrible ability to realize violence. He had the ability to realize violence, but he was not a pervert with violent tendencies. This was the same as possessing nuclear weapons but not necessarily using them. In his opinion, Bourne was quite interesting. It was a pity that he was not a descendant of the Holmes family. Because they were attracted to each other, Sherlock was still arguing with Bourne, who helped him and Watson solve the trouble and protected other young wizards in the manor, but it was obviously not the same as his confrontation with Neruk. "But I still want to admit defeat." Sherlock made it clear, "I am willing to testify for you to prove the validity of Neruk's last will, and I will give you the golden crown, just as the honorary crown of this summer camp activity, provided that you don't let other goblins hear about it." After speaking, Sherlock also blinked at Bourne. Bourne nodded excitedly. He was already imagining how many alchemical materials he could buy after getting the money from the goblin Neruk, and how many useful tools he could buy from the Muggles. With these things, it wouldn't be too much to upgrade the loyal chainsword? It wouldn't be too much to add a bolter, right? As an Astartes, it would be very reasonable to save a set of power armor for yourself? Just when Bourne was thinking and about to shed tears of happiness, Dumbledore coughed twice and interrupted his reverie. "I have to interrupt," he said. "Shouldn't you explain to me, an old man, what happened here, and You have to speak faster, the people from the Ministry of Magic and the parents of other young wizards are about to come, and I think the scene here still needs to be covered up." Chapter 25 Dumbledore's Choice. Professional things should naturally be left to professionals. Sherlock in the portrait only took a few minutes to explain the whole story clearly. At the same time, Mr. Sherlock also emphasized seriously, it was the Dark Wizard who used the unforgivable curse, which led to Bourne's rampage, and as the initiator, he turned into a puddle of mud. It is hard to imagine what a villain that guy is. His end is entirely his own fault and he has no grudges against others. Not only did he use the unforgivable curse, he used it twice in a row. If I remember correctly, when I was still alive, the Ministry of Magic had stipulated that if a wizard used an unforgivable curse once, he would be imprisoned in Azkaban. If a wizard used it twice or more, he would be sentenced to death and executed immediately. Sherlock's righteous and prejudiced speech made Bourne call him a good guy in his heart. And he almost shouted 666 to him. Yes, I swear, it was that guy who started it first. Bourne nodded like a chicken pecking at rice. After listening to the cause and effect, Dumbledore pondered for a moment, and then said, "Although I believe in Mr. Holmes's ethics, I still have to do some checks on you, Bourne. But don't worry, I just want to check whether the Imperius Curse and Cruciatus Curse on that person have any sequelae." Bourne blinked. He was not afraid at all. However, no matter how long he waited, Dumbledore did not make any move after more than a minute. "So," he asked with a puzzled look on his face, "Grandpa Albus, didn't you say that time is tight?" But at the moment of contact with the depths of Bourne's heart, he still felt a darkness and oppression that was difficult to describe in words. Moreover, this oppressive feeling was like a huge stone, and it even made him feel a little unable to breathe. Can the Imperius Curse produce this effect? How could he not know? Although he was a well-known master of white magic, Dumbledore was actually not unfamiliar with black magic at all. He just disdained to use it. As for the 3 unforgivable curses sought after by many dark wizards, Dumbledore's understanding of them was even more thorough than those dark wizards combined. He did not think that the dark wizard who cast the Imperius Curse on Bourne could study this spell to the point that he could not understand it. If that guy was really that capable, would he still work for a goblin? But just when he wanted to use more powerful means to completely uncover the secret deep in Bourne's heart, he saw a dazzling golden light suddenly burst out from Bourne's heart, like a supernova explosion. Moreover, this golden light also followed the legilimency spell that linked him and Bourne and directly shone into Dumbledore's heart. This light was full of sacred breath, but at the same time it also had a majesty that could not be touched or presumptuous. Dumbledore's wizard intuition told him, he must not offend it, otherwise, it would definitely cause a disaster. At the same time, his hand holding the wand also felt a slight tingling pain. The old wand, as one of the 3 Deathly Hallows, was actually afraid. The Elderwood wand body actually released a weak electric current. It seemed to want to remind its owner in this way. "If you want to die, go by yourself, don't take me with you." Merlin's beard. Under the calm appearance, Dumbledore's heart was actually in turmoil. He was more curious about Bourne. However, the words he wanted to say turned into, "You seem to have mastered the transformation of Magus quite well, and you can control it freely. I am relieved. After all, you will come to Hogwarts in September next year, and for a child of your age, going to school is a big deal and must not be delayed. There will be many opportunities to explore the secret in the future." Reason told Dumbledore that there is no need to rush for a moment. People tend to get into trouble when they are anxious, and some of the results caused by chaos are irreversible. He has learned lessons in this regard. It hurts too much. A girl's face flashed in Dumbledore's mind involuntarily. He thought of Ariana, his youngest sister. In total, it took about 5 or 6 minutes before Dumbledore waved his wand and chanted a spell. Reparo. As Dumbledore waved his wand like a band conductor, the destroyed Hermitage Manor magically came to life. The broken furniture jumped back to its original position one by one, the various decorations on the wall returned to their original shape in mid-air, the cotton returned to the cushions, the broken glass dome automatically repaired, and the broken glass shards on the ground flew back to their original positions and glued together. A large number of broken silver picture frames flew to the side of Sherlock's self-portrait, and they were spliced together with a creaking sound, and became bright and new again. The broken, torn, and ripped places in various parts of the room were restored to their original state. The bloodstains on the floor and walls were automatically wiped clean. Even the broken saw teeth of the chainsaw sword returned to their original positions. One by one, the flattened bullet heads drilled out of the corpses on the ground, and after returning to their original shape, they were stuffed back into the brass shells that had been emptied of propellant. Is it so magical? Bourne's eyes lit up. He remembered that there was a similar scene in the Harry Potter movie. However, it was absolutely impossible to see it through the screen. Nothing is as impressive as experiencing it in person. As if thinking of something, Bourne picked up the oversized revolver with both hands, opened the cylinder with force, poured out a magnum bullet, and threw it gently. Well, the charge inside is still gone. It may be because the gunpowder has turned into energy and dissipated, so this spell cannot be reversed. But anyway, the restoration spell can really work wonders in some cases. So, he made up his mind that he must learn this spell as soon as possible. And shortly after Dumbledore finished casting the spell, noisy voices came from outside the manor. Because in order to prevent the criminals inside from using apparition to escape, to be honest, this is really overestimating Narek and others. The people in the Auror office have already set up anti-apparition spells around the manor. So, except for Dumbledore, who was helped by Phoenix Fox, it took these people so long to get to the Hermitage. Aurors and strikers, as well as parents of pure-blood wizards, rushed in all at once. No matter how Rufus Scrimgeour, the head of the Auror office, persuaded them, the anxious parents were unwilling to wait even a second longer. From a distance, Bourne heard Horace's shout, "Bourne? My little Bourne? How are you?" This fat old man in his 80s, still wearing the formal wizard uniform for international conferences, shouted and rushed into the entrance hall of the manor at an amazing speed. He held a cedar wand in one hand and stretched out the other hand to make an Erkin hand gesture. Only when he saw Bourne standing intact beside his old friend and colleague Dumbledore did the old man put down his arm and let out a long sigh. "It's okay, it's okay." Horace ran over, leaned over, and hugged Bourne, then took out a silk handkerchief from his pocket and wiped the corners of his eyes. "You scared Grandpa to death." Bourne patted the back of the old man, who always doted on him, and comforted him. "Grandpa Horace, don't worry, I'm fine. It was the goblin and his men who died." Dumbledore, who was standing aside, suddenly felt relieved when he saw Bourne and Horace hugging each other. The Master of White Magic smiled again. This time he was really relieved. Although Bourne's secret made him a little worried, no matter what, as long as there was love in his heart, this child could be saved, unlike a guy without a nose. However, the comfortable time is always short. When the Aurors and strikers, as well as the parents of those little wizards, rushed into the manor one after another, Dumbledore immediately faced a slightly troublesome problem: how to explain everything at the scene. The furniture and the hallway that he repaired with magic were not bad, and there was no need to explain much. After all, everyone was a wizard. But the problem was, there were still more than a dozen bodies lying on the floor, motionless. Dumbledore just thought about using transfiguration or other methods to cover them up first, and then deal with them. But he thought again: if he used lies to cover up the facts, he would have to tell a series of lies one after another. Instead, it would be better to tell part of the truth with emphasis, just like Sherlock in the portrait. What if someone doesn't believe it? It's very simple. The bodies are there. Can't those who don't believe it go to the world of death to ask for themselves? Thinking of this, the old wizard with a white beard first glanced at Sherlock in the portrait, and then exchanged glances with his old colleague Horace, who was hugging Bourne without leaving a trace. As he activated legilimency, all the communication was completed instantly without words. Just then, Millicent Barnold also came over. The Minister of Magic communicated with Rufus Scrimgeour, the director of the Auror office, and asked several Aurors to lead the parents to the kitchen of the manor. The little wizards were still guarded there by the loyal house elves. In addition, this scene was not suitable for the young wizards to appear, so Millicent sent the parents of the young wizards away. She had something to ask Dumbledore. "Principal Dumbledore, what happened here?" Millicent Barnold went straight to the point. This witch, who was about the same age as Professor McGonagall at Hogwarts, had a similar personality to the latter. At this time, her expression was also very serious. "Did you kill the goblin Narek and his men?" But our Aurors just checked and found that there were no spells or curses left on their bodies, but some wounds caused by Muggle weapons. At this time, an Auror squatting next to Narek said, "It's really pitiful. This goblin may have been scared to death." The Auror who spoke looked very strong, with straight grey hair kept very short, but there was still a little baby fat on his face, and he was not very old. His words attracted some sidelong glances from some people, including some of his colleagues. The Auror realized this and immediately changed his words, saying, "What I meant was Goblin Lives Matter. This is a new slogan proposed by the Goblin Office, and many people in the department are discussing it. It would be better not to explain this." Before Rufus, the head of the Auror office, could say anything, the most experienced Auror present, Mad-Eye Moody, raised his thick, gnarled cane and knocked on the young man's head, trying to gently wake up the guy's sleeping heart. "Dawlish, fuck you, your own job," Moody said viciously. "If you don't want to do it, if you think the Goblin Office is good, then send me a transfer report later, and I promise to sign it for you. The life of a goblin is also life, just a lie to children. If you really believe this, with this level of IQ, you'd better not take the high salary of an Auror, which is extremely risky." After Moody finished teaching, Rufus also glared at the young man named Dawlish, gave him a shut-up look, and then walked to the Minister of Magic and faced Dumbledore together. "Principal Dumbledore, Minister Barnold's meaning. I think a more direct statement should be, how should we explain everything that happened at the scene to the outside world? After all, this case involves too many aspects, and it must be announced to the outside world sooner or later. And I guess those magic hyenas of the Daily Prophet have already been dispatched. In any case, we should first formulate a reliable charter, otherwise it will be too passive." As a senior official of the Ministry of Magic and the head of the Auror office, Rufus Scrimgeour also has his demands. Although the kidnapping case has been under control so far and no irreversible tragedy has occurred, how to explain the presence of more than a dozen bodies at the scene has become a thorny issue. If the decision is not careful, the news released may cause a variety of negative public opinions. For example, reporting that Dumbledore killed more than a dozen murderers may make some wizards more determined to believe that this master of white magic is as cruel as the Dark Lord. For example, the same report, in another, some people will think that only Dumbledore rescued all the little wizards and killed dangerous criminals. Aurors or the entire Ministry of Magic are useless. See, this kind of propaganda is called lose-lose. And this is what Millicent Barnold is really worried about. However, as the Minister of Magic, she can't just ask Dumbledore how to make up the story. Therefore, Rufus added a "I think" to it. After listening to the two Ministry of Magic officials, Dumbledore took a deep breath and nodded slightly. "I understand what you mean," he said, "but I still think that some things must be told truthfully. Chapter 26 School is about to start in the blink of an eye, K. Chapter 26 School is about to start in the blink of an eye, 6K+. At around 8 o'clock in the evening, Charing Cross Road in Westminster, London, this road famous for its many bookstores has not had many pedestrians lingering. Between a second-hand bookstore called and a record store whose sign has fallen off for the most part, there is a small and shabby pub, which is full of clinking of glasses and still crowded. "Drink it! Drink it! Drink it!" Accompanied by the noise of the people, the man sitting at the bar held an oak cup that had been rubbed by the previous people and poured the wine into his mouth with his head tilted up. After persisting for more than 20 seconds and drinking about half a pint of liquid, the man finally couldn't hold on any longer. He tilted his head and vomited the contents of his stomach with a "Ugh. Ugh. Woo. Hey." His actions caused boos. Only the tavern owner was very happy. He stood behind the bar, wiping the cup with a rag, and announced loudly, "The 123rd tasting challenge of the Leaky Cauldron Tavern is over. The last challenger failed. No one can drink a bottle of Gamp's aged social wine in one breath." After saying that, he tapped the bar with his fingers again. The challenger, who felt relieved after vomiting out the money, had to reluctantly flip through his wallet, leaving 2 galleons, and then ran out in shame amid the laughter of others. Old Tom, the owner of the tavern, picked up the gold galleons with a smile, weighed them, blew them to his ears and listened, and then threw them into the cash box under the bar with confidence. Another beautiful day. Old Tom was in a very good mood at this time. Not counting the normal business income, he earned more than 100 galleons today just by hosting the tasting challenge. This is almost as much as an Auror's monthly income. How could Old Tom not be happy? Old Tom's full name is Thompson Linford Abbott, and people who are familiar with him call him Old Tom. The pub he runs is the famous Leaky Cauldron. As for the Gamp-aged social wine he used for the competition today, it was the First Minister of the British Ministry of Magic, the Department of Magical Law Enforcement, including the Office for the Prohibition of the Abuse of Magic, a special flavoured drink brewed by Ulrich Gamp, the founder of the Ministry of Magic, the largest and most staffed department of the Ministry of Magic, including the Auror Command, Wizengamot Administration, etc. The biggest feature of this wine is that it is hard to drink. Ulrich Gamp even left a fund specifically for anyone who challenges to drink a bottle of Gamp's aged social wine in one breath and succeeds, can receive 100 gold galleons from Gringotts. However, no one has succeeded in this challenge so far. Instead, his descendants, such as Old Tom who runs the Leaky Cauldron, rely on this traditional challenge every year. All of them can get a very stable income. Isn't it just eating the food of ancestors? Nothing mixed. Have you seen that the rich Malfoy has been living on the capital he brought William the Great into the country for hundreds of years? However, the enduring hot topic of wealth and inheritance in the wizard circle has recently been dominated by old money such as Malfoy or Black. Almost all British wizards learned from an article published in the Daily Prophet last year that an extremely mysterious and lucky little wizard inherited an astonishing amount of inheritance. It is said that the money came from the American branch of Gringotts, and those greedy goblins almost fought over this matter. Of course, they did not dare to deny the validity of the inheritance, because that would be a provocation to the authority of the Ministry of Magic. The goblins were simply arguing about one issue: should the money be transferred from the American branch of Gringotts to the London headquarters? On this issue, the two groups of goblins in Gringotts held 3 rounds of closed-door talks. After each discussion, several goblin bankers were carried on stretchers to see a doctor, and most of the others were bruised and disheveled. Afterwards, the British Ministry of Magic intervened, and the wise men of the Wizengamot also expressed their dissatisfaction. The combination of the two finally subdued the goblins who were greedy for money. Finally, the Ministry of Magic selected some capable personnel composed of Aurors and Strikers, and cooperated with the team of righteous Aurors of the American Magical Congress, and then the money was safely escorted to London and deposited in a vault in the deepest part of Gringotts. Although the report has been released for more than a year, the popularity of this topic has not diminished. People still talk about the amount of money and the lucky little wizard who received the inheritance. This is actually normal. After all, there are less than 20,000 wizards in the UK at most. The circle is so small, so there are naturally fewer news worth talking about. Didn't you see that in order to survive, the Daily Prophet can only publish some alarmist or fabricated fake news from time to time? It finally published a real news, and it happened to be something about galleons that almost everyone cares about. It would be strange if this still didn't cause widespread discussion and sustained attention. However, when most people were attracted by this inheritance incident, few people noticed that the Daily Prophet also reported a vicious case involving goblins at the same time. This is called diverting public opinion. Pureblood families, the Ministry of Magic, and many so-called bigwigs are well versed in this. In a guest room on the second floor of the Leaky Cauldron, Horace Slughorn, sitting on the sofa, sipped Ozero sherry with half a tablespoon of icing sugar and explained to Bourne incessantly. But in fact, these little tricks are useful, but they are useless. Because the power of wizards can only be obtained by the wands and spells in our hands. Those who rely on public opinion to control the situation are just covering up their own powerlessness. Of course, I am not saying that the influence on public opinion and the control of personal connections are completely meaningless. It's just that you, little Bourne, can slowly experience these things in the next 7 years at Hogwarts. The key is to focus on learning. In sharp contrast to the pub downstairs, the guest rooms upstairs in the Leaky Cauldron are unexpectedly clean and comfortable, and can be used by wizards, witches, or wizards and witches to stay overnight. There is a beautiful wooden staircase leading to the guest rooms upstairs, and each room has a brass number on the door. The room that Horace and Bourne booked has the number 11 on the outside. The 2 beds in this room look very comfortable, and several pieces of oak furniture are also shiny, indicating that they are both varnished and often wiped. Since it was September, the fireplace in the room had not been used yet, but in winter it would have a crackling, joyful fire. After taking Bourne to Diagon Alley to buy school supplies during the day, Horace decided to take his grandson to stay at the Leaky Cauldron for one night and head directly to King's Cross Station the next day. Compared to young wizards from Muggle families or even some pure-blood families, Bourne's pressure to purchase school supplies was undoubtedly much less. It was not because he was so rich. Yes, the handsome guy who inherited a large inheritance reported by the Daily Prophet was Bourne, and the big moneymaker who contributed a large inheritance for him to inherit was Neruk, who made a lot of guarantees before his death. In fact, Bourne did not buy too many things when he came to Diagon Alley today. For example, the wizard robes and dresses with names sewn on them were made by the house elf Momo a long time ago. Not only was the craftsmanship impeccable, but the clothes were also cast with a telescopic spell, which made it easier for his magus to transform. For example, the crucibles and glass potion bottles needed for potion classes. Since Bourne was his only grandson, Slughorn generously gave him a set of top-notch items from his own collection. The difference between a potion master's collection and the standard tools sold on the market is like the difference between orange equipment and white equipment. The main reason why Bourne had to be brought to Diagon Alley was to buy him a wand. Every little wizard's first wand was purchased at the wand shop run by the Ollivander family in Diagon Alley. Just like the Chinese eating dumplings or Tang Yuan during the Chinese New Year, it is a recognized tradition for British wizards. So this afternoon, Horace brought Bourne to Diagon Alley, and the first stop was to Ollivander's wand shop. It was a small and shabby shop, with a peeling golden sign on the door, which read, Ollivander, professional wand making since 382 BC. In the dusty window, there was a faded purple cushion, on which lay a wand alone. Ollivander's shop was very small, with no furniture except a bench. Only on the surrounding walls, there were rows of thousands of narrow paper boxes that were almost stacked to the ceiling. Needless to say, they were all filled with wands. Ollivander, the owner of the shop, was an old man who looked older than Horace. His face was full of wrinkles, and the pair of large, light-colored eyes on his face were like 2 bright moons in the dimly lit shop. As soon as he saw Bourne and Horace, Ollivander smiled and said, "Horace, long time no see. As soon as I saw you, I remembered the time when I was an apprentice to my father. At that time, he was busy proving that unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers, and dragon heartstrings were the 3 best quality wand core materials, and he handed all the work in the store to me. That was really a hard time, but at the same time, I also learned a lot during that time." After a few pleasantries, Ollivander turned his eyes to Bourne, who was travelling with Horace. "Well, "Young Mr. Slughorn, come on, let me see." He took out a tape measure with silver scales from his pocket. "Which arm do you usually use?" Bourne raised both hands. "Ollivander, However, the old man quickly concealed his embarrassment with his actions, and he measured Bourne. "Raise your arms, okay," he said, and the tape measure crawled to Bourne like a clever snake. First, from the shoulder to the fingertips, then from the wrist to the elbow, from the shoulder to the sole of the foot, from the knee to the armpit, and finally the head circumference. Ollivander took out a small notebook, dipped a feather pen that was almost bald in ink, and recorded the data. Every wand produced by Ollivander has super magical substances, which is its essence. As I just said, starting from my father, we basically only use unicorn hair, phoenix tail feathers and dragon heartstrings as wand core materials. Every Ollivander wand is unique, because there are no two exactly the same unicorns, dragons, or phoenixes. While he was talking, Bourne raised his head and glanced at Horace secretly. And Grandpa Horace also blinked at him, as if to say, "I'm right, he will definitely say so." Finally, after measuring all the data, the automatic measuring tape slid to the ground and coiled up. Ollivander took out his wand and turned his wrist. The measuring tape flew back to its owner's pocket like a yo-yo pulled by a string. Then, Ollivander stepped onto a telescopic ladder standing by the wall and shuttled between the piled shelves. "Okay, try this one." Ollivander pulled out a long and narrow paper box and took out a wand from it. "It's made of cedar wood and dragon heartstrings, 11 inches, very sensitive and powerful. The key is that it is the same as your grandfather Horace's wand, and it is a good assistant to the potion master." Bourne took the wand. In an instant, his clothes were blown up high by a stream of air, and a cloud of mist sprayed out from the wand. "No, not this one." Ollivander took it back when Bourne was about to wave his hand. "Although it is quite docile to you, it does not mean that it is the most suitable. Try this one." Ollivander found another wand, holly wand, phoenix feather, 10 inches, very flexible, very helpful for transfiguration. Bourne took the wand again. This time there was no domineering scene just now. He tried to wave his hand, and a bunch of fireworks immediately shot out from the tip of the wand and turned into a small phoenix. However, as the phoenix flew in the air, the wand still sprayed out another cloud of mist, which gathered with the previous cloud and merged into a larger cloud. "Another picky customer, but I like it." Ollivander smiled and handed Bourne another wand. "Oak and dragon heartstring, 12 inches, it seems a bit old and outdated, but the ancient druid masters particularly admired this combination because it is very in line with nature and is very helpful in casting weather spells." Bourne felt that Ollivander was implying something to him. But there was no evidence. So, after taking the wand, Bourne simply poked the cloud in front of him lightly. As a result, the cloud immediately exploded, and the cloud began to expand wildly at a speed visible to the naked eye, and soon filled Ollivander's shop. The shop became white and pitch black, just a fairy feeling. "Oh, no, it's not this wand either. Why is it so docile?" Ollivander muttered, and his heart fell into deep self-doubt. Bourne should be able to use all the wands he tried, because they all behaved very docilely. But it's just too docile. According to Ollivander's theory, the wand chooses the wizard, not the wizard chooses the wand. The wand should not be a tool that anyone can use, they have their own temperament. Even if a wand is suitable for a wizard, the two must go through a period of adjustment. "Try another one." Ollivander, who didn't believe in evil, reached out and groped to take the oak wand from Bourne. But just when his fingertips touched the wand, a weak current suddenly sprayed out from the tip of the wand. And this seemed to cause some kind of chain reaction. With the sound of beeping discharge, the clouds filling the small shop also spontaneously collided and released blue lightning. "This is so exciting." Ollivander can be said to be a little knife pulling the butt, and he opened his eyes. Even when the famous savior Harry Potter came to his store to buy a wand a few days ago, he didn't make such a big scene. "Mr. Slughorn, hurry up, put down this wand yourself." He could only let Bourne put down the wand himself. Before he finished speaking, a bolt of lightning shot out from the cloud and struck the wand master's head, changing his neatly combed silver hair into an exaggerated afro. Ahem! Ollivander coughed out a mouthful of smoke. At this time, another bolt of lightning shot out from the cloud, frightening the old wizard to squat down quickly. However, this bolt of lightning did not strike him, but struck directly at a shelf at the base of the wall of the shop. With a bang, a paper box on the shelf exploded into pieces of paper, and the wand in the box was ejected on the spot. But what everyone did not expect was that the wand drew a parabola in the air and happened to fall into Bourne's other outstretched palm. When Bourne got the wand, he didn't do anything. Just like the water in the pool with the drain valve turned on, the fog that filled the whole store quickly went into the wand. And the oak wand became calm, no longer emitting electricity and stirring up trouble. Ollivander blinked. He had learned his lesson and didn't touch the wand in Bourne's hand this time. However, it took him a long time to recognize the details of this wand. Long-horned water snake horn wand body, thunderbird feather wand core, 14 inches long, the grip is a non-slip pad of cat leopard skin, then polished with wetland werewolf hair ashes, and finally polished with unicorn powder to neutralize the dark magic tendency brought by wetland werewolf hair. While silently identifying, Ollivander recalled a painful experience when he was an apprentice to his old father. The birth process of this wand included a lot of his efforts. The reason why he regarded this experience as a kind of pain was that he knew from the beginning that those efforts were actually meaningless. Garrick Ollivander's father, Garvis Ollivander, was also a famous wand maker. When he was alive, some wand craftsmen began to try to make wands with some strange materials in order to innovate. This reckless innovation for the sake of innovation inevitably led to a series of wand accidents, which had an impact on the entire industry. In order to curb this unhealthy trend, Garvis Ollivander carefully designed a cutting-edge wand that was so innovative that it could not be more innovative. Looking at the material list, people would doubt whether it was more awesome than the old wand. He piled up a lot of magic materials with excellent performance in theory, pieced them together, and then made them into the style of a wand with the craftsmanship inherited from the Ollivander family. And this production process undoubtedly requires a lot of repetitive work, and the young Ollivander, who was still an apprentice at the time, was naturally the best tool man. It took the father and son several years to make this wand, and then they invited many famous wizards to try to cast spells with it. As a result, without exception, none of those powerful wizards could cast spells with it. This news quickly spread among the wizard community at that time, and people realized that not paying attention to the binary formula of the wand's body core, and making random inventions and innovations was like chasing wild geese, British slang wild goose chase, a waste of effort. Later, the cutting-edge wand was regarded as a useless handicraft and was kept in an inconspicuous corner of Ollivander's store. Originally, the fate that awaited it was mostly to be completely forgotten by Ollivander. But who would have thought that today it took the initiative to cater to a little wizard who had not yet gone to school, and for the first time showed what a wand should look like. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Ollivander seemed to have a little man in his heart, and at this time, the little man's head was shaking like an electric massager. At this moment, Bourne weighed the wand and thought it was quite suitable for him. So he smiled happily and asked, "Mr. Ollivander, how much is this wand?" 9. Ollivander almost subconsciously said the real cost of this wand, which was definitely a sky-high price. However, as a wand craftsman with professional ethics, even though the cost of this wand was very high, Ollivander still felt that he should abide by the agreement between the family and Hogwarts. Only a very low fee was charged for the purchase of the first wand of the young wizard before entering school. So, he immediately changed his words and said, "This is it's an old wand. And when I made it, I was still an apprentice, so my craftsmanship was still relatively rough. If you want to buy it, it only costs 9 galleons. However, I personally think that the other wands are also good, you might as well consider them. Okay. Bourne said cheerfully, and then looked at Horace. Grandpa Horace, let's buy all these wands, okay? The phobia of insufficient firepower is not only an epidemic that exists in a certain mysterious country in the East. The Astartes who have been fighting in the Dark Universe for many years are basically fanatical fans of this disease. No, they are victims. Especially, when he thought of the years he spent with the Atonement Expedition in order to hitchhike, Bourne felt a sense of depression for no reason. From then on, he swore that if possible, he would never suffer the pain of lack of weapons and ammunition again. Well, never. Chapter 27 The beginning of a new journey. An old man and a young man, one kept talking, the other listened patiently. Tonight, Bourne did not ask all kinds of questions like he usually did when listening to Grandpa Horace's lectures. He just listened patiently. For an empty-nest old man who will not see his relatives for several months, this is the minimum respect. As they listened, a night passed, and the grandfather and grandson were awakened by the wake-up service in the guest room of the Leaky Cauldron the next morning. They had a classic English breakfast: roasted tomatoes, soybeans and tomato sauce, sausages, scrambled eggs, toast, and a bowl of milk and oatmeal. Horace took Bourne out of the pub, and the two of them walked to King's Cross Station next to Diagon Alley with their suitcases. At the entrance of the station, after helping Bourne put the suitcase on the trolley, Horace stood there and did not move forward even a step. "Child, I will take you here." The fat old man smiled kindly. "Little warrior of the Slughorn family, the next journey will depend on one person. Grandpa believes that in addition to gaining knowledge at Hogwarts, you can also win many honors and leave the best memories in your life." After saying that, the old man touched Bourne's head, then turned and left King's Cross Station. As he walked, he raised his hand and said goodbye to Bourne without looking back. "Horace, come on. You must keep your handsome back and don't let little Bourne see you crying." McGonagall, Snape, Sprout, Flitwick, Dumbledore, Madame Pomfrey, Madame Hooch. "Yes, that's right, these people should have received the letter I sent, and they will take good care of little Bourne. Oh, bad, I forgot to send a letter to Filch. He won't make things difficult for little Bourne, right? If you are caught wandering at night, you will be punished to clean the bathroom." "No, I have to write him a letter when I go back, and get him a qualification for a spell correspondence training course. He will eat this." Although he didn't know the inner drama of this suddenly cool grandfather Horace, Bourne still waved to the old man's back and shouted, "Goodbye Grandpa, I will give you a letter every week." Horace's figure paused for a moment, and then he crossed the street outside the station at a faster speed than before and disappeared quickly. Bourne turned around, pushed the cart with the suitcase, and walked into King's Cross Station. This train station is relatively old, with a history of more than 100 years. The yellow brick wall has been modeled in large areas, and there is no obvious distinction between the waiting hall and the platform. Because today is the first day of school at Hogwarts, Bourne saw many people whose clothes were out of tune with the ordinary people around him as soon as he entered the station, but the muggles around him seemed to ignore them. Needless to say, these people must be wizard parents sending their children to school. Of course, there are some exceptions. "Okay, you're here, kid. Your platform should be between platforms 9 and 10, right? But it looks like it hasn't been repaired yet, right?" The person who spoke was a fat man, whose figure was even more exaggerated than that of Bourne's grandfather Horace. Because of his big beer belly, he couldn't see his feet if he didn't bend down. The person the man was talking to was a skinny boy. The boy wore a pair of black-framed glasses and was wearing clothes that were obviously one size too big and didn't fit him. The cart in front of him was filled with 2 large suitcases, and on the upper suitcase was a large cage with a snow-white owl in it. Harry Potter and his Uncle Vernon. Bourne recognized the 2 people in front of him at a glance. Unlike the time travelers in some fan fictions he had read in his previous life, saying that they wanted to avoid Harry Potter, but their bodies were more honest than anyone else. Bourne walked over openly. "Hello, are you also a student going to Hogwarts?" Bourne greeted the savior. "Platform 9, this platform is not only a bit funny in name, but also really hard to find." Like a drowning man suddenly grabbing a life-saving straw, Harry Potter nodded his head desperately after hearing Bourne's words. And his uncle Vernon glanced at Bourne, then turned his head and walked towards the station gate, and seemed to mutter words like freak in his mouth. Bourne ignored him and continued to talk to Harry Potter. "That platform cannot be seen by ordinary people. It is a secret among wizards," he said, and walked away to Vernon's back and blinked. Then, Bourne pointed to the plastic plates with the words Platform 9 and Platform 10 hanging on the wall. There was a whole red brick wall between the two plates. Besides, the term 9 is not accurate. If you really follow this number to find the entrance, you will probably end up with a lot of bumps. At this point, Bourne couldn't help but be a little speechless. This time he was really speechless. Because wizards are generally not good at math. Harry Potter smiled awkwardly. Although he went to elementary school in a Muggle school, as a poor student, how many people would not feel guilty when hearing math? "Okay, I won't keep you in suspense. The real entrance to Platform 9 is actually right in the middle of Platforms 9 and 10. As he spoke, Bourne adjusted the direction of the front of his car and aimed it at the wall. "I'll show you an example, and you'll understand." Then, Bourne pushed the car straight towards the wall. Seeing Bourne's body disappear, Harry Potter's eyes widened in surprise. "Magic, magic!" But before he could sigh, almost at the moment Bourne disappeared, he heard a muffled bang and exclamations and screams such as "ouch" and "oh no!" The magic failed, or something unexpected happened. Although he didn't know Bourne's name, Harry Potter could still distinguish between good and bad, and he could feel the kindness that Bourne had just expressed. Therefore, seeing that his new friend had encountered some accidents, he couldn't help but get anxious. But as a newbie in the magic world, he didn't know what to do now. Should he rush in to see, or find someone else to help, and the question was who to find to help now? What to do? Waiting online, it was urgent. Harry Potter anxiously grasped the handle of the cart, at a loss where he was, and sweat beads appeared on his head. Bourne was actually fine. It was the others who were in trouble. The accident just now was actually a small traffic accident. It turned out that he pushed the cart into Platform 9 and attacked the family of 3 who were taking photos at the entrance of the passage from behind. The cart, with a total weight of more than 200 kilograms of luggage, don't ask, it was filled with wizard robes, hit the waist of a middle-aged father hard, knocking the middle-aged father to the ground. This not only hit the middle-aged father hard, but also scared the middle-aged girl who was taking photos of her daughter and husband with a camera. And the genuine girl who was standing in line with her father with her head tilted up to take photos. "Are you okay?" The genuine girl had thick long brown hair and a pair of conspicuous front teeth, and tears were already in her eyes. Bourne was stunned for a moment, because he didn't expect to meet an acquaintance so soon after meeting Harry Potter. In short, the series of stories in the Harry Potter world revolve around this beaver girl and her 2 useless men. It would be too fake if you didn't know Hermione Granger. "Hermione baby, don't talk to your classmates like that." The old father who was knocked to the ground covered his waist and waved to the girl, but he tried to stand up but found that he couldn't. At this time, Hermione, who was about to cry, immediately took out her wand and prepared to use a small spell she learned during the holiday to help her father heal the injury on his waist. However, before she could recite the spell, Bourne interrupted her, casting. "If I were you, I would never do this easily." He reached out and grabbed the little witch's wand, shaking his head. With his other hand, he quickly opened the lid of one of his suitcases and took out a bottle of potion from it. As the grandson of the potion master, it is normal for him to carry more than a dozen bottles of potions specifically for treating external injuries, right? This bottle of potion is a bestseller at Slug and Gig's Potions shop in Diagon Alley. It has an anti-counterfeiting label on it, and it will compensate you 10 times if it is fake. After bringing his own business to the market, Bourne immediately changed the subject and introduced the effects of the potion. Its main ingredients are dragon blood, salamander egg sacs, wolfsbane aconite, toad skin, and krupp urine extract. It is perfect for treating external injuries. Before Bourne finished speaking, Hermione took the potion from him. When she was shopping for school supplies in Diagon Alley, she visited the Slug and Gigs potion shop and recognized the label and anti-counterfeiting logo on it. Therefore, Hermione believed what Bourne said. In addition, she was also impatient and inexperienced. So, give it to you. The Beaver Lady's movements were so agile that even the Grangers didn't have time to stop her. She directly pulled open the lid of the glass bottle and sent the potion to her old father's mouth, as if she was going to force it in. Wait. Fortunately, Bourne had a conscience and stopped her at the critical moment. This potion is for external application, not internal use. Fortunately, Mr. Granger did not drink the potion. But even so, he almost vomited his breakfast on the spot because of the smell of the potion. Finally, under Bourne's guidance, Mrs. Granger dripped 2 drops of potion on her husband's waist, and the little farce came to an end. After the couple's continuous shouting after thanking him, Miss Beaver blushed and apologized to Bourne first, then thanked him. This little farce didn't last long, at most 3 or 4 minutes. First, 2 identical red-haired twins pushed a cart into the station, and then Harry Potter and another younger red-haired boy followed in. Looking at the protagonists who appeared one after another, Bourne suddenly felt an indescribable sense of unreality in his heart. It was not until Mr. Granger quietly patted his shoulder that Bourne realized that it was time to get on the bus. "What's the matter, Mr. Granger?" Seeing Hermione's father hesitated, Bourne asked in a low voice. "It's like this, Bourne." Mr. Granger also lowered his voice, as if he was afraid that his words would be heard by the 2 girls at home. "I have a friend. He accidentally hurt his waist once, so he caused a lot of inconvenience afterwards. I mean, how to say it? You know. Although my Hermione is a wizard, her mother and I are ordinary people. The potions used by your wizards on ordinary people should not have any adverse reactions, right?" Bourne thought about it, as if Grandpa Horace had mentioned a lot of knowledge in this regard to him before. Although wizards can use magic and muggles cannot, both are actually human in nature, so most of the potions made by wizards can also be used by muggles. Even if muggles may have a little adverse reaction due to different physiques, the result will not be too serious. So, he stretched out his thumb and index finger, trying to make a little bit gesture. However, seeing the slightly nervous expression on Mr. Granger's face, he simply put his thumb and index finger together, trying to express the meaning of almost zero. It's just that, somehow, Bourne felt that Dr. Granger seemed to be more nervous. It was really strange. Maybe he didn't know how to comfort people. However, he didn't care much. Finally, the time came to 11 o'clock in the morning. With the sound of the whistle, the Hogwarts Express, which was full of young wizards, gradually drove out of the platform with the sound of the steel wheels turning. Chucha, kucha. Chapter 28 Train to Hogwarts. Chucha, kucha, kucha. The Hogwarts Express departed from King's Cross Station and soon drove out of London and headed north. The houses on both sides of the railway were gradually replaced by rich green. The train rushed along the fields. And some cattle and sheep were walking and foraging in the pasture area. Because of the little farce on the platform and the interference of Bourne, the variable, the protagonists gathered together a little earlier. Together with the Weasley twins and Bourne himself, there were 6 people in total, so they simply occupied a compartment. Bourne put the suitcase on the luggage rack neatly. Seeing him easily lift the heavy suitcases with one hand each, the twins immediately bet that Bourne must have taken a lot of supplements since he was a child. "Bourne, I guess you must have eaten a lot of good things since you were a child." After sitting down, Fred patted Bourne's arm and winked at his brother George. After receiving the signal, George immediately took out a piece of candy wrapped in wax paper from his pocket. "Try this toffee. We added the blood of the ream cow to it. It is the main ingredient of many tonic potions." "Hey, I'm your younger brother." Ron, who was sitting opposite, pouted in dissatisfaction. "I haven't even tried the candies you made." Fred laughed and said, "Oh, dear little Ronnie. This nougat is a new invention that George and I made yesterday. It is our main product at Hogwarts this year." Then he said, "If you don't want to try it, just come to us in a few days to buy it." George also added, "Besides, you can enjoy the new student discount, 5 silver sickles for 1, no cheating." "Thank you so much." Ron rolled his eyes in annoyance. "You can obviously grab it, but you actually exchanged it for something." The Weasley twins didn't seem to care about their younger brother's sarcasm. They just looked at Bourne with burning eyes. If eyes could speak, then the twins must be trying their best to encourage him. "Eat, eat, eat." Under the eager eyes of the two, Bourne moved the toffee to his mouth little by little, but when the candy was about to touch his lips, he quickly put it on the small table in the middle of the compartment. "I decided not to eat it." He looked at the twins with a smile, and raised his eyebrows at them proudly. "Just kidding, if such an obvious prank can't be seen, Bourne will really embarrass many time travelers." Merlin's strawberry underwear. George and Fred sighed at the same time, and fell back to the back of the seat in unison. "It's a bad start." George tilted his head and looked at his brother. Fred nodded and responded, "I feel that our prank skills must be upgraded this year. Freshmen are all monsters." Their little brother Ron immediately understood and immediately denounced, "What? How dare you two play pranks on freshmen? I'm going to write a letter to tell Mom." However, his tone was not filled with righteous indignation, but rather as if he had discovered something, and was a little excited. Faced with the threat of their little brother, the Weasley twins just looked at each other and then immediately laughed. "George, listen to me. Listen, I'm going to tell Mom." "Fred, our family is going to have another boy." "Ha ha ha." The two brothers clapped their hands in the air, as if they were really celebrating. Bourne looked at these two pure fun people with a little envy. After playing for a while, the Weasley brothers prepared to leave the compartment together and go to other compartments. They are third-year students at Hogwarts and have many friends in school. Although they didn't meet many when they got on the bus before, as social experts, they always have to say hello to their friends during the long ride. Before leaving, they also invited others to join them. Lee Jordan wrote to us during the summer vacation and said that he got a bag spider as a pet. Who of you wants to go and see it? Bourne was a little interested in seeing the bag spider, so he gladly accepted the invitation. But Ron immediately shook his head like a rattle. He was terrified of spiders since he was a child. Because Hermione went to the bathroom at this time, Harry thought it would be bad to leave Ron alone in the cubicle, so he decided to stay and accompany this new friend. In fact, Harry actually wanted to go too, which child doesn't have the nature of joining in the fun, and that was a bag spider. When he lived in Uncle Vernon's house before, he had never seen it, let alone heard of it. Is that spider just like a kangaroo? It also has a bag on its belly, which contains many small spiders. Just when Harry was imagining what a bag spider looked like, Bourne had already followed the Weasley twins out. However, the piece of toffee that was prepared to trick Bourne seemed to have been left on the small table in the compartment by the twins without being taken away. Bourne followed the two brothers through several carriages and saw a group of little wizards crowded in the aisle outside the compartment and kept playing. They surrounded a black boy with dreadlocks and kept arguing excitedly. "Lee! Don't be so stingy, show me your big baby, I have to make sure you are not bragging when you write letters during the summer vacation." "That's right. Lee. And unless I can touch it, I don't believe that your big baby is alive." "Lee. Didn't you say that your big baby can spray? Show it quickly, Don't just squeeze out a little paste. Lee Jordan chuckled smugly, enjoying the feeling of being in the middle of the stage. At this moment, he was the most handsome guy on the aisle, no doubt about it. No problem. No problem. Still no problem. Lee Jordan answered the little wizards who asked him one by one. You can touch it, but you can't touch it. Its stomach has been a little bloated these 2 days. When I get to school, I have to ask the professor to help see if it is sick or needs to be rid of. As he spoke, Lee Jordan lifted his wizard robe and showed his big treasure. A tin box filled with butter biscuits. Then, under the curious gaze of the little wizards, Lee Jordan slowly opened the lid of the tin box with his fingers. Soon, a spider leg with sleek black hair stretched out from the box and gently rubbed the tin outside the biscuit box. After confirming that there was no danger, more spider legs stretched out one after another, 1, 2, 3. The bag spider also poked its head and body out of the box. It has black fluff on its body, small eyes in 2 rows on the top of its head, 2 dark patterns like white ribbons draw a circle on its back, and are connected to one place on its swollen abdomen. It has 2 fangs on the side of its mouth, which will be touched from time to time, making a click-knocking sound. How about it? My big treasure is beautiful, right? Lee Jordan boasted to the little wizards around him. However, I don't know which little wizard suddenly said the truth. Lee Jordan, your big baby doesn't look that big, does it? The scene was very embarrassing for a while. Fortunately, the Weasley brothers had already arrived at the scene. And the 2 kings of support at the level of community bulls would naturally not let their friends lose face. They took the initiative to squeeze into the crowd, one on the left and one on the right, hooked Lee Jordan's shoulders and sandwiched him in the middle. Everyone, you should know that big does not necessarily refer to shape, it may also refer to quality. As we all know, there is hard stuff in our British mutton pudding, but it is not in the crust but in the filling. That's right, and when making apple pie, only the French like to put apples on the pie crust. How to make an Englishman agree with your point of view? The answer is simple, talk about France. The twins had mastered this trick early on, and watching their perfect performance at this time, Bourne couldn't help but feel emotional. How come Percy is the only one in the Weasley generation who inherited his father's career and entered the Ministry of Magic as a civil servant? And what kind of sieve organization is the Ministry of Magic? How many real talents have been missed? As they talked, the 2 brothers seemed to feel that they were not satisfied with just talking, so they started to fight. Fred took the bag spider in his hand and weighed it twice. I tell you, the weight of this little thing is about the same as a quaffle. It is definitely a big one. Then, Fred immediately threw it to George like a quaffle. The twins had a tacit understanding. George caught his brother's pass at once, and then he also weighed it again like Fred did. Brother, I think you are still conservative. It is obviously as heavy as a solid bludger. Really? Give me another try. So George also came once. Wonderful pass. In front of Lee Jordan, in just a few seconds, the big baby flew back and forth 3 times in front of the pet owner's face. Family members, who understands? Hey, you guys. The frustrated Lee Jordan just wanted to say something, and the Weasley twins who were hooked around his neck gave him a look at the same time. Don't worry about us. But they didn't notice that in the process of being dribbled, passed, dribbled again, and passed again, the 8 eyes of the bag spider were almost turned into mosquito coils, and its abdomen became more and more swollen. Just when the unlucky bag spider passed in front of Lee Jordan again, its swollen belly suddenly twitched. Turtle moving house, can't hold it anymore. Puff. A large ball of spider silk sprayed out instantly. Fortunately, this was a powerful rebuttal to a young wizard's question about whether the bag spider can make a web. Not only did it spray a lot of spider silk, but the area of the web was also particularly large. Unfortunately, the spider web directly covered the Weasley twins and Lee Jordan. These 3 third-year wizards at Hogwarts were stuck to the glass next to the aisle and could not move. Bourne and other young wizards spent a lot of time and effort to take down the 3 wall-hanging boys. The carriage was suddenly filled with joy. Although the 3 people were embarrassed for a while, they finally joined the ha-ha-ha team. However, after the joy, Bourne suddenly found a problem. Where did the bag spider go? Lee Jordan, who was busy laughing and bragging, realized that his big baby was lost. Fortunately, most of the people in this carriage were kind-hearted Gryffindors. Since they had seen the fun of the trio, they would help find the spider as a reward. The little wizards searched along the carriage section by section, and Bourne was still in a group with Fred and George. As they searched, they returned to the carriage where they found an empty compartment when they first boarded the train. As soon as they opened the door of the carriage, they heard a deafening scream. The good news was that the bag spider was indeed here. The bad news was that it was now lying on the tongue of a little wizard, and it was kissing the little wizard tightly with its fangs. What's more, Bourne actually knew the little wizard. He was Goyle, a little fat boy that Bourne met at the Hermitage last year, one of Malfoy's little followers and Crabbe's conjugate brother, who was anxiously dancing the Huxian dance on the spot. For some reason, his tongue became like a tie, or more like a big sausage. Because of the injection of a small amount of spider toxin, Goyle's tongue not only became longer, but also became much bigger. As Goyle kept spinning, his tongue kept swinging around under the action of centrifugal force. Malfoy and Crabbe, who were hugging each other, screamed like Goyle, shouted for help, and dodged the big sausage that kept whipping them. Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville Lombard, who had also met Bourne, somehow got together and stood at the door of the compartment. At this time, these little wizards all seemed at a loss. Chapter 29 All petrified, bushy. They didn't know how to help Goyle remove the spider. Or, should they help? After all, these 3 guys are really so annoying. This is what happened. As soon as he heard that the famous Harry Potter was on the train, Draco took Goyle and Crabbe to push the doors of each compartment to look for someone. And they didn't even know how to knock. For this, the 3 of them made countless young lovers curse. If he hadn't been lucky enough to not enter the Gryffindor carriage at the beginning, and if it weren't for the Malfoy family's iconic hair, the 3 of them probably wouldn't have been able to get out of a single carriage. When they found the compartment where Harry and Ron stayed, Hermione was also there with Neville, who she met and was looking for a pet toad. Several young wizards were sharing a bunch of snacks that the little rich man Harry had just bought. Draco came up and performed a kingly aura leaking out, and then vividly performed what it meant to pretend to be slapped in the face. To be honest, it's a pity for him to go to Hogwarts to learn magic with this talent. Wouldn't it be brighter to be a comedian, Fog? Then, after being slapped in the face by Harry Potter, Draco started to talk trash like scum of a pure-blood family, Mudblood, big fool and so on. Crabbe and Goyle pretended to help, and were really greedy, so they grabbed the snacks that Harry Potter had bought and stuffed them into their mouths without even looking at them. The toffee that was accidentally dropped by the king of pranks Weasley twins went into Goyle's mouth. As a result, Goyle was in trouble. His tongue stretched out a long way, just like the banshee, that often appears in horror stories. And that's not the end. Just like a teapot needs several teacups, the second tragedy immediately came to Goyle. The bag spider that was tortured by George and Fred and finally escaped from the clutches of the 2 brothers happened to crawl into this carriage. Spiders are creatures that have several pairs of eyes, but they actually have very poor vision. In addition, it just sprayed a lot of spider silk and lost a lot of protein, so the little guy was even more hungry and dizzy. So, it mistook Goyle's long tongue for a giant worm that Lee Jordan often fed it. High protein, soft, so delicious. With lightning speed, the bag spider pounced on Goyle, opened its fangs and bit his tongue at once. Then, Bourne and the Weasley twins came to the carriage and saw the terrifying scene of man-spider tongue kiss. Merlin's holy socks. George opened his mouth and sighed, but he immediately closed his mouth tightly. "It hurts to look at it." Fred seemed to say something sarcastic, but he also told the truth. The most conscientious one was Bourne. Looking at the two brothers, he, a young wizard who had not yet officially enrolled, couldn't help but ask, "Haven't you studied magic at Hogwarts for 2 years? Can you use a spell to help Goyle get rid of this bag spider?" In fact, after helping the two brothers and Lee Jordan to untie the spider web with the group of Gryffindors, Bourne thought of a question not long after: "Aren't these students all wizards, and they are all in the middle and high grades, why do they still use their hands instead of wands to solve problems? Hands are better than wands? If that's the case, then why did wizards invent wands? Could it be that they are just IQ taxes made by the wand-making masters from ancient times to the present? It can't be." After hearing what Bourne said, the twins looked at each other in bewilderment. Their eyes seemed to say, "It's bad, he tricked me. Why don't you try it first? You first." Meng Chu. Fortunately, the silent communication between the two did not fall into an endless loop, because the twins noticed that Bourne was looking at them with an inquiring look. Ahem, George clenched his fist, cleared his throat, and began to talk nonsense seriously. "Oh, no, it was an explanation. It's like this," he said, "there is definitely no problem with the two of us using magic spells. The key question is what magic spell to use. Stick in front teeth, grinning, hanging upside down, leg lock, alaho open, left and right separation. The candidate list is a bit long, and it takes some time to think about it." Fred nodded in agreement. Bourne was confused when he heard this. "I am not well educated, but you can't fool me. These spells are probably, seem to be, maybe, either small evil spells, or common spells for wizards to open secret doors." It turns out that in the 2 years at Hogwarts, the best spells that the Weasley twins learned were either for the purpose of carrying out pranks to the end, or simply for the convenience of night play. Bourne, who had studied the standard spells in advance, has now thought of the floating spell, freezing spell and cutting spell to solve the current situation. These 3 spells are the focus of the first and second grade spells exams at Hogwarts. Seemingly thinking that the little wizard in front of him is not easy to fool, Fred, one of the twins, added, "There is another problem, that little fat man is jumping too fast now, and our spells may not hit him. If he can stay in place." "Hey, it seems there is a spell." The twins looked at each other again, and both of them showed a confident expression on their faces, and then raised their wands at the same time. "Petrify all. ×2. Even without verbal communication, the two brothers, who were in tune with each other, simultaneously fired 2 translucent rays from their wands, flying towards Goyle, who was in close contact with the tarantula. This spell was learned in the first-year spell class. According to the classification of spells, it should be classified as curse, but the damage caused to the object of the spell, human or animal, is not great. It can make the target fall into a state similar to petrification, but even if the counterspell is not used, the curse can be automatically lifted in 1 or 2 hours at most. Originally, according to reason, the Weasley twins should have petrified the tarantula. However, they considered the problem of their inaccurate shooting and did not want to embarrass themselves in front of their junior, so they changed their target to Goyle, who was easier to aim at. Anyway, as long as Goyle was petrified, the two of them could also pick the tarantula off his tongue with their hands. It was a good idea, but the actual result was a little unexpected. When they cast the spell, the Hogwarts Express just turned a small bend along the track. Under the effect of inertia, the arms of the Weasley twins holding the wands were tilted to the side. Naturally, the spell shot out also deflected a little bit. Draco and Crabbe, who were hiding on the side, were not left behind. The two unlucky children hugged each other and were frozen on the spot with terrified expressions on their faces. Looked at Bourne, then looked at the other little wizards standing at the door of the compartment, and finally looked at Goyle, who was shouting even more happily. George grinned awkwardly. Maybe you don't believe it. Fred shrugged his shoulders. We didn't mean it. The twins made a big mistake, and Bourne simply raised his own wand. He had memorized the pronunciation and gestures of the spells they had just chanted. He had also practiced a few small spells for dealing with potions at home with Grandpa Horace's spare wand. In addition, he had already reviewed the standard spells textbook. Petrify all. Bourne chanted the spell, and at the same time, he pulled out his wand decisively and firmly and waved it forward. The wand swept across the air with a swish sound. A translucent ray shot out from the tip of the wand, just like the Weasley twins had just cast a spell. He succeeded. The first time he cast a spell properly, he felt like a think tank. However, the next second, something unexpected happened. The petrification spell ray shot out from Bourne's wand suddenly turned into a lightning bolt as thick as a little finger. He had no time to retract his wand, and the lightning chain instantly hit the bag spider on Goyle's body. As an Astartes with countless shooting experience, it was incredible to miss the target at such a close distance. The bag spider was immediately electrocuted and stiffened all over, and its fangs retracted, and it fell straight to the floor of the carriage. In fact, from this point of view, this petrification of everything did play its due effect, making the target stiff all over. But then, another lightning bolt shot out from the body of the stiff bag spider, but it seemed to be a little thinner than the current that Bourne had just shot directly at it. The second lightning bolt hit Goyle, who was closest to the bag spider, and the unlucky child instantly became stiff and unable to move as if he had been petrified. Then came the third lightning bolt, which was a little thinner than the previous secondary lightning bolt. Perhaps because of some kind of protagonist effect, this lightning bolt did not find the four little wizards including Harry Potter who were close at hand, but instead passed through the carriage door a few meters away and rushed towards the carriage in front. Soon, screams came from the carriage in front, and it was obvious that someone was hit again. Bourne hurriedly chased after him, followed by the Weasley twins, and Harry, Ron, Hermione, and Neville followed behind them. 3 little wizards in the carriage in front were electrocuted one after another, scaring their friends next to them. Fortunately, the wizards who were hit were not seriously injured. A strong Slytherin senior student stood up again quickly. When the student named Marcus saw Bourne rushing over, he immediately realized that it was this kid who did it, although it was not wrong to think so. Usually, he, the Quidditch captain, only bullied the junior students. How could the junior students bully him? So, Marcus immediately pounced on Bourne like an angry gorilla. "What are you doing?" he yelled and tried to grab Bourne's collar. Bourne, who was anxious to see the situation in the carriage ahead, slapped Marcus's hairy palm away and kicked the gorilla in the knee at the same time. Fortunately, this was Bourne's normal little wizard appearance, and he still had a lot of strength left. Marcus immediately knelt on one knee. Then, Bourne shook Marcus's head and made this big fool go back to where he rushed out from. With one hand and one foot, Bourne easily knocked Marcus down. When doing this, Bourne did not even slow down his pace. This scene was seen by the Weasley twins following behind him. They were stunned at first and then looked at each other happily. It's a sure thing this semester. Chapter 30 Sorting Ceremony. People's joys and sorrows are not the same. The Weasley twins agreed that with Bourne, Gryffindor has secured the Quidditch Cup this year. Even if he hasn't put on the hat yet and hasn't participated in the sorting party, it's still unknown whether he will be sorted into Gryffindor. Even before completing the induction ceremony set by the Big Four, Bourne is not officially a Hogwarts student in theory. But are those important? The twins don't think so. In their eyes, first he petrified the little Malfoy's follower with the petrification spell. And then he punched and kicked a senior Slytherin Quidditch captain. These two ironclad facts are enough to prove that Bourne is an excellent little lion. He did a lot better than old Green Lantern. However, unlike these two pure fun people, Bourne is not so optimistic now. He has never taken a boat to Hogwarts Castle, heard the whispers of the sorting hat, and attended the sorting party which is said to have the best British food. He does not want to be listed in the history of Hogwarts as the fastest to be expelled. However, fortunately, the closer you go to the front of the car, the lower the power of the uncontrolled all fall to the ground, chain lightning. Bourne discovered that although some people were still affected in these carriages, there were only a few victims, and these unlucky little wizards were only numbed by the electric shock, not really petrified. This is a good thing. But just when he was thinking about it, there was a muffled bang from the locomotive of the Hogwarts Express. Then, accompanied by a harsh sound of steel wheels rubbing against the rails, the train that had been running normally and at a constant speed towards Scotland quickly braked and stopped in a field with no village or shop in sight. Because the brakes were so urgent, some unplaced suitcases fell from the luggage rack and hit several unlucky little wizards. Some of the little wizards' pet cages also fell to the ground, and owls and other pets got out of the broken cages and flew around along the aisle of the carriage, causing a lot of trouble. And a few shirtless dwarves ran out from the front of the train. They were wearing aprons in front of them, rubbing against the black coal dust. These dwarves were members of the locomotive driving team of this train. Just when they were adding coal to the machine, a thin lightning bolt drilled into the locomotive, detonating the coal dust and blowing a hole in the water tank of the train engine. The dwarves cursed and kept asking which little wizard was breaking the rules, and threatened to deal with him severely. At this time, there was only one sentence left in Bourne's mind: what to do, waiting online, it's urgent. Today is destined to be a day to be recorded in a history of Hogwarts. The Hogwarts Express, which has been running safely for more than 100 years and has never been delayed since its first operation, was delayed for the first time in history. It was 2 hours late. It was almost 8 o'clock when the train slowly entered the platform of Hogsmeade. The little wizards were all hungry, and all the snacks on the train were snapped up. So much so that when the angry dwarf pilots took Bourne off the train, the witch who was pushing a cart selling snacks vowed to Bourne that he would get a special discount next time he bought something on the train. Bourne had nothing to say except thank you. However, unlike what he expected, neither Dumbledore, whom he had met, nor McGonagall, the principal and vice principal of Hogwarts who were qualified to manage academic affairs, showed up at Hogsmeade Station because of today's chaos. Even professors such as Snape, Sprout, and Flitwick did not show up. As in the original book, the only person who came to greet the young wizards was Hagrid, the gamekeeper and keykeeper of Hogwarts. This strong man, who was obviously of giant descent, stopped the dwarf pilots who were about to take Bourne to Dumbledore for a theory, and then took out 2 bottles of aged fire whiskey from his coat pocket. Although they are about the same height as goblins, dwarves are actually 2 completely different kinds of people. Dwarves have square faces more like humans, without obvious pointed ears and hooked noses. Their bodies are generally quite strong, and some even look as wide horizontally as vertically. Moreover, dwarves are different from goblins. Although they also like gold, they are very stubborn and basically impossible to be bribed by others. Unless you can please them. Old Elton, this is a gift from Dumbledore. As Hagrid spoke, he handed the fire whiskey in his hand to the leader of the dwarf pilots. Then, he said, Dumbledore asked me to thank you for your years of hard work for Hogwarts. Someone from the Hogwarts Management Committee will contact you about the cost of subsequent train maintenance. However, please do not bring the little wizard into the castle today. This is because it is related to whether a very important traditional ceremony can be carried out smoothly. Hogwarts has passed it down for more than 1,000 years. After Hagrid's explanation, of course, the aged fire whiskey also played its due role. The dwarf pilots finally gave up the idea of taking Bourne to Hogwarts Castle to complain. After seeing the group of difficult dwarves leave, the big Hagrid took out a handkerchief from his coat pocket and wiped the sweat from his forehead. He looked at Bourne and smiled on his bearded face. You must be little Bourne, don't worry, the great headmaster Dumbledore won't expel any student casually. However, he immediately changed the subject. Of course, any little wizard who makes a mistake will also be punished by public justice, and no one will be an exception. Bourne quickly nodded, indicating that he agreed with Hagrid's words, and said, "With Grandpa Dumbledore, I feel relieved." "Ha ha ha," Hagrid laughed heartily. Fans are always the happiest when their idols are recognized. You are right to think so. But remember, when you go to school at Hogwarts, you have to call Dumbledore headmaster. Don't learn bad things from some bad kids, form gangs at a young age, and make special requests at every turn. After saying that, he winked at Bourne, then turned his head and walked towards other little wizards who had just got off the train. Meeting at the station, Hagrid is professional. He first arranged for the young wizards above the 2nd grade to get on a group of 6 carriages that had been waiting at the station. Bourne saw the Thestrals pulling the carriages. They had a dragon-like head, a pair of large bat-like wings on their backs, and were pitch black and skinny. Most young wizards could not see them, so they thought the carriages were driven by magic. After the young wizards left by car, Hagrid immediately called all the first-year students to gather and follow him out of the station on foot, and followed the path to a huge lake. He asked the young wizards to board some small boats anchored on the shore in groups of 4, and he himself was alone in a boat. As he shouted "Let's go," like thousands of boats competing for the current, one boat after another sailed across the dark lake at a speed that seemed slow but was actually fast, and then passed through a deep culvert at the bottom of the cliff and came to an underground dock of Hogwarts Castle. After getting off the boat, they walked along a path made of gravel and pebbles. Hagrid held a lantern to provide lighting for the little wizards. He led them through a tunnel and stepped onto a flat, wet meadow in the shadow of the castle. They climbed another stone staircase and came to a huge oak door. Hagrid stepped forward, raised his huge fist, and knocked on the castle door 3 times. The door opened immediately, and Professor McGonagall, wearing an emerald green robe, came out immediately. She first said to Hagrid, nodding, he said, "Thank you, Hagrid. I will take care of these little wizards next." Professor McGonagall took the little wizards into the castle. Instead of going directly to the banquet hall, she asked them to wait in the foyer for a while. She revealed to the little wizards that a very important sorting ceremony would be held next, and asked them to prepare here. When Professor McGonagall turned and walked into the hall, the little wizards who were not supervised immediately began to chatter and discuss. They had all kinds of speculations about the next sorting ceremony. Ron said with a nervous look on his face, "I heard that this ceremony requires a test." Fred said it would hurt us a lot, but I think he must be joking. These speculations were most likely instilled in the little wizards by their parents or elders, and can be regarded as a tradition of Hogwarts. Even the always doted Draco Malfoy, when the time came, this unfortunate child and his little follower Crabbe had already gotten rid of the petrification curse of the Weasley brothers, did not receive the favoritism of his parents in this regard. His face turned a little pale, and he even stopped clamoring to ask his father, the school director, to make trouble for the twins. "Don't think too much," Bourne kindly comforted the little wizards around him, "that test is a wizard hat." While speaking, he also stretched out his hand to gesture the size of the sorting hat in his impression. "What we have to do is to put it on the top of our heads, and what it has to do next is to pry open your heads." Bourne dared to swear in the name of the throne that he really didn't want to scare these little wizards, and his words were purely metaphorical rhetoric. But before he could elaborate, the door connecting the foyer to the banquet hall was reopened. Because there was a small mistake in this sorting ceremony and it was a little late, the professors also sped up their preparations. Professor McGonagall came out and led the young wizards out of the hall and through a double door into the luxurious Hogwarts Great Hall. Students from other grades had already sat down at 4 long tables placed side by side according to their respective colleges. Thousands of candles were floating in the air above the tables, illuminating the entire hall. All 4 tables were decorated with shining metal tableware and snow-white bone china cups and plates. At the innermost part of the hall, there was a high platform area with a long table placed horizontally on the platform. This was the seat for Hogwarts teachers. And just below the high platform, a 4-legged stool had been placed, and a wizard's hat was placed upright on the stool. All the young wizards who heard the half-sentence that Bourne had just said looked at him together, and many of them took a breath of cold air. This sorting ceremony. It was really so terrifying. When I was writing this chapter, I was eating a self-heating hot pot while watching the British State Banquet video on the internet. I'm not lazy when looking for materials. Oh, it's strange that I didn't have any jealous thoughts. Chapter 31 Unexpected Sorting Results. Unlike previous years, after entering the banquet hall, the first-year wizards did not immediately participate in the sorting ceremony. Dumbledore, who was sitting in the middle of the classroom seats, stood up. The old man in a purple wizard robe walked to the center of the high platform, which was the position he would stand when giving a speech after the banquet in previous years. A podium inlaid with a golden owl relief appeared out of thin air in front of Dumbledore, silent but quite eye-catching. "Welcome," he said, "welcome everyone to Hogwarts to start a new school year. However, before we hold the sorting ceremony today, there is still a little thing to deal with." Dumbledore looked at the first-year freshman, looked at Harry Potter, and finally his eyes fell on Bourne. "You little guys must have heard about what happened on the Hogwarts Express. After all, there are no secrets in Hogwarts." His words caused a burst of laughter from the students at the 4 long tables, but they soon quieted down. "Although I heard the news a little later than you, through various sources, I, an old man, finally figured out the cause and effect of the whole thing. Actually, it was 2 accidents. First of all, let us pray for Mr. Goyle, who was unfortunately injured in the first accident. Because he has been sent to Madame Pomfrey, he will be observed in the infirmary tonight and is destined to not be able to enjoy the following sumptuous dinner. We have also dealt with the bag spider that caused his injury and its owner accordingly. I will not go into details here. However, if the first accident is excusable, the second accident is inseparable from the recklessness of some people. George Weasley, Fred Weasley, Bourne Slughorn." Dumbledore called 3 names in a row, and the Weasley twins at the Gryffindor table also stood up immediately, but they did not show even the slightest embarrassment on their faces. On the contrary, Percy Weasley, the twin brother and Gryffindor prefect, who was sitting next to him, covered his forehead with his hands, not knowing whether it was because of shame or a simple headache. Seeing this situation, Bourne said to himself that what was coming would come, so he stepped out of the team of first-year wizards. The Weasley brothers recklessly used the petrification spell on the train. Although according to the investigation, it was out of good intentions, it still accidentally injured the first-year students. Therefore, I decided to deduct 5 points from each of them. As soon as the voice fell, the metal hourglasses that were placed side by side in the corner of the hall, which symbolized the 4 major colleges, belonged to Gryffindor. The rubies that had not fallen in the upper part were instantly reduced by 10, which was very different from the hourglass next to it. At the same time, Bourne noticed that Professor McGonagall, who was standing next to the first-year team, crossed her arms behind her back, and the hand that did not hold the wand seemed to be clenched into a fist. As for Mr. Bourne Slughorn, he cast spells recklessly without systematic learning, causing the spells to mutate, causing a total of 10 students to be harmed by the mutated spells. Same as the punishment for the Weasley brothers just now, Mr. Slughorn will be deducted 50 points from the college. In addition, his mutated spell also caused damage to the train, damaging the public property of Hogwarts, and causing the first delay of this train with a century of history. For this, he will be deducted 200 house points. Different from the situation after the punishment of the Weasley twins, the students at the 4 long tables below went wild as soon as Dumbledore announced the punishment of Bourne. In a sense, the Weasley twins are well-known figures in the 4 major colleges. Everyone is used to deducting points from them. However, Bourne is still a freshman who has just enrolled. Deducting 250 points at one time is unprecedented in the history of Hogwarts. Even those scoring hourglasses at the beginning of the school year are unprecedented. It's hard to say whether there are so many gems in it. Moreover, Some smart people immediately realized something extremely terrifying. This little wizard named Bourne Slughorn has not participated in the sorting ceremony yet. Unlike the Weasley couple, Bourne now could actually be a student of any college. What is a poison pill? This is it. Hiss. When the little wizards thought of this, they almost all took a breath of cold air at the same time. Anyone who still had some ideas about their own college winning the college cup looked at Bourne with extremely terrified eyes. Don't come over. The heads of the 4 colleges all looked different. Thanks to the letter Horace sent them and the unusual family name Slughorn, the 4 heads all knew whose child Bourne was. Therefore, the 3 old men McGonagall, Sprout and Flitwick were not nervous, while the young man Snape, who had greasy black hair and wore a black wizard robe, had a completely pale face. Since the parties involved have no doubts about the punishment, Dumbledore said, then the sorting ceremony will continue. As soon as the headmaster said this, the pointed wizard hat placed on the 4-legged stool came to life. It began to twist constantly, and a wide gap appeared on the edge of the hat, like a mouth. Then it sang a little tune, maybe I'm not pretty enough, but don't judge people by their appearance. If my sister is willing to give me a beautiful hat, I can eat myself. The sorting hat sang another part later, but most of the freshmen didn't listen to it because it was too scary before. It would even eat itself when it was fierce. So was what Bourne said true, and it would really pry open the heads of these little wizards one by one. It was precisely because of this that when the sorting hat finished singing, all the first-year freshmen were silent, and no one applauded it at all. The sorting hat was immediately broken. You know, it took it a whole year to write the lyrics of this song, no matter how bad it sounded. It's okay to show some support, right? You are the worst class I have ever taught. Just when the sorting hat was about to kill Zahn, Professor McGonagall quickly took it out from the stool. And, interestingly, similar to petting a cat, the sorting hat immediately shut up after being grabbed by the neck. She took a few steps forward, holding a roll of parchment in her other hand. Whoever's name I call now will wear this hat and wait for the result of the sorting. Hannah Abbott. A little girl with a rosy face and 2 pigtails stumbled out of the queue, with tears in her eyes. She put on the hat, and the brim just covered her eyes. Not long after sitting down, the sorting hat immediately shouted, "Hufflepuff!" At the same time, the sorting hat cursed in his heart and thought, I caught you. It turns out that this little guy is making trouble. The sorting ceremony was carried out very quickly. Generally, the sorting hat would immediately make its own judgment when the little wizard put on the hat. Only when Harry Potter was sorted, the sorting hat took a little longer to judge. It seemed to have a low conversation with Harry Potter for a while, and Harry Potter finally shouted, I will never go to Slytherin. Professor Snape's face was completely black. Finally, Harry Potter was sorted into Gryffindor College, and the long table of Gryffindor in the banquet hall burst into warm applause and cheers that almost overturned the roof. Prefect Percy stood up and shook hands with Harry Potter tightly, and the Weasley twins also shouted, We have Potter! We have Potter! For a while, the long table of Gryffindor was filled with a happy atmosphere. When Ron was also sorted into Gryffindor, Percy led the people around him to applaud and introduced them to his name is Ron, he is my youngest brother. Next, it was Bourne's turn to sort the houses. Although after Harry Potter was exposed, the Savior Halo immediately attracted a large number of students' attention, but the recent hot search of Hogwarts was caused by Bourne after all, and the full 250 house points were even more concerned by many people. In the hall, the eyes of the little wizards naturally gathered on him. After taking the sorting hat from Professor McGonagall, Bourne put it on, and then sat upright on the 4-legged stool. Then, the sorting hat made a rather explosive judgment with a louder voice than before. Azkaban. Dumbledore stood up from the headmaster's seat, the parchment scroll in Professor McGonagall's hand fell to the ground with a pop. Hagrid, who was sitting in the teacher's seat, just drank a mouthful of mead and immediately choked and sprayed it out, without wasting a drop of it on the headscarf of Professor Quirrell. who was sitting on the edge of the seat and acting as a little transparent. The little wizards in the audience were also confused. The little wizards from Muggle families quickly asked their friends around them about the situation. What's going on? Hogwarts has a hidden college that we don't know about. Is this another form of discrimination against Muggle wizards? The little wizards from mixed or pure blood families were basically all in disbelief. Some even pinched their thighs and patted their faces to confirm whether they had just heard it. Realizing that it had made trouble, the Sorting Hat immediately laughed twice and said, "I was joking, to liven up the atmosphere." Bourne grinned helplessly. As the person involved, he was the first to know the whole story. The moment he put on the hat, the Sorting Hat angrily asked him why he wanted to smear it, but no matter how he explained it, it was just an unfinished metaphor, and the Sorting Hat couldn't help but retaliate against him in the end. Of course. The Sorting Hat is still quite professional despite the pranks. It did carefully judge which college Bourne should be assigned to. However, unlike the lyrics type of inquiry that Bourne imagined, its judgment method was actually to chat with the little wizard. Repay evil with kindness, then how can you repay kindness? This is a famous saying that Gryffindor learned from somewhere. I am the hat he created, so it is not surprising that I have his temper, right? Not surprising. Very good, you are a smart kid. How about going to Ravenclaw? As long as you can tolerate the bronze door knocker with the same quirk as the Sphinx, Ravenclaw is actually. I don't really like the style of the Ravens. My stealth skills and power claws are only average. Bourne thought about it, and some people he had met flashed in his mind. Those people were not bad, but Bourne felt that they were a little out of tune with him. Stealth, power claws. What are these? Forget it, it doesn't matter. After all, the Sorting Hat is just a high-level alchemical tool. In addition to its original purpose, its learning and thinking abilities are actually only average. So would you like to go to Hufflepuff or Slytherin? For the former, the little wizards of Hufflepuff, apart from other things, definitely have the best food in Hogwarts. They are very united, and they are definitely not mediocre as some people slander. As for the latter, I don't need to explain, your last name is Slughorn, and your grandfather was the head of Slytherin. You will definitely be like a fish in water in Slytherin College. Bourne hesitated a little. Hufflepuff can eat delicious food, which seems to have a certain appeal to him, and Slytherin College is the college that Grandpa Horace wants him to enter the most. The only problem is that, just like his feeling about the Raven, even more serious, after all, the Hydra is not a loyalist, he hates the sneaky image of snakes. A little wizard, a hat, communicating silently. Outsiders have no way of knowing what they are communicating. Perhaps it was because the sorting ceremony was a little late and needed to be rushed to leave some time for the banquet, or perhaps it was because she was worried that the Sorting Hat would make an even more explosive speech. Professor McGonagall glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded slightly to her. So, Professor McGonagall extended her wand unnoticeably and tapped the waist of the Sorting Hat. Okay, little McGonagall, I get it. The Sorting Hat muttered. Then, it also said to Bourne, forget it, I can see your hesitation, I can just choose for you. Let me tell you a secret, maybe someone will say that the 4 major colleges of Hogwarts have different characteristics. But in fact, is there no brave person in Slytherin? Is there no wise and outstanding person in Hufflepuff? Is there no official fan who likes to seek power in Ravenclaw? Has there never been a cowardly and treacherous person in Gryffindor? Don't be silly, Hogwarts is a magic school built by the 4 giants, and the 4 giants have devoted their efforts to each college. If you are good enough, going to any college will not stop you from radiating your own light, and if you are not so good, going to any college will not help you much. It makes sense. Bourne agreed in his heart. What do you mean by a little bit? It's obviously a wise saying. Okay, I know which house you will be sorted into. The Sorting Hat opened its mouth and announced to everyone present the final house where Bourne would be assigned, Gryffindor, et. It wasn't that the Sorting Hat screamed out loud, but the moment it shouted Gryffindor, Professor McGonagall, who was standing next to it, pulled it off Bourne's head. Professor McGonagall looked at the Sorting Hat in surprise, and then looked at Dumbledore sitting in the headmaster's seat. However, she saw that the old man was clapping slightly, and following his gaze. Knowing the result of the sorting, Bourne jumped off the four-legged stool and walked towards the long table belonging to Gryffindor. Looking at the back of the child, Professor McGonagall was also slightly absent-minded. Although he was deducted 250 points, he was still not panicked. This is indeed very Gryffindor style. Professor McGonagall's heart was also balanced because of this. Perhaps, this is also a good result. Chapter 32 Liquefied Patroness Charm. When the ceremony ended with Blaise Zabinai being sorted into Slytherin, Dumbledore immediately stood up and announced the start of the dinner with one sentence. Idiot. Crybaby. Scum. Twist. When he sat down, some senior students from the 4 colleges began to applaud, and soon there was warm applause in the banquet hall. The dinner was very sumptuous. The long tables of each college seemed to have many foods in an instant: roast beef, roast chicken, fried pork chops, lamb chops, sausages, roast quail, black pudding, Yorkshire pudding, boiled potatoes, roast potatoes, fried potatoes, tomato stewed potatoes, and, for some strange reason, some candies appeared on the table. Bourne ate very happily, and just when he ate the third piece of lamb ribs, a porcelain plate with an S pattern suddenly appeared next to him. The house elf of Hogwarts prepared a tartar dragon meatball for him as a personal snack. Due to the delay of the train and the time wasted in the sorting ceremony, the young wizards of all grades were already starving. As a result, this year's dinner was much quieter than in previous years, because most of the young wizards were busy showing off. After the young wizards had eaten and drunk their fill, Dumbledore emphasized the discipline of Hogwarts as usual. For example, do not cast spells in the corridor, young wizards cannot enter the Forbidden Forest, and a new rule added this year: do not approach the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. While speaking, Dumbledore also deliberately glanced at the long table of Gryffindor. George and Fred elbowed each other, and Bourne noticed that the twins seemed to have an expression of pride on their faces. In the last part of the dinner, everyone sang the Hogwarts school song in the banquet hall, and everyone could choose their favorite tune. The Weasley twins deliberately chose the slow-tempo funeral march. After everyone else finished singing, Dumbledore personally conducted a few bars for them and gave them a round of applause. Music, the old wizard wiped his eyes and said, is more charming than anything we do here. It's bedtime now, let's go back to the dormitory. Led by the prefects of each college, the young wizards of each grade returned to the common room of their respective colleges. The Gryffindor boys' dormitory is at the top of a spiral staircase, obviously in a tower, and there are 5 rooms in one room, with 5 gorgeous 4-poster beds with curtains. Each bed is equipped with a cabinet for luggage and clothes, and a small single desk with only a round stool, not a backrest chair. When he walked into the dormitory assigned to him, Bourne found that his luggage had been delivered. He was roommate with Harry Potter, Ron, Neville, and a young wizard named Seamus Finnegan. Because Bourne promised to write to the empty nester Horace every week, he did not go directly to bed, but sat next to the desk and wrote a line of small words on a piece of parchment with a feather pen. Nothing to do today, let's listen to music in the banquet hall. Although he used a spell to petrify 10 classmates and blew up the Hogwarts Express today, these 2 things have already deducted all the school points, which is equivalent to nothing after rounding off. And he felt that Grandpa Horace, who loved him very much, would not lose his temper because of these 2 little things. In fact, Horace really wouldn't, because he was more concerned about another relatively more serious problem now. How come my little Bourne was sorted into Gryffindor? Albus, what are you doing? Just when Bourne was about to go to bed, Horace was having a confrontation with Dumbledore, the headmaster of Hogwarts, as a student's parent. If an average wizard wants to communicate instantly, he either has to lose face, stick his butt up and put his head into the fireplace, or he has to be rich, afford an expensive two-way mirror. Powerful wizards like Horace and Dumbledore have more civilized and convenient means. For example, they use high-end physical patronuses. At this time, in the principal's office of Hogwarts, a silver-white T-Bow warthog was speaking human language. I am the previous dean of Slytherin. My family is one of the 28 pure-blood families. I have already asked someone to customize the surroundings for my little Bourne when he ran for Slytherin Quidditch captain, prefect, and student union president. Now you tell me, he was sorted into Gryffindor College. The T-Bow warthog patroness questioned Dumbledore while snorting and circling in the principal's office. The portraits of the former principals hanging on the wall should usually have gone to bed at this time, but now they all appear in the portraits. Horace, this little guy looks like he's really angry. A headmaster from the Black family fanned the flames in the spirit of watching the fun. Actually, it's no wonder. My descendant named Sirius was sorted into Gryffindor. I said he wouldn't have a good ending. Guess what? He was sent to Azkaban in a few years. Tisk tisk tisk. Before Headmaster Black finished speaking, a headmaster next to him wearing knight armor, obviously in the style of Gryffindor, immediately jumped into his frame. Phineas, don't talk nonsense here. He lifted the mask of his birdbeak helmet, revealing his face with a thick beard. Doesn't Sirius have a younger brother who went to Slytherin? He followed the mysterious man and ended up with a miserable death. Compared to his ending, Azkaban is just a sanatorium. If you don't agree, let's duel. The bearded wizard raised his meteor hammer in one hand and his wand in the other, ready to fight if he disagreed with anything. Humph, reckless man! Phineas Black said disdainfully, blowing his well-groomed goatee. You're the best man. Just give it a try. That's enough. ×2. The current headmaster Dumbledore and his predecessor, Armando Dippet, who now lives in the portrait, spoke at the same time. Dumbledore glanced at his old leader, and the two of them immediately understood. As two Hogwarts leaders who had experienced Voldemort's time at school, they didn't want others to mention the dangerous student too much, at least not now. Albus, tell me honestly, are you hiding something from me? Horace's patroness took a four-legged stool as a stepping stone, the one with the sorting hat, and the warthog pushed the sorting hat to the ground, and jumped twice in a row, leaping onto the large desk in front of Dumbledore. He stared at the current headmaster of Hogwarts with his egg-sized eyes. Why did you ask me to help you brew the liquefied patroness charm? Tell me the truth. This year, Lily's son Harry Potter also came to Hogwarts and entered Gryffindor College, and my little Bourne was assigned to Gryffindor. Is this your careful arrangement? Is it, related to that person? Faced with doubts, Dumbledore placed his two hands full of rings on the armrests, pressed his tall figure of more than 6 feet against the back of the high-backed chair, and his expression became extremely serious. Horace, my old friend. Since the Hufflepuff headmaster, the Hogwarts sorting ceremony has always been presided over by the sorting hat, and even the headmaster cannot influence or change its decision. Although I can't tell you the specific reason, you should have some guesses after teaching at Hogwarts for so many years. This is related to a ritual magic. Part of this ritual is to better explore the potential of each little wizard, and the other part is protection, not only to protect the little wizard, but also to protect Hogwarts. So, I will never make any arrangements on this matter, because it is a kind of harm to Hogwarts. You have been the headmaster of Slytherin, and you must have signed that contract. Since the heads of the 4 colleges must guarantee that they will not harm the interests of Hogwarts and must do their best to protect every little wizard who goes to school here, do you think the contract that the headmaster is going to sign will be looser than the headmaster's contract? My old friend, you should understand that rights and obligations are always equal. Dumbledore's answer was very serious, but Horace still did not get a satisfactory answer. You haven't explained what the liquefied patroness charm you asked me to brew is about? With Snape's attainments in potion studies, although he is certainly not as good as me, there is no problem in brewing some regular potions. He definitely can't brew a liquefied Patronus charm potion. Humph, who made him indulge in the dark arts and like to hang out with some questionable people, narrowing his path as a potion master. When saying this, Horace didn't care at all about the questionable people he mentioned. Most of them were from Slytherin College when he was teaching. At the same time, he didn't know that as long as he studied it, Snape could probably successfully brew a liquefied Patronus charm potion. Of course, based on some considerations, Dumbledore did not let Snape brew this potion. Moreover, he was not going to point out the mistakes Horace made. After all, he still had to ask this angry old colleague for help. The vault in the deepest part of Gringotts was invaded by a dark wizard 2 days ago. The Daily Prophet hyped that the reason for this was that someone wanted to steal a large fortune that your little Bourne had just inherited. But the actual situation is that the dark wizard was eyeing a thing of the old man Nicholas Flamel. The Philosopher's Stone. Horace's knowledge must be much higher than that of the young wizards in the original book. He guessed what the thing was just by hearing Nicholas Flamel's name. Then, the head of the Tiba Warthog Patronus shook like a rattle, and said in disbelief. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Tang. He was an extremely smart person when he was in school, it's impossible for him to be so stupid. Anyone with a little bit of brains would not believe that there are wizards who would entrust the most valuable magic items to goblins for safekeeping. I hope not, said Dumbledore, but since it has happened, as the headmaster of Hogwarts, I must make the worst plan. Lily's only son. Dumbledore deliberately emphasized Lily and carefully observed the expression of Horace's Patronus before continuing, Harry is enrolled this year. Although Hogwarts is the safest place in the wizarding world, it is because I am here. However, if I am delayed by something or have to leave Hogwarts, the dark wizard who is capable of invading the deepest vault of Gringotts may not be out of the question. Able to invade Hogwarts. If that person is really Voldemort or one of his subordinates, Harry will be in danger. You must know how he got the title of Savior. So, Horace, I need your help. You are the only one I know who can successfully brew a bottle of liquefied Patronus charm potion in a short time. I will give it to Harry Potter in an unnoticeable way. If things really develop to the worst, the potion may play a big role and save the life of Lily's only son. After saying that, he looked at Horace through his half-moon glasses with calm eyes, waiting for an answer. A bottle. As he spoke, Horace's Patronus jumped off the table, gently picked up the sorting hat with his tusks, and put it back on the four-legged stool to stand up. The silver-white Tiba warthog shook its tail and slowly walked towards the door of the principal's office. As it walked, it turned into silver stars. Before he completely disappeared, he left only one sentence. Who are you looking down on? 2 bottles. 2 bottles of liquid Patronus charm. Harry Potter and my little Bourne, 1 bottle each. Chapter 33, It's easier to get things done with acquaintances. It's right over there, look. Where? Next to the tall red-haired boy. The one with glasses. Did you see his face? Did you see his scar? The next day, when Harry walked out of the dormitory, these whispers kept following him. Students lined up outside the classroom, tiptoeing to see his true face. In the corridor, they walked past him, turned back, and stared at him intently. To be honest, this feeling of being the center of attention was a little bit refreshing at first, but soon his feeling began to take a sharp turn. Harry really hoped that those classmates would not do this, because he had to concentrate on finding the way to the classroom. I clearly remember that we just saw this armor, and we just saw the person in this portrait, Harry whispered to Ron because he was worried that others would hear him and embarrass him. The first class they attended today was the Transfiguration class of their own dean, and no Gryffindor freshman wanted to be late for this class. Ron, who had walked up and down several stairs with Harry, was a little out of breath. He said, George told me that Hogwarts has 142 staircases. Some are wide and big, some are narrow and small, and shaky, some lead to different places every Friday, some stairs disappear halfway up, and you have to remember where to jump over. In addition, there are many doors here. If you ask them to open impolitely or poke the right place, they will not open for you. Some doors are not real doors at all, but solid walls that look like doors. Those armors can also move by themselves. The characters in the paintings like to visit each other when they wake up during the day, and sometimes they even run outside the school. So they can't be used as references. Harry envied Ron a little. Sure enough, he was born in a proper wizard family and knew a lot. Then did George and Fred tell you how to find the right way? They must have a trick, right? Ron scratched his head embarrassedly. They said that it is almost a tradition for young wizards to be late on the first day of school. Harry. He was excited for nothing. However, he soon thought of another question. It was still unknown whether Seamus had gotten up yet, so he skipped it. Neville said before he left that he would ask senior students to help lead the way, so he skipped it. He and the stubborn Ron were going to the Transfiguration classroom together, which was basically declared a failure, so he also skipped it. There were 5 people in the dormitory, and the remaining one was Bourne, who went out for morning exercise the earliest. Could he find the way smoothly? You know, Bourne promised them that he would bring a breakfast for everyone in the dormitory. I hope so. Harry prayed silently. At the dinner yesterday, he was curious and stole a glance at the professors sitting in the teacher's seat. As a result, he was irritated by the Slytherin headmaster with impressive greasy hair, which caused the scar on his head to sting. So, at the end of the dinner, he did not eat the pumpkin pie as a main course or dessert. He regretted it a little now. Unlike the Harrow duo who were fighting wits and courage with the constantly deforming stairs, Bourne quickly solved this very difficult problem for the new wizard. Although the stairs of Hogwarts treated him equally and did not give him special treatment because of his cute appearance, Bourne quickly found the right way down from the Gryffindor Tower. Road. This was thanks to the help of an acquaintance, or more accurately, a person in a painting. When he walked to the same painting frame with colorful curtains for the second time, when he had actually considered whether to climb over the railing of the stairs and simply climb to the first floor hall by climbing a pillar that he observed would not deform, someone in the painting frame suddenly greeted him. "Mr. Sherlock, why are you also in Hogwarts?" Bourne asked. "Isn't Dr. Watson with you?" There was a small house in the painting. Bourne automatically ignored it when he passed by it for the first time, and now when he passed by it for the second time, Sherlock, who was wearing pajamas and holding a toothbrush in his mouth, just walked out of the house. After spitting out the foam in his mouth, Sherlock said to Bourne happily, "Watson? He has come to Hogwarts too. He should be staying with other ghosts in the castle now. Since the incident at the Hermitage, Dumbledore gave us a suggestion to live in Hogwarts Castle during normal times and go back to open summer camps for young wizards before school during the summer vacation. This is safer. The only problem is that fire crabs cannot be used to travel in Hogwarts Castle. I have to walk through the portraits one by one to go to other places. Fortunately, the magic here there are enough magic portraits, otherwise I can only see the scenery of one place, which will bore me to death." After chatting with this interesting Mr. Sherlock for a while, Bourne asked naturally, "You used to be a student who graduated from Hogwarts, and you have been in these magic portraits for more than a year. You must be very familiar with this castle, right? Today is my first day of school. Can you help me find the way?" Of course, no problem. Being able to communicate with others is something that Sherlock, who is in the state of the person in the painting, cannot refuse. Compared with death, he is actually more afraid of boredom. So, under the guidance of this acquaintance, Bourne, the little wizard, quickly passed the constantly changing stairs and came to the Hall of Hogwarts. He first ran around the castle, then went to swim in the Black Lake next to the castle, and then returned to Hogwarts Castle. On the way back, Bourne met another professor, Professor Quirrell, who was wearing a purple turban, was walking through a quagmire, and the direction he was coming from was the Forbidden Forest, which Dumbledore had repeatedly warned students not to set foot in. He greeted the professor who claimed to be going to the Forbidden Forest to find teaching materials for students. Bourne didn't ask, but he told him first, and they happily parted ways after entering the gate of Hogwarts Castle. Strange. After they separated, Bourne suddenly realized a problem. He clearly had the memory of Quirrell being possessed by Voldemort, but even though he saw this person at the sorting dinner yesterday, he seemed to have naturally ignored this professor. This also made him wonder, if he hadn't happened to meet and chatted with him at close range today, would he be like the other little wizards outside the protagonist group? He would not think of this matter until Dumbledore's scoring method allowed Gryffindor to win the College Cup. Try to reduce your presence as much as possible. It is definitely not caused by relying on assassin stealth steps. This is probably also a kind of magic. Bourne made a judgment in his heart. And just as he began to think about how he should get along with this traitor professor, should he report this guy directly? Or, how should he report Quirrell, Voldemort, to Dumbledore? Bourne's thoughts inevitably turned to another thing, because Quirrell or Voldemort did not have any malicious intentions against him for the time being, so the unique combat intuition of Astartes did not give Bourne an early warning. Gryffindor has this variable this year, can it still get the College Cup? 250 points deducted at the beginning. This kind of opening is somewhat challenging to Dumbledore's score control skills, right? It's a bit difficult. Thinking about it, Bourne returned to the hall where the ceremony and dinner were held yesterday. This is also the canteen of Hogwarts, providing food for all young wizards 3 times a day, morning, noon, and evening. Because he promised the others in the dormitory that he would bring breakfast for them, Bourne found a plate with a dozen pies, a few roasted chicken legs and boiled eggs, and a large pot of milk. Then, he ate his breakfast. Unlike the dinner, the daily breakfast, lunch, and dinner provided by Hogwarts were not divided into 4 long tables according to the college, but filled a long table. The young wizards who rushed to the restaurant chose their favorite food, and either gathered together to find another table to sit, or simply sat next to this long table. While Bourne was eating, some senior students with textbooks rushed over, ate a few bites and left quickly. Most of them are 5th and 7th grade students. After breakfast, they either go straight to the library or rush to the classroom for class, and then go to the library to study. Under the spur of owls, ordinary wizarding levels, and newts, final wizarding tests, they live every day like a spinning top, and they have to race against time to do everything. Students in other grades are much more leisurely, and they are not so hurried to eat breakfast. Some of them are still talking and laughing with friends. As for the first-year students who have just entered school, Bourne is still the first one here. It was not until the new students of Slytherin appeared one after another that he became less conspicuous. Because Slytherin's underground common room is near the banquet hall, very close, plus the students of this college always like to show the etiquette of pure blood to the other 3 colleges, so their freshmen are required by the prefects to attend meals on time every day. As expected, Draco Malfoy, the conspicuous bag, walked into the banquet hall with Crabbe and Goyle, who just came back from the hospital wing. However, when he saw Bourne, his eyes hesitated for a moment. At the same time, Bourne also saw them, so he shook his palm and said hello. Seeing this situation, Draco seemed to have made a great decision. He, Crabbe and Goyle walked around most of the banquet hall so that they could pass by Bourne. If Draco said in a very small voice when passing by Bourne, if you hear something like Slytherin's hero, don't be impulsive. Some people on the Quidditch team seem to be preparing to do something. After saying all this quickly, Draco immediately walked to the table with food, as if nothing had happened just now. Chapter 34 Slytherin's Hero. In a magic school with no physical education classes but only flying classes, Quidditch is the only sport that young wizards can get in touch with. The Quidditch teams of each college naturally absorb the best young wizards in their respective colleges. In Slytherin, in addition to Dean Snape and the group of students from the 28 pure-blood families, the Slytherin Quidditch team has vaguely become the third pole of the entire college. Even a young master like Draco Malfoy is unwilling to make enemies with those players. After all, after the second year, he also aspires to join the Slytherin team as a Seeker. This position is the focus of Quidditch games. The Seeker who successfully catches the golden snitch will become the most handsome guy in the whole field, no one else. Moreover, Draco's desire to become a Slytherin Quidditch Seeker was also supported and affirmed by old Malfoy. In a broad sense, being in the limelight will bring fame, and fame can be transformed into influence if it is well managed. If it is combined with wealth, it will become much easier for a person to solve certain problems. The Malfoy family, who are so poor that they only have galleons left, and those oil tycoons who are the richest in the world with only a piece of cloth on their heads, actually have a lot in common in terms of their need for influence. Besides, to put it mildly, old Malfoy was also young once, so he naturally knew that being good at Quidditch would bring hidden benefits, the priority in choosing a spouse at Hogwarts, but there was no other way. There were only so many wizards in Britain, and the Malfoy family wanted to maintain the tradition of pure blood. If they acted too late, they might even lose the chance. Of course, because Draco and his mother Narcissa always talked about everything, Lucius had not yet taken the initiative to tell him about the benefits of playing Quidditch. But no matter what, Draco was willing to take the risk of being excluded by the senior Quidditch team members and secretly reveal to Bourne a little bit of the plan they loudly plotted in the common room last night. If it was Harry Potter, humph, it would be better not to mention it. Bourne could also feel the kindness expressed by Draco. Even though he was not afraid of school bullying and even had a little expectation, Bourne still said thank you to Draco. The voice was neither too loud nor too soft, just enough for the Malfoy trio to hear but not enough for everyone in the banquet hall to know. Draco, who was pretending to walk away as if nothing had happened, paused after hearing it, and then pulled Crabbe and Goyle to a staircase. What's good in the public dining hall? They are just some ordinary food prepared for students. On the first day of school, I'll take you to see what breakfast the Hogwarts house elves will prepare for the professors. While drawing pie, Draco took Crabbe and Goyle, who walked a few steps and then looked back at the piles of pie on the table that still exuded the aroma of butter, and walked out of the banquet hall quickly. As soon as the three little guys left, the Quidditch bullies spoiled by Draco walked into the restaurant. There should have been spies here before, because they found Bourne as soon as they came in and got straight to the point. Yo, yo, yo. Walking up to Bourne, Marcus Flint, who had a little friction with him on the train, immediately turned into a rapper and started to provoke. Isn't this the little wizard who single-handedly deducted 250 points from Gryffindor? Why did you come to the restaurant to have breakfast alone? Didn't you make friends in the dormitory? Did the people in Gryffindor start to exclude you? It doesn't matter, they don't take it for granted. We Slytherins won't do that. After all. As he spoke, the Slytherin Quidditch captain, who looked a bit like an orangutan, paused, grinned to reveal an impressive protruding buck teeth, turned his head and winked at his teammates. The players of the Slytherin team smiled knowingly and said in unison, "You are the hero of Slytherin, ha 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 ha. XXXX. However, although he was being teased, Bourne did not lose his temper on the spot but nodded in approval. So that's what Draco meant just now. They said so. Nothing wrong with it. Bourne thought. Isn't it true that Gryffindor was given a negative score of 250 at the beginning of the year, poison to others, honey to us? From a logical point of view, the title of Hero of Slytherin is indeed well deserved. However, Bourne's nod of approval made Marcus and the others feel helpless. Originally, they planned to directly make the little wizard in front of them cry and embarrass him in public. With this black history, the next 7 years in Hogwarts, or more precisely, in the Gryffindor Barbarian Academy that advocates courage, this little wizard's life will probably be difficult. Of course, if the little wizard is not angry and cries, it's okay, they also designed a plan B for this. They think that in that case, the little wizard must be because of his face, so he wants to fight back against them. This is even better. The more Bourne resisted, the more excited they were. At that time, they could take the opportunity to have a one-on-one duel with Bourne, and then let this little wizard have a good look at the various martial arts techniques used in Quidditch games. With their IQ, even if they worked together, coming up with Plan A and Plan B was already a high-level performance. Bourne's nod of approval directly broke the defense of the Slytherin Quidditch players. There are such shameless people. A Gryffindor would actually lie down and play badly. Marcus Flint couldn't hold it anymore, and reached out to sweep away Bourne's plate. The broken plate made a crisp sound, and the fried eggs, steaks and some baked potato cubes in it were scattered all over the ground. Boy! Listen to me. Although he had seen Bourne's hands-on ability on the train, he was just one person at that time. Now, their entire Quidditch team, including the substitutes, was there, and the little wizard had already shown a tendency to follow his heart, so Marcus felt that it would not be a big deal even if he went a little too far. What if this little stimulation made Bourne angry and started fighting? Wouldn't they just implement Plan B again? The plan worked. However, just when Marcus was complacent about his wit, something unexpected happened again. Bourne really did fight, that's right. However, the way he fought was really a bit scary, as if he didn't explode in silence or became perverted in silence. In sync with Marcus's action of sweeping off a plate of food, Bourne picked up the fork on the table and stabbed it into Marcus's big hand that had not been pulled away from the table in time without even looking at it. Dang! Accompanied by the sound of metal wedging into wood, the two-headed fork stood upright on the long table in the restaurant, and the Slytherin Quidditch players, including Marcus, were stunned. Perhaps because of slow reaction or simply being frightened, Marcus screamed after a second or two, "Ah!" Bourne stood up and kicked the bench under him hard, and the bench swung its tail, hitting the knees of Marcus Flint and the two Slytherin players behind him. A handsome boy with chestnut hair and a boy with hair color similar to Malfoy immediately fell to the ground with their legs hugged. Their muscles were hit, and they could not use their legs for a short time. Could only hold his legs and keep groaning on the ground. Marcus was in a more miserable situation, because one of his arms was nailed to the table, so when he fell, he could not fall directly to the ground, but his head and the table had another close contact with a bang. Compared to some crazy people, everyone who had contact with Bourne in his previous life generally believed that he was a very kind guy. Even though the Astartes were masters of reasoning and were particularly good at quick persuasion, Bourne usually only did that to aliens, and almost never to friendly forces or mortals. However, even clay people still have some earthiness. You can't bully the Astartes like an honest man. Under the background of an Astarte jumping back and forth on the line, what's going on? Do you think he can't lift the chainsword or the bolter? To be honest, in Bourne's eyes, these Quidditch players came to trouble him, which was not so much bullying as it was an experience he had never had before. Even the title of Slytherin hero, Bourne thought it was actually very logical and even a little interesting. Unfortunately, Marcus's behavior just now touched Bourne's bottom line: don't waste food. You know, in the Dark Universe, in order to survive, Bourne had eaten too much food that could not be considered food at all: amino acid nutrient porridge with ceramic steel powder, canned ant cows roasted with a flamethrower, and even canned ant cows roasted with a flamethrower. The name of corpse starch is very unacceptable. And even for these things, some civilians struggling at the bottom of the hive have to risk their lives to eat them. Therefore, naturally, Bourne developed a good habit of rare food and has kept it until now. Momo, the house elf who has been taking care of him, can testify to this. The young master of the Slughorn family has never been picky about food since he was a child. He has a good appetite and eats everything with relish. So, Bourne would act brazenly at this time and punish Marcus. Yes, it was just a small punishment, and he was 100% merciful. However, some people don't think so. Are you still watching? When the Quidditch game comes, I will let you watch from the bench. Hello, please. Years of experience in Quidditch games have made Marcus's ability to withstand blows much better than that of ordinary little wizards. He didn't faint directly after hitting his head. After being reminded by him, the remaining Slytherin Quidditch players who were still standing suddenly woke up and immediately took out their wands. Grinning. Stuff the big stick in the front teeth. Hot and hot. They each cast the little evil spells they were good at. It's not that they had any intention of holding back, but simply because they didn't know many of the more difficult and dark magic spells. However, at this moment, a red spell ray suddenly came from the door of the banquet hall. Moreover, during the flying process, the spell quickly dispersed into several rays, intercepting several small evil spells fired by the Quidditch players. Even though the dispersed red spell rays were very thin, they were still easily blocked when they were confronting. Every spell was defeated and smoothly extended to the wands in the hands of the players. Just like being stung by a wasp, several players simultaneously let go of their wands. And all these wands were bounced away by the sudden spell, drawing a parabola, and fell into a palm at the door of the banquet hall like young swallows returning to their nests. Snape, the Dean of Slytherin College, stood at the door of the banquet hall in a dark wizard robe like a big bat. "What are you doing?" With just one sentence, he made the whole banquet hall seem to be shrouded in low pressure. Not only the students of Slytherin, but even the little wizards from other colleges who came here for breakfast couldn't help swallowing their saliva. Snape walked over quickly. He glanced at Bourne standing next to the dining table and didn't say much. Then, he turned his gaze to Marcus, who was still fixed on the long table. Seeing the two-headed fork standing upright on the table, Snape frowned, but immediately realized that something was wrong. No blood. Ignoring Marcus's horrified eyes, Snape reached out and grasped the handle of the two-headed fork, and pulled it out in a bang. "Ah, ah, ah!" Marcus screamed. "Shut up, Flint! You idiot! Aren't you ashamed enough?" Snape scolded. "This fork just pierced through the sleeve of your wizard robe and passed through the gap between your fingers. What are you howling about?" "Hey, it seems to be true." Marcus was stunned by the scolding, stretched out his hand and looked again and again, and then he was sure that what the dean said was true. "And you? Casting spells in the banquet hall on the first day of school. Everyone is handcuffed." At this point, Snape couldn't help but get stuck. "Handcuffed here, no spells allowed, clean up the restaurant. On Saturday, each of you will be put in detention, and the detention location is on the Quidditch field. You can't eat or rest until you complete 12 hours of training." After announcing the treatment of the Slytherin Quidditch team, Snape turned his head and looked at Bourne. "As for you, you are a first-year freshman. Have you finished your breakfast? If you have, get out of here and go to class." Bourne shrugged his shoulders. He was going to take the breakfast he prepared for his roommates and leave. However, when he saw Draco and his group of 3 people looking over here at the door of the banquet hall, he changed his mind and took breakfast for 3 more people, oh no, 5 people, and then got up and left. Only the Slytherin Quidditch players who were afraid of Snape's power and dared not speak out, and the spectators from other colleges were left. When Snape also left the banquet hall, the Slytherin players became normal again and dared to continue talking to each other. "What were you doing just now?" Marcus asked. "If you had followed me as soon as I started to fight, just like when we played Quidditch, the little wizard would have been lying on the ground long ago." "Captain Flint, I think." A team member wanted to say something, but he was immediately interrupted by Marcus. "I don't want you think, I just want I think. There are no excuses for Quidditch games, all we want is victory. Even if we have to do whatever it takes to achieve this goal." "No, Marcus, he may have other intentions." A senior student who was familiar with Marcus stopped the captain, who was becoming a little irritable, and at the same time motioned him to look at the hem of his wizard robe. Marcus lowered his head and saw that the hem of his wizard robe was already wet, and some dark yellow liquid was dripping. No, no, Marcus waved his hand and said quickly, "This is pumpkin juice. Just now when I fell on the table, I spilled a pot of pumpkin juice on my body. If you don't believe me, smell it." As he spoke, he simply lifted up his wizard robe, raised its hem and walked towards the players on his team. The latter's reaction was to take a step back in unison, agile and swift, highlighting the Quidditch tactics they had learned. Chapter 35 Mark of Purity, K. Chapter 35 Mark of Purity, 6K+. The Transfiguration classroom is on the third floor of the castle. There are windows on both sides of the walls of the oval classroom, and you can see the lush treetops from the windows. 6 huge bird cages that seem to be for raising peacocks, placed in pairs, and some smaller cages are the biggest features of this classroom with a simple decoration style. Although they are all empty, but with so many kinds of bird cages placed together, it is hard not to suspect that Professor McGonagall, who uses this classroom to teach the Transfiguration course, is a bird lover. At the end of the classroom, 2 blackboards stand upright like 2 screens, and together with the globes placed next to them, they guard a thick red oak podium. At this time, a tabby cat with dark stripes squatted on this podium, looking like those cats who like to stand high at home and look down at their own country. When Bourne walked into the classroom with a plate of food, the tabby cat cast his eyes on him and made a dissatisfied gurgling sound in his throat. Realizing that he had done something wrong, Bourne smiled twice and hurriedly put the food and the plate on the desk next to him. "Why did you bring food into the classroom?" The little witch Hermione, who had already sat in the first row of the classroom and even previewed the textbooks for a while, turned her head and looked at Bourne. The expression on Miss Beaver's face was quite serious. She said in a tone of pity and anger, "As a witness, I understand that you cannot be blamed for the accident on the train, but you should at least remember that Gryffindor is now in the negative points. I looked through the history of Hogwarts last night. In the past 10 years, the maximum number of extra points for a single person in Gryffindor in a single academic year is 230 house points. The person who created this record is Ron's brother Bill Weasley. If everything goes well, if our batch of freshmen work together, it is not impossible to use the extra points to offset the disadvantage of negative 250 points. In addition to working hard to gain extra points for the college, we must try to reduce or even completely avoid further deductions. For example, if Professor McGonagall sees the behavior of bringing food to the classroom, she may deduct points from us. To be honest, there is nothing wrong with what the little witch Hermione said. It's just that her tone when she spoke was not very friendly, and she seemed a little arrogant. Fortunately, Bourne is not the kind of person who argues for the sake of arguing. He is a very reasonable person. In addition, Hermione doesn't know, but he knows clearly that Professor McGonagall is watching from the podium not far away. Sorry, I promise there won't be a next time." Just when Bourne was about to get away with it, 2 little wizards rushed into the Transfiguration classroom at the same time. They ran directly to Bourne and sat down next to him, one on the left and one on the right. "Harry, we almost got lost just now, but luckily we met George and Fred, who pointed out the location of the Transfiguration classroom to us. They also told us that you made a big scene in the banquet hall not long ago, and even alarmed Professor Snape." Ron, who had caught his breath, also interrupted at this time. "They said that you cast a curse on Marcus Flint." After Professor Snape left, Marcus was so scared that he peed his pants in public. George and Fred were both regretful. They said that if they hadn't gotten up late today, they would definitely help you beat up those Slytherin guys. Also, they wanted us to talk to you and meet after class today. They want to learn the curse from you. Bourne, can you teach me and Harry when the time comes?" As he spoke, he saw the food on the table again, so he immediately gave Bourne a thumbs up, which probably meant old iron is really reliable. However, before Ron could say anything else, Bourne took the initiative. He picked up a piece of pumpkin pie from the plate and stuffed it into Ron's mouth at lightning speed, shutting up this unfortunate roommate. At the same time, Bourne did not forget Harry, and interrupted the latter's threatening words with a piece of pudding cake. It was the rain and dew that were equally shared. After dealing with these two teammates, Bourne glanced at a certain older cat lady on the podium who was about to explode, and ignored Miss Beaver who was looking at him angrily with wide eyes, and then quickly said, I wasn't, don't talk nonsense. First, he offered a wave of 3 denials to show his attitude, and then he continued to explain. First, I just talked to Marcus and the others about reason, and there was absolutely no fight. Second, Professor Snape didn't deduct points from our Gryffindor at that time, so don't talk nonsense, I am the victim. Third, I didn't curse Marcus, even if he was really scared, it was his own physical problem, he should go to Madame Pomfrey, and if that doesn't work, go directly to St. Mungo's. I swear in the name of Merlin, these 3 points, I said are all true. Well, swear in the name of Merlin, there is really nothing wrong with saying this. After saying that, Bourne sat upright, looking forward, and his temperament was mainly innocent. Harry and Ron swallowed the food in their mouths with difficulty. Just when they wanted to ask more questions, the scene on the podium made them open their mouths wide and unable to utter a word. The tabby cat jumped down from the podium and began to transform in mid-air. In a dazzling moment, it turned into Professor McGonagall wearing a slim wizard robe. The process of this transformation was so smooth that some sharp-eyed little wizards even found that the original circle around the tabby cat's eyes had turned into a pair of glasses worn on Professor McGonagall's nose. Professor McGonagall looked at Bourne, Harry, and Ron in a row, and a look the 2 boys who were talking about sex immediately became like the good students around them, sitting up straight and obediently. Put away your food. No food is allowed in my class. Professor McGonagall is a strict and smart witch. She gave the students a big shock at the beginning of the first class. But at the same time, Professor McGonagall is also a very principled professor. She is not like some role models who like to punish without teaching. Also, does anyone know why food cannot appear in the Transfiguration classroom? Bourne raised his hand weakly. Professor McGonagall motioned for him to answer. There are 5 major exceptions to Gamp's Transfiguration law, one of which is food. In simple terms, food cannot be directly transformed by magic. If food transformed by transfiguration is eaten by someone, it will immediately return to its original form when the transformation time is up or encounters some other situations. For example, if a stone is transformed into a honey cake, eating it will eventually put an extra stone in the stomach. Therefore, it is best not to eat anything in the Transfiguration classroom. By analogy, it is best not to bring food into the Transfiguration classroom. Mr. Slughorn, since you know this truth, why do you still make mistakes? Because you made a mistake knowingly, Gryffindor House will be deducted 3 points. As for Potter and Weasley who ate food, considering that it is your first offense and you are unaware, you will not be deducted points for verbal criticism, but you must remember that there will definitely be no next time. Harry and Ron nodded like chickens pecking at rice. Neville and Seamus, who entered the classroom later and had not yet received the relief breakfast from Bourne, felt a sense of relief after surviving a disaster, and even their stomachs were not so hungry. However, as mentioned before, Professor McGonagall is a fair teacher. Since Bourne made a mistake in the first answer, she then added the 3 points deducted from him. Mr. Slughorn's answer just now mentioned an exception, so who knows what the remaining 4 exceptions of Gamp's basic law of transfiguration are. Before the professor finished speaking, Hermione raised her hand, looking like she wanted to lift herself up in the air by raising her hand. With the professor's approval, the little witch stood up like a proud white goose and answered the question with the original text in the book. Hermione's answer was quite standard. Professor McGonagall smiled and gave Gryffindor 3 points. Then she walked back to the podium and said to everyone in the class, Transfiguration is the most complicated and dangerous spell you can come into contact with in all the courses at Hogwarts. Anyone who makes trouble in my class will be asked to leave and will never be allowed to come in again." Then, she turned her desk into a majestic lion, which walked 2 steps in the aisle in the middle of the classroom and roared before changing back. The enthusiasm of the students, which had been suppressed by the professor's wake-up call, was immediately mobilized by this magical spell. They wanted to start learning immediately, but they soon realized that it would take a long time to turn furniture into animals. After taking down a lot of complicated and difficult notes, Professor McGonagall gave each of them a match and asked them to try to change its shape, preferably into a needle. Vera Verto. While chanting the spell, Bourne used his wand to draw a standard-shaped trajectory according to the basic gestures taught by the professor. When his wand pointed at the match on the table again, the match immediately began to change according to his thoughts. First it kept stretching, then one end became very sharp, and finally the overall material changed from wood to metal. He succeeded. Harry and Ron immediately cast envious eyes and asked him if there was any trick to succeed in transformation so quickly. The connection between the spell and the gesture does not have to be completely corresponding, but there must be a rhythm and it must be smooth. Try a few more times, and you can do it too. Bourne recalled the feeling just now and replied. It's just the first lesson of transfiguration. To be honest, it's a bit unnecessary to be so proud of it. Having learned the trick, Harry and Ron hurried to try. However, perhaps because of their impatience, they were always a little short of success. Of course, they were not the only ones who were anxious. Seamus Finnegan, another roommate of Bourne, showed his talent of explosive genius early in the class. He waved his wand anxiously, causing the matches on the table to jump up somehow. And then spontaneously combusted in the air. Finally, it fell on Neville's table, destroying the matches of this honest boy. Professor McGonagall gave each of them another match, and warned Seamus that if he panicked again, he would be asked to go outside the classroom to get some cool air. The little witch Hermione, who was sitting in front of Bourne, was probably stimulated by Bourne's successful transformation first, and she kept concentrating on casting spells on the matches on her table. She also heard the rhythm tricks that Bourne mentioned, so she kept trying to recite the transformation spell with various rhythms. Because she tilted her head and shook her head from time to time, her fluffy long hair was always shaking from the back. After seeing this, Ron secretly winked at Harry, and the two of them finally covered their mouths and laughed secretly. They wanted to share the joy with Bourne, but just as they were about to greet Bourne, they found that he was holding the metal needle that he had conjured before, and seemed to be lost in thought. The slight change in mass means that transfiguration may have really changed the material of the original object. Unfortunately, there is no mass spectrometer, otherwise it would be clear if we burned it. From wood to metal, the increased mass is caused by magic, but how much magic is used? Or, can magic be measured? Grandpa Horace said that wizards are essentially creatures whose heart is better than matter. The concept of magic value does not exist for wizards. If you have to make an analogy, the wizards consume magic value rather than magic value when casting spells. Then, as long as I want, Bourne is ready to give it a try. Vera Verto, quick transformation. He cast the transfiguration spell on the match teaching aid that had turned into a needle again, and in his mind he was still imagining an object with a more complex shape and a deeper meaning in concept. The metal needle began to bend and gradually turned into a ring, then, like melting ice cream, the ring began to ooze out red ink. From nothing to something, a piece of parchment grew out of the ring, and the oozing ink became a hole. Some ink writings like tadpoles began to slowly take shape on the parchment. He used transfiguration to create a pure mark. Of course, he thought that this pure mark was just a shape. After all, the real pure mark must be made by the chapter priest and can only be granted after a complex prayer ceremony. He only wore it twice in his previous life. The first time was when he fought side by side with the Blood Angels. Because he had to kill a powerful tyrannid creature alone, the Blood Priest branded a pure mark on his power armor. "The alien blade cannot hurt my brother at all." This was the prayer text on the first pure mark he wore. The Blood Priest blessed him in the name of Sanguinius and the Emperor. The second time he wore the mark of purity was not formal in the strict sense, because it was a mark he made himself to cheer himself up before entering the warp and fighting billions of demons. Perhaps, it was precisely because of the irregularity that he finally died under the spine breaker. Thinking of this, Bourne couldn't help but feel a little sad. However, when Harry and Ron saw that Bourne successfully performed transfiguration for the second time, and transformed into such a complex object, the two friends were almost stunned. "Aren't we in the same class? Why don't I remember Professor McGonagall teaching this?" Ron leaned over and watched Bourne transform the mark of purity curiously, and couldn't help but read the words on the parchment slip in his mouth. "The Emperor said you can do it. You can do it. You have to do it even if you can't." Weasley. Perhaps continuing the characteristics of Animagus, Professor McGonagall walked silently, as if there was a cushion on the sole of the shoe. At some point, she had come behind Ron, and seeing that the little wizard was not practicing seriously, she could not help but scold him. Ron was frightened, turned back and smiled at Professor McGonagall, and immediately began to practice turning matches into needles. Professor McGonagall also discovered that the little guy Bourne had quietly completed the transformation of the match again, and the things he transformed were much more complicated than needles. "This is a good seedling," she thought. This little guy really inherited Horace's talent for transformation. Horace Slughorn is not only a potion master, but also a powerful shapeshifter. In addition, she had learned from Dumbledore that Bourne was a natural magus, so she felt that she needed to give this child special guidance. "So," Professor McGonagall said, "Bourne, come and see me after class." Ron and Harry looked at each other secretly. They thought that Bourne had made some trouble again, so he would be detained by Professor McGonagall. Both of them cast sympathetic eyes on their misfortune-ridden roommate. Bourne didn't think so. Listen to the sound of the gongs and drums, listen to the words. Professor McGonagall just called him Bourne instead of Mr. Slughorn. This is probably a good thing. 2 hours passed quickly under the constant practice of the little wizard. Before the get-out of class was over, in addition to Bourne, only Hermione successfully turned the match into a needle, for which Professor McGonagall gave the little witch 3 more points. The reason why she didn't give Bourne extra points was because she felt that the little guy's successful transformation was mostly due to his ancestral talent, unlike Hermione, a little wizard from a Muggle family, who relied more on her own efforts. However, Bourne didn't care much about it. He was more concerned about what Professor McGonagall wanted to talk to him about. The little wizards left the classroom one after another. Bourne said goodbye to his roommates first, then turned and ran to the stairs and ran to Professor McGonagall's office. When all the little wizards left, a ghost with a broad face, a big mouth and big round eyes secretly appeared in the Transfiguration classroom. He was wearing brightly colored clothes, a tie, a hat, and his slippers had long cracks on his feet, revealing his toes. Most people and ghosts in Hogwarts called him a troublemaker, or simply Peeves, but he preferred to call himself Uncle Peeves. Today, the reason why Uncle Peeves came to Little Mag's territory, the purpose is also very simple: he is here to stock up. Just now in the corridor, he heard that this group of first-year wizards were still talking about the wonderful experience of turning matches into needles in class when they left, and Peeves suddenly had a good idea. Whether it is matches or needles, they can become props for future pranks for him. He, no one knows pranks better than me. Peeves walked happily through every table, and stuffed all the matches, needles, or more things that look like matches and needles on the table into his pockets. Unlike ordinary ghosts, Peeves is actually a special spirit called a poltergeist. He has a physical body and can touch objects. Just when Peeves was about to collect all the teaching aids, he suddenly found an interesting thing on a table, which seemed to be some kind of badge. Curious, he immediately reached out and picked up the purity mark that Bourne had turned out. Because he had never seen this kind of badge before, Peeves liked it more and more. He even put it on the pocket on the chest of his suit to compare. "It matches the color of my clothes." Peeves whistled happily and then pinned the purity mark on his chest. After doing this, he used his fingers to smooth the parchment of the purity mark so that it would droop naturally. Then, Peeves turned around proudly, humming a tuneless little song and dancing a waltz in the air. But when the la, 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 la little tune in his mouth was just halfway, Peeves suddenly stopped, wrinkled his nose and took a breath. "Where is the fire? Why is there a burnt smell?" He lowered his head suddenly and found that just below the badge he had just pinned on, the fancy suit that he used to treasure so much had been burned with a big hole and was smoking. "Ho, ho, ho, ho!" Peeves hurriedly took off the mark of purity and threw it on the ground, then kept slapping it and blowing air with his mouth, and finally extinguished the flames on his clothes. "What is this thing? Who is trying to murder Mr. Peeves?" Peeves wanted to step hard on the mark of purity, but as soon as he raised his foot, he took it back as if possessed by a ghost. Looking at the parchment badge on the ground, which also had some scorch marks, Peeves pondered for a moment, and finally curiosity prevailed, and he bent down to pick it up again. This time, Peeves carefully held the mark of purity in his hand and observed it for a while, and found that it did not spontaneously combust. Then, he carefully looked at the parchment with many burn marks and found some faint handwriting on it. "The Emperor said you can't, you can't, you can't, can't." After reading it, Peeves curled his lips in disdain, and even wanted to sneer, "Who is the Emperor? How many divisions does he have?" However, as a unique spirit born in Hogwarts, Peeves has a spiritual perception beyond the imagination of ordinary people. Although he walked around the edge of the cliff, he was lucky enough not to take the step of seeking death. "Forget it, this badge is indeed a good thing." Peeves changed his words immediately. Then, his round eyeballs turned around, and he immediately came up with another great idea. Chapter 36 Marauder's Map. Called to Professor McGonagall's office, the deputy headmaster of Hogwarts first gave Bourne a piece of parchment and asked him to come back here with it on Saturday morning, and then made himself a cup of black tea. "The next class is Charms, and the classroom is on the 4th floor of the castle." Professor McGonagall sipped some tea and moistened her throat. "You know what to do, right? Listen carefully and take some notes if necessary." Bourne answered honestly. He had noticed that there was no black tea for him. Professor McGonagall put down the teacup and said seriously, "The key is not to go to the corridor on the right side of the 4th floor. Headmaster Dumbledore announced that it was a restricted area last night. Mr. Slughorn, you have to remember that our Gryffindor house points are still negative." Well, when it comes to house points, Professor McGonagall's name for Bourne changed back to Mr. Slughorn. After repeatedly assuring the dean that he would not take the initiative to cause trouble, Bourne fled from the office. When he ran into the Charms classroom, Professor Flitwick was about to start the class. The professor, who was said to have a little goblin blood, was standing on a pile of thick books. So, Bourne quickly bowed to the professor, found a seat nearby and sat down. Just as he had promised Professor McGonagall, Bourne behaved very honestly in this Charms class. After all, he felt that the professor's animagus form was definitely not for playing and eating dried fish. A cat that was tall and agile was definitely a top-notch player to spot-check the status of students during class. He just made a promise and didn't want to make a cat in front of the head move. Therefore, Bourne decisively rejected the whispered greetings of his two nemesis roommates and ran to them without moving his seat. Professor Flitwick is a very capable teacher. Or to be more precise, most of the teachers at Hogwarts actually have a very high teaching level. They will never be like some teachers in class. They could only read the PPT in a dry way, and it might not even be that they made the PPT themselves. The young wizards were very interested in listening to the lesson. By the end of the class, they had basically learned the spell alcohol, and knew that the Latin meaning of this spell was friend of thieves. Even after the class, some students were still enthusiastic and were still practicing this spell with their wands. There were 2 young wizards in Hufflepuff College, Justin Finch-Fletchley and Ernie Macmillan. No one knew what they were thinking, but they actually cast an alcohol on each other. The key point was that after casting the spell, they both stood up at the same time, patting this and looking at that. Finally, they lifted up their wizard robes and found that the spell they had just cast randomly actually worked. Then, the 2 young wizards turned their backs at the same time at the speed of light and pulled up the front of their pants. Seeing their funny behavior, all the young wizards watching laughed. However, most of the young wizards among the onlookers also showed curiosity and eagerness to try. For example, Ron and Harry. Just when the 2 of them were about to cheer each other up, Miss Beaver next to them suddenly stood up the thick standard spells, elementary, and knocked it heavily on the table, then tucked the book under her arm and walked towards the classroom door with her fluffy hair. "Stupid boys! Ron, I feel like she is scolding us." "Harry, be more confident, remove the you feel." The 2 good brothers laughed together, for a few seconds. Then, they picked up their wands at the same time and chanted the Ulaho open spell to each other, and then the 2 laughed again. "Where's Bourne? Let's go find him," Ron suggested to Harry. However, when they looked up and looked around for Bourne, their little friend had actually left the classroom first. Even after lunch, when they returned to the common room, neither of them saw Bourne. The question is, where did Bourne go? The answer is, when Bourne walked out of the door of the Charms classroom, he encountered the Weasley brothers. They used the double-team tactics commonly used in Quidditch games to take Bourne out of the Charms classroom in a way that was almost like a man locking a man. After going around in circles, passing through an outdoor corridor that no one usually passed by, and walking down a flight of stairs, the 2 took Bourne to the 2nd floor of the castle. The reason why Bourne was willing to come here with them was not only because they brought him lunch, 2 hamburgers stuffed with fillings and a few scones, but also because they mentioned an acquaintance of Bourne. Brother Sherlock. Facing a landscape painting hanging on the wall, the 2 brothers took turns calling out. Soon, a familiar figure rode a white horse that was obtained from nowhere and jumped into the painting from outside the frame. Fred raised his eyebrows at Bourne. "Good afternoon, little Bourne, and my 2 little brothers George and Fred." Jumping off the horse, Sherlock greeted the 3 little wizards separately. "George, he can identify us better than Mom," the 2 funny people said happily. They met last night. Even though it was the first day back to school and they also attended the freshman dinner, the 2 brothers did not give up their jobs. That night, they slipped out of the Gryffindor common room on time as in the past and started the night tour. However, the 2 who have always been invincible in night tours met an unexpected new opponent this time. A portrait that couldn't sleep in the middle of the night because of boredom and had maxed out the observation attribute. Even though they knew all the secret passages in the castle and even opened a map, the twins still couldn't get rid of Sherlock, who kept running from one painting to another and constantly reported to Filch, the gatekeeper of Hogwarts. After repeated attempts, the twins still couldn't get rid of Sherlock's pursuit by the great detective, so they decisively changed to another posture. "Brother, please let me go. If you can't beat them, join them." The twins immediately knelt down before the boss, and then cried and begged Sherlock to accept them as his younger brothers, and it would be best if he could pass on the core technology of tracking and anti-tracking to them. Although being able to open a summer camp for young wizards who don't go to school is to earn money to support himself, it also shows that Sherlock has some educational sentiments. In addition, as soon as he arrived at Hogwarts, Dr. Watson seemed to have found an organization, always gathering with other ghosts to play happily. This made Sherlock very unhappy, and even made him feel that he was about to become a lonely old man. Otherwise, he would not have agreed to Filch's boredom to help him catch those little wizards who wandered at night. However, the twins made a request and Sherlock himself also had a request, so the two sides immediately hit it off and established a new alliance. Gryffindor 3rd grade only had one class this morning. After class, the twins went to find this new big brother to learn technology. Forgetting to eat and sleep belongs to it. Whether alive or as a portrait after death, Sherlock has always been a decent person and can't do such empty talk. Since he promised the Weasley brothers, he really designed a course for them. 1 sheep is driven, and 2 sheep are also released. Thinking of the little wizard he met in the morning, Sherlock asked the twins if they knew Bourne, a wizard. After getting a positive answer, the junior of Lanfender asked the twins to bring Bourne along. "Thank you so much for the generous gift." While chewing on a burger, Bourne greeted the Weasley brothers in his heart. Originally, he planned to hang out in the library in the afternoon, but seeing Mr. Sherlock talking so eloquently without even breaking a sweat, he felt that his plan would probably be discounted. It's the same as a burger without cheese is soulless. If you come to Hogwarts to learn magic, if you don't go to this so-called largest magic library in Europe to learn the magic knowledge hidden in the books, then wouldn't this journey of time travel be in vain? Wandering in the dark universe in his previous life, under the cruel pressure of survival, Bourne would probably turn around and leave when he encountered such a situation. Because, if he wanted to survive at that time, he had to isolate himself from everything that consumed him. However, he now lives in a peaceful world comparable to a honeypot, and is a young wizard studying at Hogwarts. The world here is not about fighting and killing, but more about human relationships. What's more, favors must be repaid, debts must be repaid has always been the moral bottom line that Bourne abides by. Even in the difficult years of the Dark Universe, he has never abandoned this sense of morality. Not to mention that Mr. Sherlock testified for him and helped him win a huge inheritance at the Hermit Manor before. Just because he enthusiastically helped him to point the way this morning, thinking of this favor, he can't turn around and walk away now. What kind of person would he be in that case? The matter was too undignified. So, Bourne could only be patient and listen to Sherlock's tracking skills course for the Weasley brothers. In the more than 1 hour explanation, he did not gain any new knowledge. Perhaps for the twins, this skill is a new world. However, for Bourne, who had real high-end game experience, this knowledge was not useless to him, but basically useless. After all, stealth is actually enough to grasp one key point: no witnesses, it is a perfect stealth. Therefore, as an auditor, Bourne's gain from this class was to eat 2 hamburgers, and he also ate the 2 lunches prepared by the Weasley brothers to fill his stomach. After listening to the explanation, Bourne thought everything was over, but he was surprised to find that Sherlock seemed to copy the teaching mode of the Hogwarts professors. After the principal explanation, there must be practical exercises. It's almost time. Sherlock in the portrait took out a pocket watch hanging on a chain and looked at the time. "Some time ago, when I was strolling around, I found that a young professor always came here at this time," he said, "but there are no classrooms or offices in this corridor, not even secret passages, only an abandoned women's bathroom. It's really strange," George said. Then, he looked at his brother again and nodded. Then, Fred took out a folded paper from his pocket, which looked like a blank parchment. Fred tapped it with his wand, muttering, "I solemnly swear that I have done nothing bad. Now it's time to witness the miracle." George winked at Bourne, "Remember to keep it a secret for us." Bourne pounded his chest with his fist, which meant, "I will do it, you can rest assured." When Fred read out the secret words, a large blob of ink immediately appeared on the parchment, like ink dripping on the water, and soon began to spread around. A line of small words in Spencer font appeared first: "Moonface, Wormtail, Bigfoot and Prongs, salute you." Then, after this line of small words faded, a standard capital name appeared on the paper: Marauder's Map. When the 3 words Marauder's Map disappeared, the slightly yellowed parchment showed what a map should have: corridors, aisles, lounges of various colleges, hidden rooms, classrooms, professors' offices, astronomy towers, even the huge courtyard outside the castle, the Quidditch field, and a small area around the Black Lake and the Forbidden Forest all appeared on the Marauder's map. Each place was marked with a line of small words, indicating its name. Fred then showed how to fold the map to enlarge the terrain of those specific places and make the words on it clearer. If necessary, just a slight adjustment will make a person's name appear on the Marauder's map. George explained, but we usually don't do that. Because there are many names of young wizards in Hogwarts, so many names squeezed together will make the map a mess. Unless it is a night tour, then in addition to the two of us, usually only Filch is patrolling. And Mrs. Norris, Sherlock reminded. He himself is also a cat lover, otherwise he would not have been able to communicate with Filch before, let alone cooperate with him. Of course, it was Bourne who was most touched by seeing the real Marauder's map. Although he had inevitably come into contact with some psychic users in his previous life, and had seen the house elf Momo and Grandpa Horace perform spells at home in this life, it was the first time he had seen such an interesting magic application as the Marauder's map. Magical magic, magical Horace. Schwoz, it's really interesting, really. Bourne's heart was filled with ripples. However, before he could sigh more, he heard a sound of footsteps coming from the stairs at the end of the corridor. Someone is coming, Bourne said. Hide behind the curtains, Mr. Sherlock also reminded the three little wizards, your test has begun. Try to follow that person and find out his secret. The Weasley brothers quickly hid, and they did not forget to pull Bourne. The three little wizards lifted the curtains of a French window in the corridor on the second floor and squeezed on the windowsill together. Let's see who it is, Fred whispered, and George and Bourne also cast their eyes on the Marauder's map he was holding. Professor Quirrell. Seeing the name on the map, Bourne suddenly remembered something. It seemed that he had met this guy after morning exercise. Moreover, knowing that this unlucky guy was possessed by Voldemort, Bourne listened to his nonsense, but he seemed to have forgotten about this person as soon as he turned his head. It can't be the Imperious Curse. When he was at the Hermitage, Bourne had been cursed by this unforgivable curse once, and he remembered the feeling very clearly. Therefore, he dared to conclude that he had not been cursed again in the morning. Moreover, in the early morning in broad daylight, Quirrell dared to cast the Imperious Curse on a little wizard at the gate of the castle. How much did he despise the headmaster of Hogwarts? Strange, Bourne was puzzled and felt that he really needed to go to the library to recharge himself. When you need books, you will regret not having enough. He is just a real elementary school student in the magic world, and there are indeed a lot of things he doesn't know. Why do you think of other places again? Suddenly realizing that something was wrong, Bourne quickly emptied his mind of messy thoughts. Then he looked at the Weasley brothers and found that the two of them were also looking around on the Marauder's map, not focusing on the name Quirrell at all. Chapter 37. Isn't this bullying an honest person? What are you looking at? George and Fred answered in unison, Peeves, he's following Professor Quirrell, and he's still invisible. As they said that, they pointed it out to Bourne. Sure enough, on the Marauder's map, there was another name not far behind Professor Quirrell. Moreover, there was a bracket next to that name, with the small note Invisible State. George, in a sense, Peeves is the predecessor of our pranks and night walks. It gave us a lot of inspiration, Fred said. George went on to say, at first in the first grade, if we met him during the night walk, as long as we were willing to call him Uncle Peeves, he would most likely let us go and run to inform Filch without making a fuss. But in the second grade, the probability dropped sharply. We still flattered him, but 8 out of 10 times he would still tip off Filch. This year, this trick may not work at all. The twins looked at each other and shrugged their shoulders at the same time, with a helpless expression on their faces. That's it. Just when his thoughts were about to be led astray, Bourne, who had realized something was wrong, forced them to straighten themselves out. By the way, Isn't it more important to follow Professor Quirrell and see the secret of his repeated visits to this abandoned girl's bathroom? A word awakened the dreamer. The Weasley twins immediately realized the problem, and they hurriedly looked at the Marauder's map. At this time, Professor Quirrell and Peeves had already walked into the abandoned girl's bathroom one after another. "Let's chase." George just wanted to say that he would chase them and see, but he hadn't finished his words. Including Bourne, the three little wizards heard a scream of awe coming from the bathroom, and even the scream was prolonged. Bourne secretly pulled a crack in the closed curtains and looked out, only to see a black figure flashed past him in a flash. It is worth mentioning that this black figure is not completely black: black robe, black pants, black shoes, but a thick purple turban is wrapped around his head. It is Professor Quirrell, that's right. And the reason why he turned into lightning happened to be the purple turban. At this moment, it was burning like a torch, with blazing flames and billowing smoke. Bourne's eyes were very sharp, and even through the flickering firelight, he still saw something hanging on the purple turban. My mark of purity. He recognized it at a glance. It was his practice work in the Transfiguration class not long ago. At this time, it was also burning. Bourne was stunned. However, he immediately realized what he should do, and he didn't care about children's games such as stealth or not, and jumped down from the windowsill directly, with his fists clasped in front of his chest. Torch the Emperor's will, and destroy the monsters. Even if I have nothing, I still want to give my body. Keep improving until I die. While he was reciting the motto, Peeves suddenly appeared in the air in the corridor, pointing at him and laughing. A little wizard was scared, Peeves said happily. He actually imitated the fat monk and started chanting, "Ha ha ha." The twins had no choice but to jump off the windowsill and walk out after Bourne's unknown behavior. Seeing Peeves, the two brothers immediately showed an expression as if they saw an acquaintance. "Isn't this Uncle Peeves? What are you doing here?" Perhaps because the prank was successful, he was in a very good mood at the moment, and with the authentic flattery of the Weasley twins, Peeves answered their questions quite generously. It turned out that after being burned by the purity mark in the Transfiguration classroom, the first person he thought of for the prank was Professor Quirrell. He felt that Quirrell this year was very strange. Just like the Holy Roman Empire, neither holy nor Roman nor an empire. Quirrell, who returned to Hogwarts to teach, not only became stammering, but also always carefully avoided someone appearing behind him. When others talked to him, he would always be startled and put on an expression like a groundhog that was cornered. When he was a lecturer in Muggle studies before, Quirrell was not like this. Although he explained that this was because he was attacked by vampires when traveling in Romania, so he left a stress reaction. But Peeves didn't believe it. "I guess someone must have cast a vicious curse on him, and the medium might be the scarf he started wearing this year. Just because of suspicion, you set a professor's head on fire." Fred was surprised. After saying that, he looked at George, as if to say, "Did you hear that? You can actually play like this. What's the matter? Besides, if I guess right, then I will help this professor a lot. If I guess wrong, I will also help Quirrell to face his fear." How ridiculous! He actually said that the scarf stuffed with garlic can protect him. Didn't you hear that he didn't stutter when he screamed? Maybe my prank cured his illness. After saying that, Peeves laughed unscrupulously again, "Ha ha ha ha." After the simplified prayer ceremony, Bourne agreed with what Peeves had just said. "Hey, rude little devil, you should call me Uncle Peeves. The only thing people should fear is the emotion of fear itself. So, are you ready to face your fear? You little bastard." Bourne suddenly raised his wand. "Petrify all! Petrify all! Petrify all!" Because Bourne had only come into contact with one offensive spell, he could only use it. And because Peeves was talking nonsense and disturbed his prayer ceremony to the great emperor, he was angry and fired 3 Petrify all spells in a row. As for whether this spell would mutate like it did on the Hogwarts Express, the angry Bourne could no longer care. 3 grey spell rays blocked Peeves' escape route from 3 angles. And when they hit this strange ghost, as expected, they all turned into blazing plasma again. Although the form of all petrification has changed, the effect is the same, and even stronger. After being hit by the first spell, Peeves' body immediately stiffened, and he kept an exaggerated body movement and floated in the air. After being hit by the second spell, it was like wearing an invisible straitjacket. Peeves' short and fat body was tightened as if it had shrunk several sizes overall. When the third spell hit the target, Peeves actually showed the phenomenon that only a real petrification curse would have, like a stone being crushed under a hydraulic press. Large patches of cracks appeared on his body. Not only that, between those cracks, golden snakes actually danced wildly, and electric snakes crackled and exploded non-stop. Although so much has been said, in fact, all these changes actually happened in the blink of an eye. Moreover, perhaps because it was the second time to use Petrify All, his proficiency increased, or perhaps because Bourne concentrated his attention this time and only targeted Peeves, so although the spell also changed, it did not turn into a chain of lightning like a wild horse running wild last time. Of course, correspondingly, the power of Bourne's Petrify All this time also increased a lot, not to mention that it was 3 shots in a row. So, less than a few seconds after being petrified, Peeves' body exploded into a ball of glittering dust with a bang. At the same time, a transparent shadow also emerged from the dust and rushed to the end of the corridor like an arrow. Moreover, while escaping quickly, he did not forget to say a cruel word, "I will come back. Bourne, then hurry up. Every time I see you, I will teach you a lesson, until you can truly realize your mistakes." George, who had opened his mouth wide because of the scene just now, closed his chin again with his hand. "Are you kidding? Every time I see you, I will teach Peeves a lesson." "Of course not," Bourne said righteously. "Let him realize his mistakes and atone for them, which is only the lightest punishment. Fred, you are the real devil." Just then, a light cough came from the picture frame on the wall, interrupting the nonsense between the little wizards. "Ah, no, it was a conversation. Did you forget something?" Sherlock reminded. "Professor Quirrell has run far away. I just saw him running back to his office in other portraits. You shouldn't we wait for a while and wait for the rabbit?" "Yes. That's right." The Weasley twins nodded repeatedly. Bourne said, "Let's split up. You go to wait for the rabbit, and I'm going to see where he has been. A male professor always runs to the abandoned girls' bathroom. He can't be thirsty and want to drink water, right?" The twins suddenly realized again. And this has become Professor Quirrell's reputation, and the source and origin of his repeated victims in the future. Like a gust of wind, he ran back to his office quickly, and after entering the door, Quirrell banged the door shut. "Aguamenti, clear water like a spring." He took out his wand, summoned a stream of water, and poured it on the head that was still on fire. However, when the clear water met the flame, even though it made a hissing sound, the flame was still not extinguished. "Stupid, this is a magic flame." A sharp rebuke suddenly came from behind his head, and Voldemort, who was attached to Quirrell, could not bear it any longer. "Use the stop curse," he said viciously. "Oh, yes, yes, yes." So Quirrell shook his wrist again and recited the universal counter curse. The spell worked, but not completely. The flames on his head were suppressed, but a few flames were still burning tenaciously on the tattered purple turban. Quirrell felt that the wand seemed to be resisting him. "Isn't this bullying the honest people?" Quirrell thought angrily, feeling indignant. During this period of time, whether it was some wizards he knew before, colleagues at Hogwarts he had worked with, or those little wizards who were still in school. Oh, and that damn Peeves! Some of them pitied him, some laughed at him, and some made fun of him, as if the whole world was full of malice towards him. And now, even this wand with an alder body and a unicorn hair core began to disobey its master. Uncle could tolerate it, but Quirrell couldn't. "I'll go to Diagon Alley tomorrow and buy a new one." "Fool, focus, spell stop is a continuous spell. Forget it, give me your body." After saying this, without considering his feelings at all, Voldemort forcibly took over Quirrell's body the next second, as if the previous sentence was just a routine notice, but that was the fact. After taking control of this body, the Dark Lord instantly overpowered the Alder Wand and cast a silent spell directly on the top of his head. As if it was a completely different spell from the spell stop released by Quirrell, Voldemort's universal counterspell was used. Not only the effect time was faster, but also the power was several times stronger. The flame on the purple turban was finally completely extinguished. What the hell did Peeves do? While talking to himself, Voldemort controlled his body and walked towards a life-size mirror in the office. "Or is Peeves just a pawn released by the old man to test me?" With his back to the mirror, without caring about Quirrell's own pain, Voldemort twisted his joints in an extremely awkward posture and reached out to touch the burning point of the purple turban. But just when his fingertips were about to touch the metal lump, after suffering the baptism of clear water like spring and spell stop, the pure mark created by Bourne with transfiguration also restored to the original steel needle, and turned into what it should be after melting and solidifying. When he was caught off guard, a current suddenly rushed out from the metal. Not good. Voldemort suddenly forced control of his body to Quirrell, and hid himself firmly inside his body. Even the noseless face behind his head disappeared without a trace in an instant. The electric current flowed along Quirrell's fingertips and rushed into his body. The body of the Hogwarts Defense Against the Dark Arts professor became stiff, and with a thump his head hit the ground abruptly on the ground. This may be his last stubbornness. After the continuous static explosion, Quirrell's body finally stopped being stiff, and he lay on the floor and took a deep breath. It actually only took 1 or 2 minutes from the time his body stiffened and fell to the ground to the time he woke up again, but Quirrell felt it was as long as a century. Moreover, during this time, he felt as if he was hung up by someone, and then beaten hard from both sides. His face is still stinging now. Quirrell just wants to cry now, but his dry tear glands can't secrete a single tear. "I'm so stupid, really." Lying on the ground, even though he had regained his mobility, Quirrell still refused to stand up. Until a familiar scolding voice woke him up. "Idiot! Get up, you're pressing me so hard that I can't breathe." Chapter 38 A Different Path. After sending the Weasley twins away, Bourne walked into the abandoned girls' bathroom alone. This must be the entrance to the secret room, Bourne thought silently as he passed the sink and glanced at the row of brass faucets stained with verdigris. Quirrell dared to come here at this time, so he must have found out that Ghost Myrtle must not be here at this time. Investigating what Quirrell was doing here, Bourne actually had a logical reasoning because of the help of the plot. The reasoning came to a conclusion and naturally came to an end. And, that's not he volunteered to propose the main purpose of splitting up with the Weasley brothers. The real reason is, he has a habit of doing certain important things alone. Walking to the windowsill of the bathroom, looking at the clear blue sky, the afternoon sun shines on Bourne through the glass window. I was indeed a little slack before. After taking a deep breath, Bourne finally calmed down his restless heart because of witnessing the manifestation of the mark of purity. It took some time, but it doesn't matter, I already know what to do next. Just like a student who has participated in the real variable function or stochastic process exam with trepidation, and after handing in the paper, most normal people would want to pick up snacks and chase anime, play games, and other means to rescue the brain cells that have been severely injured. It's like a social animal who has been working overtime for a week. After finally making it to Friday, when he returns home, he always has the urge to order enough takeout, hold his mobile phone, and then lie down on the sofa until next Monday. From the dark universe of Warhammer to the paradise-like world of Harry Potter, Bourne inevitably fallen. Of course. This is also related to the fact that he is only an 11-year-old child now. But until just now, he began to face this problem, and was shocked to find that he seemed to have not thought and acted like an Astartes for a long time. Only a few times, when he transformed into an Astartes Magus, would he have a trace of the Space Marines who had served for 300 years in the past. In the past 11 years, although he had made simple chain swords and bolters, it was not so much to find a loyal fighting partner, but rather to make figures that he found interesting. In the past, he might have used time travel as an excuse. But just now, when he saw the purity mark burning on Quirrell's head, Bourne immediately realized that he might still be watched by that great being. Isn't the world of Harry Potter a prototype of the ideal country in the eyes of that being? Let alone any illusory big plans, he can only be worthy of this journey of time travel by doing something down to earth. We can't slack off anymore. Let's set a small goal first, Bourne said firmly in his heart, since the mark of purity has appeared and marked the blasphemer for me. Then, Voldemort is my first prey. As for how to hunt, when Bourne began to think in the way of Astartes, he immediately listed 3 possible options. First, follow the plot and kill that guy with the plot. However, that will take another 7 years. And such a long time, generally speaking, is enough for Astartes to conquer several planets. Bourne also wants to save face. Therefore, although this plan is feasible, he ruled it out first. There are only 2 remaining plans at present. We have to do an experiment before we can make a choice. Thinking of this, Bourne quickly walked out of the bathroom and raced against time to find an experimental product hidden in the castle. Not everyone is like Bourne. Once they find a problem, they will reflect on themselves soberly and quickly find a path for iterative upgrades. People with character flaws usually blame others rather than reflect on themselves. Even if they know that it will be difficult for them to make progress if they keep doing this, and they will most likely encounter misfortunes in the future. For example, a professor of defense against the dark arts who just got up from the wet ground. It's all Peeves' fault. If he hadn't attacked me with an alchemical tool he found from who knows where, I wouldn't have suffered this today. It's all Harry Potter's fault. If it weren't for that brat, I wouldn't have to risk going to that bathroom, and I wouldn't have run into that jerk Peeves. And that old bee. If I hadn't believed his lies, saying that professors of defense against the dark arts have better salaries and brighter career prospects than lecturers of Muggle studies, I wouldn't have risked going to Albania to study. And treating me like a slave. The last person Quirrell complained about just flashed through his mind, and he didn't dare to think about it further. The Dark Lord was hiding in his body. Since he could possess him, he might be able to read his thoughts. Looking at the barbed whip on the desk in the office, Quirrell's body shuddered violently. He just complained so much, but he didn't think about. If he hadn't submitted a promotion application report to the principal because of his conceited talent, Dumbledore would most likely have publicly recruited a professor of defense against the dark arts from the wizarding community in order to find a powerful wizard. If he hadn't been tempted to watch the Save Energy program of the vampire female bartender when he was traveling in Albania, he wouldn't have been thrown into the dark forest after being tricked and became Voldemort's prey. If he hadn't been greedy for all kinds of dark magic knowledge, he could have returned to Hogwarts to seek Dumbledore's help as soon as possible, and removed the unstable possession when Voldemort was extremely weak. And the reason why he repeatedly ran to the abandoned girl's bathroom was actually because he believed what Voldemort told him, there was something there that could help him quickly learn Parseltongue. What should I do? Quirrell sat down on a chair and thought to himself, can I turn back now? He was a coward, and after the pain he had just suffered, he was secretly thinking about backing out. Because he was lost in thought, he didn't notice that the scary face on the back of his head, which always talked to him when he was alone, hadn't given him any orders for a few minutes. Similarly, he didn't notice that the tip of the alder wand he was holding was pointing at him. The various negative emotions surging in his mind had already materialized into black threads, and were being absorbed by the wand bit by bit without a trace. In a place that couldn't be seen with the naked eye, the wand's core made of unicorn tail hair was gradually turning black and losing its original luster because it absorbed too much of this substance. Idiot! A little more, a little more! Voldemort, who was possessed by Quirrell, shouted in his heart. The host's various negative emotions are nothing less than a tonic for him in his current state. In addition, the Alder wand that was originally loyal to its master may be Quirrell's last straw. If Quirrell can face its resistance, he may be able to save himself, or find someone to help save himself. But now, it has been completely tainted by Voldemort's black magic, and has become his slave like Quirrell. At this time, Voldemort doesn't need to say anything more, just gently move Quirrell's mind. No. Quirrell shook his head violently. Now that things have come to this, if I confess to Dumbledore now, even if I can remove this possession, I will become like those werewolves and will not be able to gain a foothold in the magic world after the news spreads. No one will believe a wizard who has been possessed by a mysterious person. I have no way back now. And if I can help the master to revive, then I will get his reward. Whether it is power, wealth, or various powerful black magic, all will become my pocket. Thinking of this, Quirrell stood up from the chair as if he had been injected with chicken blood, and took the initiative to ask Voldemort for the first time. Master? Can you hear me? What should we do next? I hope to get your enlightenment. After a while, when Quirrell even doubted whether he was too reckless to ask this question just now, Voldemort finally responded. He. If there were Death Eaters present at this time, they would definitely recognize that this was the standard sound of the Dark Lord laughing. It's just that since that night 11 years ago, when Voldemort was hit by the rebound of the killing curse and turned into a remnant soul to escape to the forest of Albania to survive, he, the great Dark Lord, has never laughed like this again. Until today, a blessing in disguise, Peeves used an alchemical tool he got from nowhere. He thought the mark of purity was an alchemical tool, to break Quirrell's defense, and he finally completely subdued this servant. Those orders that he could only think about before, but could not issue because of the fear of causing Quirrell to rebound, he can finally let go and do them. Originally, he possessed Quirrell, and his bottom line goal was to seize the Philosopher's Stone and try to resurrect himself. However, looking at the current situation, it seems that there are still many things he can do. He. Thinking of this, he once again let out his signature wild laugh. Listening to this weird laugh, Professor Quirrell couldn't help but swallow his saliva with a gulp, and felt a little scared. But at this moment, there were 3 knocks on the door of his office, and Voldemort's laughter stopped abruptly. Quirrell hurriedly picked up the wand and cast a spell on his clothes. Reparo, restored to the original state. What surprised him was that the wand didn't seem to resist him as much as it did before. He thought he would need to cast the spell a few more times. However, after just one spell, his wet clothes and the purple turban that was burned and tattered all returned to their original appearance. Merlin's purple underwear. Suddenly, Quirrell felt much better and even whistled. Then, he walked towards the door of the office, ready to see who was visiting him at this time. Chapter 39 The Club That Hit Quirrell. Professor Quirrell, Filch greeted Quirrell, who opened the door, standing at the door of the office. His grinning face startled Quirrell, and he almost gave him a Nevada melon as a greeting gift. You, what's wrong with you? Filch's forehead was red, and he sniffed before answering. I'm fine, Professor Quirrell. Headmaster Dumbledore asked me to notify you to go to the headmaster's office immediately. Also, I caught 2 troublemakers at the door of your office. As he spoke, he raised his arm horizontally, and then retracted it. Quirrell then saw that the Hogwarts gatekeeper was holding a little wizard's collar in one hand at this time. It turned out that he had just knocked on the door with his forehead. Professor, do you want to deduct some house points from these 2 little ghosts? Who knows if they want to throw a few dung eggs at the door of your office? Filch blinked his eyes, looking expectant. I'm fine, Quirrell pretended to be submissive, his face slightly pale, and waved his hands and said, "Also, I know what Dumbledore wants to see me about, I'm going out now." After saying that, Quirrell walked out, and at the same time did not forget to close the door of the office. "Excuse me, please." He leaned sideways, close to the wall, and carefully passed by Filch and the Weasley twins, and then strode to the stairs at the corner of the corridor. In fact, there is a sculpture of a gargoyle at the corner of the corridor on the 3rd floor where his office is located. As long as you know the secret code, you can take the automatic spiral staircase hidden behind it and directly reach the headmaster's office on the 8th floor of the castle. However, since Dumbledore didn't tell him, Quirrell could only pretend not to know. When Quirrell walked away, Filch muttered in a low voice, "Ha, anyone can be a professor now," and pulled the twins out of the corridor with force. But he didn't know that Professor Quirrell, whom he despised, had cast a protective spell on the door when it was closed. If anyone wanted to sneak in when he was away, whether by physical means or by casting a laho open on the door, they would be suddenly attacked by the rune spore snake that was transformed into a door handle by transfiguration. To cast such a spell, and to complete it in an instant without a sound or a wand, this is not something that any wizard can do. Hurriedly came to the 8th floor of the castle. When Quirrell walked into the principal's office, Dumbledore had asked the house elf to prepare black tea and some snacks for him. "Quirinus, sit down quickly, don't be shy, I asked you to come here just to talk about something," Dumbledore said with a smile. At this time, he was wearing a grey wizard robe and looked like a figure from the classical era. Quirrell sat down in front of the headmaster's desk tremblingly, his butt only taking up a quarter of the stool. He was a little worried that Dumbledore would ask him about the abandoned women's bathroom he had just visited, because he would have to tell a series of lies for this. And lying in front of Dumbledore, after a sneak peek at a set of delicate silver alchemical props that were spewing clouds of mist beside the desk, Quirrell didn't think that thing was just a humidifier. However, the good news was that when Dumbledore opened his mouth, Quirrell knew that the headmaster just wanted to ask him about the teaching plan for the defense against the dark arts class for each grade. However, the bad news was that this topic was like a child without a mother, it would take a long time to talk about it. After chatting for a few hours, it was almost dinner time, and this sudden leadership conversation came to an end. Dumbledore nodded with satisfaction and smiled approvingly, "Very good, Quirinus, you did a really good job. The teaching of senior grades focuses on fighting curses and evil spells, while the teaching of middle and lower grades focuses on fighting dark magic creatures. This course design is very similar to the teaching mode of the Defense Against the Dark Arts course at Hogwarts when I was still a specific teacher." Quirrell's heart stomped, his back was instantly wet, and sweat even dripped from the back of his head. "It seems that you have gained a lot from your study tour in the dark forest of Albania before." All thanks to your support, the principal," Quirrell stuttered. Dumbledore shook his head. "That's all the result of your own efforts," he continued. "It's almost time for dinner now, and you young people are prone to hunger, so I, an old man, won't keep you. Goodbye, Quirinus." Quirrell stood up and bowed slightly to Principal Dumbledore. Then, he did not turn around, but backed out of the door of the headmaster's office little by little. At this time, the portraits on the wall that had been silent for a long time began to talk about it. These former headmasters who had passed away were obviously divided into two camps. Some of them thought that Quirrell's answer was okay. Although he was a little restrained, he could not hide his talent. Moreover, according to what he just said, this person is most likely to be competent for the Defense Against the Dark Arts class. But the opposite camp thought that Quirrell's character was too weak. Finally, his behavior of backing out of the headmaster's office was even more like a jester or a court jester. The key to the Defense Against the Dark Arts class is not dark magic but defense. If the teacher's character is too weak, how can he teach students who dare to resist and defend in times of crisis? Interestingly, most of those who support Quirrell are headmasters from Gryffindor and Hufflepuff. On the contrary, most of the former headmasters who do not look down on Quirrell are from Slytherin and Ravenclaw. For example, this guy is a complete waste of money. He can't even get hard. What can a young wizard learn from him? Phineas Black, who is considered by many to be the most unpopular headmaster, twisted his goatee with his fingertips while expressing his distrust of Quirrell. And Elise Devanty, who graduated from Ravenclaw and has the resume of being the headmaster of Hogwarts and the chief healer of St. Mungo's, is also not optimistic about the future of her little brother. The old witch with long silver curly hair and a kind face is frowning at this time, and the worried expression on her face is not concealed at all. "Albus, I think you need to think about it again," she said. "Quirinus is indeed a very talented young man, but I think he is more suitable to be a scholar specializing in research. If he teaches in person. After all, this course has been cursed by that person, and it is difficult for anyone to teach it. I can teach safely in this position for a full year." Almost every former headmaster has expressed his opinion on Quirrell. Although they may not be fully adopted, the previous Hogwarts headmasters will respect the wisdom of these predecessors when making some decisions about the school. Just like this time, when the portraits of the two camps debated to the end, even some of the headmasters who originally had an eye on Quirrell were pulled into the camp. If it were according to convention, the current headmaster should obey the majority and find another professor of defense against the dark arts. But the current headmaster is Dumbledore. This greatest white wizard of the contemporary era is different from what many people imagine. He is not actually a supporter of the so-called democratic decision-making system. "I think we still have to give Quirrell a chance. He made the final decision." When he said this, Fox, who had been standing quietly on the sycamore tree, suddenly opened his throat and sang a song. He spread his wings and flew around the spacious office of the principal. There were dots of light shining between his long tail feathers, and as he flew, it seemed to turn into streams of light. What happened in the principal's office, Quirrell didn't know. After walking out of the principal's office, he felt as if his body was hollowed out, and he even had to hold the railing when going downstairs. But just as he trembled and stepped down the 21st step, he suddenly felt a sharp pain in the back of his head, as if someone had attacked him from behind and hit him hard on the back of his head. Quirrell, who was already weak, could no longer stand firm at this time. Unable to hold on, he rolled down the stairs. Before his eyes went dark, he vaguely saw a tapestry hanging on the corridor on the 8th floor, and the tapestry happened to be the scene of The Troll Beats the Fool Barnabas. Fug! The unlucky professor of defense against the dark arts could no longer hold on after suffering a double blow to his body and mind, and finally fainted completely. Unconscious, he could only let the moving staircase of Hogwarts take him to an unknown place. However, this may not be a completely bad thing. Because, a few minutes later, a door appeared on the white wall opposite the tapestry of The Troll Beats the Fool Barnabas, and a little wizard carrying a red iron toolbox walked out of the door. Yes, this little wizard is Bourne, and he walked out of the room of requirement. He had just done an experiment. According to his memory, Bourne found the room of requirement, and then took some effort to find an ugly half-length sculpture of a wizard from the mountain, literally, of various items. The Ravenclaw's diadem, or in other words, the most theoretically easy-to-find Horcrux in the Harry Potter world, was worn on the head of the sculpture. According to legend, the Ravenclaw's diadem can enlighten the wisdom of the wearer. It is inlaid with many sapphires and looks like a glittering golden crown. But when Bourne saw it, it looked like a silver object that had been soaked in a sulfur spring, covered with mottled stains. Out of caution, Bourne did not touch it with his hands, let alone put it on the ground. The idea of wearing it. He directly opened the metal toolbox he had taken back from the dormitory. It was divided into 3 layers, each containing a foldable chainsaw sword modified with alchemy techniques, a hunting revolver he had used before, bullets, various small tools and some spare replacement parts. Using some things found from the surroundings, Bourne fixed the crown worn on the head of the wizard bust, and began the experiment. Because of his experience in killing warp demons, Bourne knew that ordinary physical damage was actually difficult to fundamentally damage those things that were related to the soul. But he had to give it a try. When he saw with his own eyes that the sharp teeth of the magnum bullets and the chainsaw sword could not damage the desecrated crown, he picked up his wand. Petrify all. As always. The spell worked. The lightning summoned by the spell struck the Ravenclaw crown, and the spots on the crown really faded a little. Seeing the effect, Bourne continued to work hard and used Petrify all on the Horcrux several times in succession. With the dazzling discharge of the tip, electric snakes surrounded the Ravenclaw crown, constantly polishing or washing it with a beeping sound. However, just when he thought he could increase the power of some spells in one go, his almost instinctive combat intuition suddenly warned him. This feeling is mysterious, very similar to psychic prophecy but not completely, and it is difficult to describe in words. Only Astartes who have been dancing on the edge of a knife for many years can truly use this intuition. And relying on the guidance of this combat intuition, Astartes in battle can either avoid the enemy's bullets at the critical moment, or instantly predict which of the enemy's multiple attacks is more threatening, using power armor and a strong body to withstand less serious attacks and avoid those fatal threats. At this moment, Bourne's combat instinct came into play, because he felt that the counterattack from the Horcrux in front of him could not be avoided. He made the most correct choice and immediately completed his transformation into Astarte Magus. What he didn't expect was that the wand in his hand also changed shape, becoming thicker and longer, with a metallic luster on the surface of the wand. Bourne subconsciously held the wand with both hands, as if holding a long sword. He completed a chop. A flash of arc light, a special energy barrier seemed to be formed in front of him, and the invisible and intangible counterattack from the crown Horcrux hit it, and a black smoke burst out immediately. In an instant, the room of requirement was like being swept by a strong wind, and many hills were knocked down in an instant, and all kinds of waste flew in the air. The experiment is temporarily suspended, Bourne made a decision immediately. From the results, he has found a way to deal with the Horcrux. Although ordinary physical attacks cannot cause damage to this kind of black magic item, spells will obviously cause it to react. This is easy to deal with. Although Bourne is now using the petrification of all spell, perhaps because his own spell usage level is not enough, or perhaps because this spell itself cannot destroy the Horcrux, it seems that it cannot harm the Horcrux. But don't forget that Bourne is now in Hogwarts, where there is enough magic knowledge for him to learn. He was full of confidence in himself. After all, he knew that he was being watched by the Emperor. So, after tidying up the things around him and covering up some traces of magic, Bourne immediately turned into a little wizard again and walked out of the room of requirement. However, Bourne didn't know that the experiment just now not only verified his guess, but also gave a certain unlucky guy a blow. Moreover, it was precisely because of this blow that the two people who were supposed to meet on the stairs avoided each other by mistake. Of course, for Professor Quirrell, who was exhausted by dealing with Dumbledore's questions, this might not be a bad thing. After all, Bourne was carrying his tools at this time. Although he had already done an experiment with the crown, driven by the desire to explore, humans often have to do experiments until all the experimental materials are consumed except for the Zeroth time. Chapter 40 Swamp Digger. If you eat too much instant noodles, you will always find that there is no seasoning packet after opening it. If you shop online too much, you will always encounter the dilemma of forgetting to take the key when you go out to pick up the package. If you fall in love too much, you will always encounter a scumbag. What is coming will always come. On Wednesday morning, the first-year wizards of Gryffindor ushered in the first defense against the dark arts class in their lives. This is the course that all wizards look forward to the most. Even Ron, who habitually wants to faint when he sees a book, actually previewed the textbook in advance. The first chapter of Dark Magic, Self-Defense Guide will talk about the Snot Curse. The effect of that little evil curse is really interesting. I can't wait to learn it, and then find a chance to try it on that stinky fart and his little follower. On the way to the classroom, Ron kept chattering about his plan with his roommates. Maybe it was inertia, or maybe they were born to be incompatible. Ever since they met Malfoy on the train, the relationship between the Harrow duo and each other began to deteriorate. They hated each other. There was no most annoying thing, only more annoying. Bourne did not get involved in the fight between the children. He walked while thinking about his own things. In order to teach this defense against the dark arts class well, he made some preparations and even brought the red iron toolbox, just in case school violence really occurred, he would lack the right tools. However, when the little wizards walked into the defense against the dark arts classroom with great interest, they almost thought they had gone to the wrong place. The classroom was on the third floor of the castle, and it was a sunny morning. But the classroom that should have been bright and bright was as dark as a basement. Not to mention the curtains, there were actually some wooden boards nailed on the windows, and large pieces of wall paint fell off the surrounding walls. The tables and chairs for the little wizards were all broken and tattered, and it was doubtful whether they would fall apart immediately after they sat on them. In such a large classroom, there were only a few candles for lighting. It was hard not to wonder if Professor Quirrell, who arranged the classroom, had opened an optical shop as a sideline to supplement his family income. What was even more unbearable was the smell in the classroom. The strong smell of garlic hit the young wizards' tender noses like a fist, and it was also very irritating to the eyes. After finding a seat, except for students like Bourne who came to class with a clear purpose, and Miss Know-It-All who had become famous in Gryffindor, and even the entire first grade, in 2 days, she was concentrating on previewing the textbook, even though she had already previewed it once. Most of the other little wizards covered their noses with their hands and began to communicate in a low voice. Ron rubbed his index finger on the table, and then stretched out his dirty finger to Harry for a look. "I'm a little bit lacking in confidence in this class," he said. George and Fred both said that Hogwarts' defense against the dark arts class has never been very good, and they actually told the truth this time. Maybe there is still a chance. Harry could only comfort him like this. However, when he was talking, his hand touching the bottom of the chair seemed to have rubbed something sticky. This caused him to waste a brand new parchment in vain. And Neville, who was sitting next to them, kept his head down, constantly searching for something in his small school bag. In the end, the honest child could only frown and reluctantly admit, "I seem to have left my textbook in the dormitory." Seamus Finnegan advised him to be more open-minded. Anyway, judging from the current appearance of the defense against the dark arts classroom, Professor Quirrell's level is probably not that good. It doesn't matter whether there are books or not. "Look, I didn't bring any books either." Seamus showed Neville the contents of his school bag, which were all the textbooks used for class on Monday. He had been too lazy to change them for the past few days. "But the next class is potions, and you don't seem to have brought any textbooks for potions either." Neville reminded Seamus in a low voice, "Professor Snape is the head of Slytherin. I heard from the seniors that he always finds various reasons to deduct points from other houses. You should be careful." If the little lions' chats were more or less related to this course, then the little badgers who took classes with them mostly talked about Professor Quirrell, the teacher of defense against the dark arts. Their topic was brought up by a little wizard named Zacharias Smith, a descendant of a pure-blood family. Although the Smith family was not on the list of the sacred 28 families, after being sorted into Hufflepuff, he claimed that his family had a blood relationship with the founder of the college, the Hufflepuff version of Malfoy. However, the little badger was still naive, so many freshmen really believed what Zacharias said. "My sister and I are having a fight." Because he was talking excitedly, Zacharias actually sat on the desk, put his feet on the chair, and said to Justin and Macmillan condescendingly, "Every professor at Hogwarts will receive a special grant from the Board of Directors before the start of each school year to purchase teaching aids and improve teaching facilities. This year will be no exception. The classroom we are using now is so simple, 9 out of 10 times, Professor Quirrell must have used the grant to do something else. Justin showed his talent for supporting roles and continued, "This is Hogwarts, the best magic school in the UK and even the world. How dare he do this?" Zacharias was very satisfied with the preparation of this little brother, showing a wise expression, and excitedly stated his inference. "There is only one truth. That Professor Quirrell can become the professor of the Defense Against the Dark Arts class because he must have someone behind him." Bang! The reason for the dubbing is not because this wise child speaks loudly, but simply because something really hit the floor. Hearing the words "there's someone behind him," it was like a stress response was triggered. Professor Quirrell, who was holding something and walking out of the corridor connecting his office and the Defense Against the Dark Arts classroom, was startled and immediately reached for the wand on his belt. And the teaching aid he was holding, a round goldfish tank, naturally fell to the ground and broke into pieces. The many round rotten wood blocks in the fish tank all rolled towards the classroom and rolled near the little wizards. "What is this?" Hannah Abbott, who had 2 pigtails, looked down curiously and couldn't help but stretched out her wand to poke the rotten wood that stopped when it hit her shoes. The little badger of Hufflepuff was like this, not to mention the curious little lion of Gryffindor, who didn't even use a wand but reached out to grab it directly. However, these freshmen did not seem to consider what classroom they were in or what class they were about to take. Hannah poked the rotten wood with her wand, and it was like turning on a switch, and it immediately took off its disguise. It stretched out its camouflaged claws with fins on them, one end of the rotten wood twisted, which was its head. If you look closely, you can see a triangular crack-shaped mouth full of sharp teeth. Don't move." Quirrell wanted to say something, but the long-term disguise had some impact on him. Now even if he wanted to speak normally, he would stutter a little. So he reminded it a step too late. The clever little wizards awakened almost all the dormant rotten wood, that is, the swamp diggers. "Ah!" Hannah screamed. The swamp diggers, awakened by her wand, opened their triangular mouths and pounced on her ankles, scaring the little witch to fall off her seat, and she didn't even bother to pick up her wand. Some other little wizards performed even worse than her. For example, Zacharias, who was just smart, reached out to grab the swamp digger, so he had no time to dodge and was bitten by the little thing. He immediately burst into tears. Compared to the little badger, who generally cried out in pain or cried after being attacked, the little lion behaved very Gryffindor. Although he didn't know how to use spells or other skills to deal with swamp diggers, he at least knew how to fight back. For example, Harry and Ron overturned the desk together and crushed several swamp diggers rushing towards them. Another example, Neville and Seamus stood back to back, picked up their small school bags and swung at the swamp diggers that rushed towards them. When he saw Hannah was about to be bitten not far away, Neville, a little boy who sometimes looked stupid and particularly shy, immediately took out a thick potion textbook from his school bag, exclaimed "Ah!", raised it with both hands and slapped the swamp digger that attacked Hannah. These are still relatively ordinary little lions. Some of the smarter ones, such as the little beaver girl sitting in the first row, even showed what a real wizard should be like. She took out her wand to deal with the swamp digger. Generally speaking, the level of first-year wizards is actually similar, and they only know a few tricks in total. Spell. However, this convention is not suitable for top students, especially those who are study masters. Wingardium Leviosa. Hermione successfully cast the levitation charm, a spell that had not been taught in the spell class, and the effect of this spell was to successfully make the swamp digger that pounced on her float in the air, waving its claws in vain, doing useless work. After witnessing Hermione's actions, even Quirrell, who was possessed by Voldemort, had to admit that this little witch was excellent. So, he stammered, Gryffindor, 2 points. Then, just as Quirrell was about to tell the little wizards to stop moving so that he could clean up the mess for them, a voice suddenly sounded in his mind, "Don't worry, let me see what's special about the child of my former dean. Do you remember that on the morning of the first day of school, we happened to meet this little wizard when we came back from the Forbidden Forest. It was a bit too coincidental. Let's test his quality and see if there will be any surprises." "Yes, yes, yes, my master," Quirrell answered Voldemort in his mind. However, his flattering answer was just another idiot end. "This is an exchange of ideas, why are you stuttering?" Quirrell certainly didn't dare to talk back to Voldemort, but he dared to play dirty tricks. Of course, the target of the dirty tricks was the little wizard. His mind had been completely distorted by the dark magic, and coupled with the tragic experience of the past 2 days, Quirrell had formed a bit of antisocial personality. If you don't explode in silence, you will become abnormal in silence. In that case, Quirrell thought, silently raised his wand and pretended to cast a spell against the swamp diggers, but in fact he cast the confusion spell, which he had practiced to cast silently and without a wand because he had been using it all the time recently. In order to paralyze his prey, Bourne, who pretended to be like his roommates and only used simple physical means to reason with the swamp diggers, suddenly felt a sense of malice. He could guess which old man was causing trouble by thinking with his heels. At the same time, the swamp diggers who were running wild in the defense against the dark arts classroom seemed to have received some signals. Many swamp diggers actually gave up attacking the badgers who were closer to them, and instead turned their heads and pounced on the little wizards of Gryffindor. Moreover, these swamp diggers actually used military tactics, repairing the plank road in the open, but secretly attacking Chen Kang. It seemed that they were attacking all the little lions randomly, but in fact most of them were actually heading for Bourne. Although they are inconspicuous in size, they are still very dangerous to humans as magical animals that can be rated as 3x dangerous. Moreover, the reason why they were chosen by Quirrell as teaching aids for the defense against the dark arts class is that in addition to being magical animals, swamp diggers can actually be classified as dark magic creatures. Generally speaking, the so-called dark magic creatures must have 2 characteristics at the same time. First, they are not naturally born magical creatures, but creatures created intentionally or unintentionally by wizards, or other magical creatures. Second, they are dangerous to a certain extent, and most of them have a tendency to feed on humans or humanoid creatures. Of course, the severity of this tendency is different for different dark magic creatures. For example, Dementors are typical and extremely evil dark magic creatures. The happiness of living people is the Dementor's favorite and currently the only known food source. Although there are records of swamp diggers attacking humans, their daily food sources are mainly insects, reptiles, and small mammals. Occasionally, they can find a mandrake, a magical plant with a human-shaped root, which basically satisfies their cravings. At this time, the reason why those swamp diggers locked Bourne was because they mistook this little wizard for a mature mandrake under the effect of Quirrell's confusion curse. They were eager to enjoy this delicious meal. The triangular mouths of these swamp diggers kept rubbing, making a click-click friction sound, and then they jumped up from the ground like face huggers and pounced on Bourne's white face full of collagen. "Bourne, be careful!" The little wizards who were familiar with Bourne screamed one after another, and they hurriedly threw everything they could pick up at the jumping swamp diggers to stop them. Hermione turned her head and yelled at Quirrell, "Professor!" However, Quirrell pretended to be constipated at this time, sweat squeezed out of his face, and his mouth kept opening and closing, but he couldn't recite a complete spell. Seeing that it was wishful thinking to ask Professor Quirrell for help, Hermione decided to do it herself, and she successfully used the levitation spell again. However, there were too many diggers rushing towards Bourne Swamp, and the little witch's levitation spell couldn't stop all of them. Just when the little wizards were scared and pale, and they couldn't bear to watch the next scene, so they even wanted to close their eyes, Bourne simply threw away the broken leg of the chair that he had used as a stick before, and took out his wand. "I was underestimated," the little wizard muttered in his heart.